I'll get a glass myself. Just trying to get a shape off of Paizo right now.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Just, dude, come on. It's a blank.
Let the board go, dude. Don't worry about that.
Wow. The ski can still get her.
Kind of, huh? It's not quite enough water. Just look at that, just straight over the reef. Gnarly.
Owie, owie.
Where's the ski on the inside doing the weight up, yeah? Oh, walking in flippers across that would be so hard. Actually seems alright now.
Yorana ite po'i po'i. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC Arrivals here. Italo Ferreira, our defending champ, he's into the men's round of 16. Isabella Nichols has some work to do at the end of the road. Molly Picklum's got to be one of your picks. And Mihimana Bray on the warm-up session. Looking good. He's in the men's round of 16. Erin Brooks, the young sensation, getting more and more comfortable here at the end of the road. Rides through the foam ball, out into the exit. That's the way to warm up. And of course, Italo, always a presence in the lineup, weaving through that barrel. And as you can see, we still got swell here in Teahupo'o. The flotilla's set up. The weather's great. It's beautiful, glassy conditions, slight offshore. Easy call to get started on yet another day of competition in the window, day 2 of the window. And we're already coming off of a tremendous day 1 as Kaipo Girl, along with Stace Galbraith. Yesterday morning especially, amazing.
Oh, what an amazing morning and an amazing day. The wind kind of gave us a bit of a reality check in the afternoon, but apart from that, it was an amazing day of waves.
And it looks like we're set up for another great day on the inside ledge today. A little smaller, but conditions are great. Yeah,
I mean, if we rolled up here and this is day 1, I think we'd still be over the moon. We saw that wave that Italo got in the warm-up, and it's looking really, really fun out there. Perfect size for the inside ledge.
Yeah, and we still have some unfinished business to do. Because of a couple of restarts yesterday, we still have one more heat to run in the men's elimination round to have our final surfer in the round of 16. So that's how we're going to start the day off. And then from there, we're going to move into the women's opening round. That's the plan for today, and probably get through the women's elimination round as well. So buckle up, tune in, get comfortable, because we're bringing you more Tahiti today on the World Surf League.
I like that. Tahiti today.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Right here, right now. So we see some really fun waves coming in now. Competition will get underway shortly.
As always, we have our man out in the field, out in the water. I'm talking about Strider Wazalewski. Strider's getting reactions with Erin Brooks after the warm-up session. Strider.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, we're just out with Erin here in the channel. She's been watching it with her coach, Jake Patterson. Tereva David, he's out here hanging out too. I'd like to have a couple words. How was the morning session, the warm-up? A lot of the guys are out warming up too, so probably a pretty thick crowd.
Yeah, it was definitely really crowded out there, the whole women's tour and a couple of the men's, and there were some really good waves, kind of like some unexpected sets that were a bit bigger, which is exciting, and hopefully we can get some throughout the day.
We saw you get some really nice waves, a really deep barrel actually this morning, and you know, it is really hard to catch them, but once you do, how's you're locked in and navigating pretty well?
I guess so. I mean, every wave is so unpredictable. You kind of got to be ready for everything, even if the west comes at you. So just got to see what happens once you stand up.
And how pumped are you on your team out here?
Yeah, I love my team. They're the best. Couldn't ask for anything more.
All right, well, good luck today. Can't wait to see you compete.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Strider, and I can't wait to see what's going on with Erin Brooks. I got her on my fantasy team. And remember, lock your fantasy team for the women before the start of the opening round, because once that starts, it's locked. Another man out in the field is multi-talented, but right now we're counting on him for a conditions report. Chris Cote in the channel.
Yeah, thank you, team. Conditions are beautiful. You can see stunning sunrise here in Tahiti, and a lot less of a feeling of terror in the lineup this morning. We've seen some perfect barrels come through. It is just, as you can see behind me, on demand. It's like the world's best wave pool happening right here. Everyone that's paddled by, big smiles on their face, and I think whatever happens with these first couple heats is going to set the tone of the day. But this is looking like, at least for them, a really fun size of this wave. So again, the terror level is down, but the stoke levels are still sky high. This is going to be a really fun morning.
So awesome. Thank you, Chris Cote. Chris and I are staying in the same house. Chris came out of the bushes this morning. I didn't see him. He was hidden in there with the camouflage and came out, surprised me first thing in the morning. Got my
Joe's running that floral camo as well. So yeah, it's kind of hard to spot these guys. But yeah, I'm glad the terror level has sort of lowered a little bit. The terror factor the last 3 days has been peaking off the Richter scale.
Well, the heat has started, and here we go with Encinitas' Jake Marshall coming up against North Shelley Beach's Joel Vaughan, and I'm looking forward to this because, you know, less intimidating surf. I feel like we're going to see more risk taken, more performance, and a higher level, really, of that performance style surfing and technical tube riding.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Kipes. We're going to get to see the guys and the women today really kind of, I guess, have a bit more fun, it looks like, with the tube and be, you know, in kind of, yeah, like you said, attack mode, performance mode, rather than, you know, at some points yesterday and the days leading up to the event, it was definitely survival mode. You know, there's only a very select few that toy with it at 10 to 15 feet, whereas this size, as we see Jake getting the day underway here, is super fun.
Marshall looking for the barrel, grabs the rail, pulls up, has to get high in the barrel to look for an exit, does not, gets caught up in there, hands priority over to Joel Vaughan.
And I know we said, you know, Cote mentioned the terror factor's lowered a little bit, but it's still at this size that, you know, chopes can really knock you about. We've obviously seen a couple of heavy wipeouts already this week, but at this size, you still have to be, you know, you cannot take your eye off this wave. You can't, you know, rest on your laurels and think, oh, I've got it dialed because it's only, you know, 4 to 6 foot today. It still will knock you about, and it's one of those things. The foam ball's still a really, really tough thing to navigate, even though when it is a bit small, as we see there, Jake couldn't quite bust through there.
And that may be the challenge today. We talked about technical tube riding, Stace, is that with this size and at this position in the reef, I feel like you're going to have to change your line a lot more. Yesterday, with the big, wide open barrels, it's kind of just gun and run type of deal. If you make the drop and you get in there, you just got to survive that foam ball.
You're stoked.
But today, I feel like you're going to have to really adjust your line a couple of times in these barrels.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we'll start to see that experience playing a little bit more with the later rounds, and like who's been here a lot and who can kind of navigate the whole reef, not just the one big takeoff spot, you know, because you watch someone like Callie Vass or Jack Robinson here, they're just all over it. And I think once we move into the women's draw after this last men's heat, you know, the ladies that have been coming here for a few years, or maybe have even had like promotional trips or free surf trips here, that time here is really going to pay off.
A 1-point ride for Jake Marshall, the 26-year-old out of Encinitas, California. Jake with 4 years on the championship tour. He's in the red jersey. Here's a look at his opening ride.
Yeah, still a great size out here today, and a really nice open barrel. Just a bit of foam on the face that he had to work with even before it started barreling, so he couldn't do a big pump to set his line. But as we see on the inside here, Kipes,
live action and a completion for Jake Marshall under the priority of Joel Vaughan. Well done for Jake. And so we're going to be waiting for that score, and Joel's scratching his head out there saying, where was I when that came through? And Jake kind of scored. We saw that yesterday as well, those wider ones, more west ones. You can catch them on the way back out, get a little sneaky. You can see Joel by the Lexus buoy out there, way deep, you know, kind of on the south peak of the reef.
Yeah, totally. And as we have been sort of, you know, taking note of the last couple of days, it had started to move around to the south, particularly with that wind overnight, just kind of straightening out the swell. But that was a wave for sure, Cope. You're spot on. Joel's probably like, wow, he's pretty far in there. I wonder how big that wave was. And you see this view from the channel, and it's an open pit. You know, he had to do well to make it through that section, and that's just a, super fun way to start your day. As you can see there, that distance there, Joel can't cover that. He's too far out for this particular wave.
And that's one of the phenomena of this wave, especially at this size or even smaller, is that it's almost counterintuitive, because further up the reef is actually smaller, and then those ones that hit the end, that west bow, are actually the bigger waves. So they're inside and over, and you would think that would be like a tapered wall, but those are actually the growers.
And you actually, from Jake's perspective, you're so close to the boats there, you kind of feeling like, oh, there's no way this wave can do what it's about to do. You know, you feel like there's not enough room in the ocean for it to do its thing, but it's such an amazing reef. And yeah, as you said, it bends completely the opposite way, and it's counterintuitive. You kind of got to go against your instincts. And the biggest one you've got to go against is not to paddle out at this size. You see Jake there, and he knows his place really well. He's been coming here for a couple of years now. It's like, you see that little lump, you get that little indicator from the buoy, and every other spot around the world, you want to paddle to it, but you've really just got to let the wave come to you here, because otherwise you'll be on top of the ledge rather than under it.
Yeah. Joel Vaughan taking a look here, holding on to priority. Joel, 21 years old, from North Shelley Beach, Australia. He's a rookie on tour. Best result this year, a quarterfinal finish over at Trestles. And then also we still are in the midst of a Rookie of the Year conversation between Joel Vaughan Marco Mignot, and Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, what an exciting pack of rookies. And Joel's probably the most sort of underground of all those guys, but he's definitely right up there talent-wise. And he hasn't had a semi or a final yet this year on the tour, but he started so consistently. I think out of the first 5 events, he might have had 4 ninths, which as a rookie, that's massive. For you to be winning man-on-man heats and that many of them in a row in your first year is such an awesome feat. But you always want more. And even his 5th at Trestles is an amazing result, but that was after the cut, so he still sort of made the same amount of heats to get to that point. And I know he'd be really, really fired up for this event, obviously last event of the year, but just to kind of put himself in, deep into finals day. Because he's had some amazing, singular heats, but it's just about, for him now, it's about putting a whole event together.
Yeah, currently ranked 18th on the rankings on the way coming in here. Joel Vaughan, message from his shaper, Darren Hanley. He's riding a sweet spot. That's the model that most of the DHD team riders are riding. And again, happy anniversary to DHD and that whole crew over there building boards. 40 years of building boards, and they've got quite a selection. They got quite a stable of surfers behind that brand. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's an amazing brand, and Darren's done an amazing job to create, one of the best legacies in shaping. He's got so many world titles, so many event wins, and he's still just as passionate as ever. And he takes such good care of his team. He's not just a shaper. He's a mentor and a father figure to a lot of these athletes, particularly someone like Joel, a rookie on tour. Having a shaper like Darren on your favourites list is incredible. It's invaluable, yeah.
And Joel coming from such a talented surfing family, right?
Yeah.
4 brothers,
yep.
Right? The youngest, I'm a big fan of. Huey's just doing incredible things right now.
Yeah, all the boys, Curtis, Zach, I don't know. I mean, they're pretty passionate down there at North Shelley. I'm sure they'd be up watching, so good morning, boys. And like, shout out to Vaughan. There he is. God love him. He's done an amazing job with his boys. They're all super respectful and lovely kids.
That's the creator right there of all of those talented surfers. Look at him.
He's handy himself too. Here we go. Here's his boy. Let's see him.
Here comes Joel. Comes around the corner here and just finds nothing going on that one. So he's going to have to go back out for another try. This one's drawing off the reef. We'll see if Jake Marshall wants a piece of it. Then Encinitas Local looks down the line and says, nope, I'm going to hold on to priority. So previous wave for Jake Marshall, a 4.67, and that gives him the lead, and now he has priority.
I'd like to see Joel here kind of do what Jake did to him. Not race straight back to the top of the peak, maybe just kind of have a flirt with the inside and see what it's all about, because it's just going to be experience for Joel, whether or not he gets through this heat. His talent's definitely there.
Well, Joel Vaughan coming in here as a rookie, first competition at Tahiti, but on the warm-up sessions, he was just out there and making himself comfortable. Take a look at this from the warm-up, Stace.
Yeah, he's got something. We'll check this highlight reel here. I think that one probably could have been clipped, but he's got the technique. But it's like, as you can see with these waves, it's like it's just positioning, and he's got the style and he's got the heart. We saw the 8.8 that he got against Geordie Smith at Pipeline this year. He knows his stuff, but as you can see in the warm-ups there, he didn't really get a lot of quality waves, and it was a hungry pack.
It looked like he was feeling it out, but he was also getting deeper on every wave, solving the puzzle here at the end of the road. Joel Vaughan has to get past a crumbly section on the exit, and that takes him down. So at least he's giving himself a try. Jake Marshall utilizing priority here on the outside. Couple of pumps there, way too deep on that one.
Just kind of slingshot him up and over that one. They're the ones who sometimes your board can come back and hit you, as you see right on top of him there. And again, obviously it's dropped in size, but getting one of them on the head still not fun. It's still you got to, as you see there, get yourself through the wave first and worry about your board later. But with the size it is today, he should be able to make his way back to the channel without getting washed all the way in.
So still a fairly low scoring affair. The only keeper score on the board is that 4.67 for Jake Marshall, just under 25 minutes. 35-minute heats here to finish off this round. And then what we'll do is for the men, we will reseed all these surfers once we get all the results for the men's round of 16. Now we can report to you on the matchups right there. That's when things get really in the rough.
Yeah, for sure. As we see Joel's wave here, didn't really quite open up for him. And then this one for Jake, driving deep on the reef. And again, just a little chandelier on that wave. And as you can see on the, when they do go to the back ledge, if the wave doesn't have the right characteristics about it, it just kind of has that ruffle on it this morning, and it hasn't really throwing wide open. You know, conversely, on the inside, still on that west bowl, there is still some really fun waves in there. We saw Italo and Erin Brooks, you know, driving through a couple of really fun waves early this morning. So they're still out there, just a matter of picking them up. Looks like we might be about to get a special guest, Kaipo.
So you can't see it, and
he might be able to.
Yeah, you can't see it, but it's all part of the Tahitian experience.
They've got a rooster
one
in the
of
booth.
one of our part-time pets are in here. Dog. Let's go out to the
full-time protector.
Yeah, full-time protector. Let's go out to the water and Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, here with Connor, catching up with some surf talk about his heat yesterday, but he's caddying at the moment for Jake. What did you guys talk about right there when he paddled by?
The one behind was better. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this wave's funny. There's always, you know, there's always waves that come in pairs, and the second one's always better because it just draws off the reef from the first one. So, yeah, I was just telling him the second one was pretty sick, but he already knew that anyway, so, yeah. Caddy guy.
What about your heat yesterday? You know, beautiful, you know, pin drop out of the sky on that big one. Talk us through that bit.
Yeah, I just had to have a go, and yeah, it was a bummer. I was telling you before, like it would have been good to have another go at a wave like that, because I feel like for myself, I hadn't really ever been in a position where I've been able to put myself in the spot to get a wave like that. So I did that, and then I was like, fuck, you know, sorry. I was like, you know, I would have loved to have just had another chance because I would have known what to do instead of like I had 2 strokes out that I should have been 2 strokes in. So yeah, went over the falls. It's good for the viewing, I guess, and yeah, terrifying for my wife, but yeah, I'm all right.
There we go. Joel's out.
Joe Vaughan, quick snap to get under the lip, grabs the rail. This will get him right back in the heat with Jake Marshall. So I'm expecting a similar score for that ride. Maybe a little bit lower than the 4.67. We'll see where the judges put their scale.
Yeah, I know Vaughn, senior Vaughn, hates me doing this, coaching from the booth, but I'd love to see Joel just, you know, he's got 22 minutes left in this heat. I'd love to see him rack up 10 waves. Yeah. And just kind of try his best to build into, just create that rhythm, even if he's not really scoring, but just racking up those completions, because at this size, it is the kind of wave where you do luck yourself into something at some point. If you throw enough mud at the wall, it will stick.
He's listening to you. Here he goes one more time, just feeling this one out.
He's probably going to do a big air. He's a mad dog. He doesn't care about his body. Like, he's the kind of guy that would hit the end section, I reckon.
And for both Jake Marshall and Joel Vaughan, this is their, you know, their swan song for the championship tour this year. Neither of them have any mathematical chance of making that final 5, so this is the way to end the year. They want to end the year with a good surfing experience, perhaps a good result before, you know, having some off time before the 2026 tour.
Yeah, for sure. I know, you know, Jake's had a couple of great performances this year. I think back to Bells Beach, where it kind of was like, man, this guy's a top 5 surfer. Yeah. The way he looked that day was unbelievable, but the trickiest part about this is just the consistency. So for him, I know deep down, his best result on the tour is 11th, and you know, currently he's just a few spots behind that. So for him, this event it does mean a lot. It's, you know, for some guys it looks like a holiday, but for him, I know he takes his job seriously, and he's had some amazing like starts this year, but just the consistency's been a hard thing for him.
Pretty good year for Jake Marshall when you brought that up. He made the quarterfinals at Pipe. He had that great performance over at Bells where he made the quarterfinals there.
Yep.
He also made the quarterfinals in Sakurema at the Rio Pro, the Vivo Rio Pro. So pretty good year for him, and just building upon, you know, 4 years so far on the championship tour. So just, I feel like he's building with that confidence and that whole growth period, you know, from his rookie year to now, where, you know, he's making finals.
Totally. And he's had it all. You know, he's had some great results. He's been cut off the tour. He's come back on and found kind of a new gear.
Here he is, has to get some speed there, hangs on to the rail.
Oh, wow. That was pretty wave.
And great effort, Great tube riding. Here we go with Joel Vaughan right behind him. Joel has to bail as you see that closeout kind of west bow pinching on that south runner. Previous wave for Joel. The snap to barrel, a 4-point ride. And we're waiting for last for Jake Marshall, which is going to add to his heat total, boot out that 1-point ride, and we'll see what the mission is going to be for Joel Vaughan once that score eventuates.
That wave that Joel was on was so west, it was nearly right.
Yeah.
Coming towards him.
Coming towards him.
It's totally unrideable for him, unfortunately, but Jake's wave just hit that inside shelf beautifully. Can't wait to see the replay of that wave. This ankle's going to look amazing. Let him in nice and easy. He's got to set it up. Beautiful, beautiful barrel ride there. Vision from his angle would have been amazing. Beautiful drone footage there. He comes out with the spit. And again, I don't think we'll see massive numbers for this wave, but he's just building it. He's just building his heat nicely here.
Yeah, slow motion, you can really see how technical that is. Even with that barrel, while it was kind of one of the wider ones, still had to kind of yank up on the rail, alter his line, not get too low, but again, at the same time, not get too high. And this is the West Bowl you were talking about.
Yeah, and it wasn't, unfortunately, wasn't as wide as Jake's wave at the beginning. So kind of Joel deciding to get out of there and sort of retain priority rather than chance it at that point.
And on that replay, you can see Strider just sitting. That's the crazy thing about this place, just sitting like feet away from that barrel.
You know, at this size or 20 feet, Strider could pretty much be sitting in the same spot.
Yeah.
You know, he'd be a little bit further out, but it's the same kind of thing. The reef is just so perfect, and it's somewhat, you know, from the channel's perspective, it's predictable. That's why you see the boats just sitting there, just cruising. They're not in any danger.
Yeah, 6.5 for Jake Marshall, so that's a strong score, and that puts a lot of pressure into Joel Vaughan, who just took off under the lip and is going to give up that priority. Vaughan needing a 7.17 at the moment.
Yeah, you're getting back to Jake's wave, Kipes. At this point in the heat, he knew too, like, a completion is so critical. He's had a few rolls of the dice as well, and he knows it's not perfect out there this morning. There's a few waves that chandelier, there's a few waves that don't open up like what he would have been hoping for, and Joel's had that same experience as well. You know, that last wave, similar to a few others that he's had. So, yeah, Jake definitely making sure that he rode through and completed that last ride, because it wasn't as easy as it would have looked. Still heaps of power in that inside section when those waves come in.
Jake Marshall holding on to priority in this heat. Last heat of the elimination round for the men. Getting ready for the opening round for the women. Isabella Nichols coming up, as well as Erin Brooks. Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC Men's Fantasy Power Surfing Picks. These are the top picks where we look at all the data for WSL Fantasy. Number 1 with 23%, Yago Dora, defending champ. Italo Ferreira with 18%. We know about Kaoli Vas, we know about Jack Robinson, we know about Jordy Smith, all being important players when we talk about fantasy. And a note for everyone on the women's side of your fantasy, you have 13 minutes and 45 seconds to lock your team, because once we start that opening round for the women's, which is coming up after this heat, your teams are locked. So do some research, maybe look at the draw, or just dig into your heart and go with your favorites.
What do you do? Heart, or you like forecast, checking the weather?
So,
who's going to be commentating your favorite heats, that kind of thing?
With the Aussie Quaddy in 2021, because I was stuck at home and I had nothing else to do because we're still coming out of COVID, I completely analyzed the draw, everything, got super into it, ended up on top of that year. Stace.
Love that.
World
That's
champ in 2021.
That is amazing.
Since then, I've been so busy doing this stuff. Now I go just with my heart.
Okay, I like it.
And I don't look at all of that kind of, you know.
Yeah.
But no, hey, look at, here's how you win fantasy. I'm going to tell you. You pick underdogs, you get lucky, and you avoid friendly fire at all costs. You avoid having two surfers against themselves, you know. For example, in the opening round, like you wouldn't want to pick Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols at the same time, hint, because you could, you know, you're working against yourself.
Yeah.
Use the entire draw.
Got to use the whole draw.
Use the whole draw.
Yeah.
Actually comes into play like once you get into the elimination round, then you really got to think about what you're doing.
What'd you think of Yago, 23% there as the #1 pick for a power surfer?
Good choice.
Yeah, great choice, but some good options up there too.
Yeah.
Joel Vaughan.
Here comes Joel. He's on the comeback. He needs a 7.17 and got caught up again by the foam ball with 12 minutes remaining. Still a lot of foam out there.
Yeah, I really was surprised. I thought he had that one. I thought he was coming through for sure, but you can just see it's so turbulent, and with those waves that sort of still have that kind of almondy chandelier shape to them, it's yeah, hard to punch through. I think we only saw one completed ride yesterday like that, and it was Al Cleland Jr. And yeah, he's certainly built strong enough to power through most things. But Joel here, you know, yeah, beautiful technique, set it up so nice, and he's in perfect position here, but just coming forward a little bit over the foam ball there, and it just gobbled him up.
And you can see, I mean, you talked about it at the beginning of this heat. It's not huge, it's not life-threatening, but there's still so much punch out there. You can see Joel on the power back up. He got worked by those last next couple waves.
Yeah.
Strider, what do you got, Strider?
Just checking out, you know, that last wave and that little tube ride attempt, and you know, kind of leaning almost too far forward to try to just break through it, and you stay centered on your board as you come through those. You might be able to push through, and you kind of go down the exit, and leaning forward over the front foot like that, you tend to like go over the handlebars a lot. So that's the hard part about, you know, the anxious thought in your mind, thinking, oh, I'm in a heat, I got to make this out, I got to come out, and you lean into it a little too much, and then the board dips on the foam ball. So you kind of got to stay a little more centered and just hope for the best, and kind of turn down away from it as it pushes you out. Otherwise, it just gets over the handlebars, and that's what we saw right there. So hopefully he can adjust and push through a couple of those.
What's the personality feeling out there, Strider, as far as position on the reef, swell direction, etc.?
Well, you know, it's interesting because there's still some swell. I mean, if you look out there right now, we got a pretty solid wave coming through from deep on the south, and the swell is pretty south on those, and they're really nice. And you know, getting back in there and deep underneath it all, there are some great waves, but then there's these surprise waves that come like this. You know, this is a pretty far outside wave for Jake that he's finding this little barrel, threads through it beautifully. Wow, see, that was a great wave. So the vibe is cat and mouse, I'd say, right now. You got some sets coming still, and then you got to get back in on the inside. Oh, look at Joel on this one. Sick, let's go. Just trying to slow it down. Oh, it's not easy, let me tell you, but these guys, best in the world, they're at it. Let's see it.
Thank you, Strider, and nice exchange between Jake Marshall and Joel Vaughan. Jake looking to improve upon a 4.67. Joel wanted to chip away at it. If he wants to take the lead, he needs a 7.17, which from what I've seen this morning would be a Herculean performance. Here we go, Jake Marshall.
You know, this wave's so interesting to me. Jake's had, you know, that's his 7th ride, and he's paddled past Connor a few times. And as we see Joel on the second wave of the set there, but he wasn't quite out the back. He kind of had to swing sort of as the wave was already kind of breaking on that one, and it didn't quite get as much tube time as probably what he would have liked had he been a little deeper. But yeah, just getting back to Jake's wave and like how important it is to just trust your gut and your instinct. That was the first wave of the set.
Yeah.
And Connor's all, second wave of the set, Jake knows that, you know, and we all think the same thing. I reckon every coach in the channel would have said that this morning. You know, look for the second one every wave, you know, first one's going to draw it out, the second one's going to be better. But it just, the guys at the top level, they just know. They just have this innate ability to kind of realize in the moment, like, no, I got to go this wave. It is the better wave. And Jake was absolutely right in that circumstance.
Yeah, the judges were really quick with the Joel Vaughan score, 3.17, short of the mark. So still paddling back out. Joel with 8 minutes on the clock, still needs at 7.17. Still waiting for last wave score of Jake Marshall to see if that is going to increase the need for Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, I would think it is. I think he'd improve on his 4.67 before, and we just saw Joel paddling over the shoulder of not a very big wave there, but certainly a really, really nice one. But again, it's just a little further in, and sitting in there almost feels like, you know, can feel a bit lonely and a bit like, oh, you know, what is that guy doing in there? But as we see from Jake's first, you know, good ride, the 4.67, there is fun tubes in there to be had.
Well, Jake just did increase the need for Joel Vaughan. 5.67 drops on his score line. So now with really good heat control, priority for Jake Marshall, and a big lead over Joel Vaughan. So Jake really making all the right decisions this morning. There's a spread from the judges, Stace.
Yeah, they're all pretty in agreement this morning. No massive decisions to be made just yet. Like you said, Joel now needs an 8.17, which is a pretty remarkable score at this point in the heat.
Oh man, pulls in,
Wow.
pulls up, and pulls out. That was a nice technical barrel ride in that he dropped all the way to the bottom, and then you could see he could yanked up on the rail to take that midline through there just at the last minute before the lip threw over him. That was beautiful.
Kind of had a little bit of like Luke Egan look back in there, I think.
Yeah.
I have to check the watery from that one, but that was sick. And as you can see, he's more comfortable in the heat now. He's got a couple of great scores. He can start to kind of have a bit more fun with it, Kipes. This is a sick wave. Amazing drop, rolled straight in. And like what Strider's saying, just like getting on the back of your board and keeping that nose up rather than trying to lean forward and come out. Jake's put his back arm back just slightly, and then, yeah, hanging on for dear life there to make sure he doesn't get bucked off. Didn't quite get the full look back like I was expecting from behind the curtain there, but a stylish setup nonetheless.
It was a stylish setup, and just that last minute entry into the delayed entry into the barrel, just great technique. At the beginning of the day, we talked about technical barrel riding, and that's what we're seeing right now from Jake Marshall in this first matchup of the day.
It's a good looking set outside.
That one just peels away.
Probably a good leave there from Joel. Didn't quite open up into the channel.
Joel, looking back, needs that 8.17. Does have priority, so
I reckon they're out there. Like Italo's wave this morning, that looked like an excellent wave.
Yeah.
But we just haven't seen it so far in this heat.
well, maybe we're due for one.
It could be due. It's been 30 minutes.
So now,
still enough time, obviously, to do it in 2 for Joel. He doesn't have to be thinking excellent score straight away, but you can see how hard these guys have been trying to get scores, and there's you know 10 plus scores under 1 or in the 1 point range. So it's not through lack of trying.
oh, well, the need just went up a little bit more for Joel Vaughan. Last score for Jake Marshall with that stylish backhand barrel ride, highest of the heat, a 6.9. Joel, if he wants to do it in one chunk, needs a 9.4. And with the clock ticking down, the 2-wave possibility is diminishing.
Yeah, nothing against anyone's ability in this event, but the ocean's got to provide. And at this point in the heat, I haven't seen, or this morning, you know, a wave that looked like it would deliver a score.
A 9, yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely going to be a 2-wave operation here for Joel.
Jake's happy to keep on sniffing around and taking a look at waves coming through. And Joel, I mean, really all he can do is wait and hope.
Totally. Yep. It's It is one of those waves though where you can have a 60-second heat. We've seen it, you know, we've seen it a lot of times out here. But yeah, it's obviously the task for Joel now, really, really hard. And he's, yeah, like I said, he had a great start to the year. And, you know, Rookie of the Year is such an exclusive club, and one that I know he'd love to throw his hat in the ring for and keep powering through this draw. He's still got a bit of ground to make up on Marco, who's a few spots ahead of him and Al. But it's a pretty exciting rookie class, and I know, you know, each one of those guys is definitely thinking about that award, you know, come the end of this regular season.
Yeah. But, you know, most importantly for, you know, and because there's a 50% attrition with rookies making that mid-season cut. So the really good news for both Joel Vaughan and all the North Shelley Beach board riders is that we're going to see Joel Vaughan again next year, 2026, on the tour, which is shaping up to be really the dream tour back.
Yep.
And so, you know, Joel's is going to have some time back home, relax, tune in the equipment with Darren Handley, you know, and actually just get in the right, you know, mind space, right, for the 2026. Because, hey, look at, once April starts 2026 and we start the tour off in Bells, it's going to be rapid fire through that season.
Yep.
So get ready, buckle up, take advantage of that downtime for all of the CT surfers.
See Tommy Whitaker and Sakura there getting ready for the opening heat of the women's round. And you're right, and I think, like, getting back to the rookies, like Joel and Marco and Al, by the time we see them again in April, they're going to be completely different surfers.
Yeah.
Like, that much time off after spending you know, just making the cut in your rookie season, and then getting you know, a full year on the tour.
Bassi wave comes through here, no takers. Little crumbly down, nearing the 2-minute mark here, and I think the script is already written in this first heat of the morning.
Are you trying to jinx it from an Aussie mate?
Sure.
I like that.
Why not? If anything, any way I can help the universe, Stace. And you know, I've done forced jinx before. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I will say though, we will need to see something pretty interesting as we come down to under 2 minutes now.
Heat recap, Stace, starting with Jake Marshall.
Yeah, this is a nice nice completion there for Jake to start the day. A beautiful blue open tube come flying out. And, you know, for Jake to get completion that early in the heat definitely set him up. Then this was his most recent ride. Love the stall there to set that one up. Beautiful entry to that wave. That would have felt so nice. That was the 6.9.
Yep, 13.4 two-wave total for Jake Marshall. And he's about a minute 15 seconds away from taking the last spot in the men's round of 16, which we still have on standby potentially for later today. We're leaving all the cards on the table. We know following this heat, we're going to get into our women's opening round. We're going to get into our women's elimination round as well, but we do have a women's quarters and that men's round of 16. We have the option depending on conditions and surf.
You never rule out the kilojoules.
No.
Never rule them out. Could be a few extra ones out there to Savo.
You never know when the swell is going to show up too. I mean, we have Surfline tracking it, but, you know, stranger things have happened here at the end of the road.
9.4 is a requirement, but at this stage it could just be a perso for Joel. Unfortunately, that wave just sort of sitting out off the shelf and not really barreling for him.
All right, well, hey, great 2025 season for Joel Vaughan, a rookie coming through, making it through to the cut, and we'll see Joel again in 2026. Jake Marshall, we're not done with him yet. Jake Marshall in 3 seconds, now officially the last heat of the elimination round winner, Jake Marshall. We're going to see him in the round of 16 for the men. We'll reseed for that, and we'll see who the matchup is going to be for Jake Marshall. Getting into the women next, coming up, Isabella Nichols, Bailu Sakura Johnson, Erin Brooks. We're bringing in Joe Chappelle, Flick Palmentier, and a special guest.
Isabella Nichols, blue is Sakura Johnson, and white is Erin Brooks. 25-minute hit. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Jeff Marshall, advancing to round 3. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la première série du round d'ouverture des filles, avec en rouge l'Australienne Isabella Nichols opposée à la Hawaïenne Sakura Johnson en bleu et à la Canadienne Erin Brooks en blanc. Série de 35 minutes là aussi. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, c'est Jeff Marshall qui se qualifie pour le 3e round.
Always a pleasure to be in paradise here on the beautiful island of Tahiti in the beautiful French Polynesian archipelago. Isabella Nichols, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and Erin Brooks kick off the opening round of competition for the women in the regular season finale. All roads leading to the WSL Finals as we have a big one here for heat number 1, number 4 and 5 in the world going head-to-head here. And then Erin Brooks, the wild card kind of feel as the rookie trying to upset the world title race. All 3 of them with a mathematical shot to make it to cloud break. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Schaller Perry from Surfline joining us once again. Great to see you guys.
Good to see you too, Joey.
How good's life in Tahiti, Schaller?
It's pretty beautiful down here.
Are you staying pretty close by?
Yeah, just up the road.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all.
Not a bad gig. I'm sure it's a big fight with the team like Kevin Wallace. Who gets to come to Tahiti every year?
Almost goes to blows every year.
I could imagine. I could imagine. Thanks for joining us for the call here. Isabella Nichols, .2. Betty Lou, a .3 start. So right there, we're already getting young Erin Brooks with priority, who has made a serious statement over the last couple of days, Flick.
Oh, she definitely has. Word on the street is that I think she was the only female to actually have a crack at paddling it in those couple of warm-up days prior to the event kicking off, which is pretty cool. And I also heard that she was pretty keen to give it a crack and get on the back of that rope, but Jake was kind of like her coach, hang on, let's just keep our cool here, you know, but she is a bull at the gate and she was very ready to take it on.
Gosh, what a phenom. And she's 18. She just turned 18 at Jeffreys Bay. She had a CT win at 17, a wild card last year at Cloudbreak. And believe it or not, she's from Texas. There's a good surf culture in Texas. Schaller, have you ever done some forecasting for that part of the world?
Not much for Texas, a lot for the Gulf of Florida, though.
How's that work? Is that challenging as a forecaster?
Absolutely.
What makes it unique?
It's such a small basin is what makes it unique, and the windows to score waves are really short. Ideally, tropical systems, there's kind of, you have 2 edges of the sword there, but can get really, really good serve.
Erin Brooks uses priority to lock it in. Look at that stand-up hit to kick things off in the matchup, and that'll put her right into the lead. Her ability to charge is sensational. Pipe Masters title in the specialty event series couple of more recently, and then absolutely charging at Cloudbreak, going to Indonesia and beating most of the guys in a really cool specialty event as well. How about this start, Flick?
She has such a good technical ability in the barrel, right? She's surfing with maturity beyond her years. It's so impressive to watch. It's just, you know, we saw this at Cloudbreak last year too, her ability to thread those barrels. She's essentially playing with it. It is absolutely crazy to watch. And I just can't wait to see. This is her at what is it, 18. And imagine how good she's going to get in the next few years. She's so young still. I mean, just even that, this is just her playing with it at the moment. I think we're going to see a couple of deeper tubes on the horizon for Erin.
Gosh, she has just made such a big impact on surfing in a short period of time. And I think when you have this kind of dedication, world-class surfers and the legends of our sport are so willing, and they want to assist her and pass on their knowledge. We're going through Shane Beshan, Shane Dorian, Kaia Hart. Kelly Slater was in her corner at Cloudbreak last year. Now Jake the Snake Patterson. I mean, that's a list of legends just passing down information to Erin Brooks, because I think when they see someone passionate and maybe even more dedicated than they might have been at that age, they're like, yep, you've got my time, you've got my attention. Let me help you succeed.
Yeah, it definitely speaks volumes to the kind of person she is, how she carries herself, and just how, I think, her readiness to learn too. You know, she's such a little student and she's taking all this information in, just the biggest sponge. So, you know, even this morning I just saw her, one of the warm-up waves that she got. It was really cool, just the way she plays with the barrel out here. And yeah, I was really looking forward to this heat and for her to get a start here in Tahiti.
Schaller, let's talk waves. First of all, your overall impressions from what we had yesterday. As you were, going to bed last night, what did you think about it?
Such an amazing start. It definitely got challenging through the back half of the day. We're kind of riding the coattails of that toe swell from the middle of the week. It's coming down, still holding a lot of size, but we have that swell period coming down, so it's really accentuating that difficulty in the waves deciding whether they're going to stand up on that outer ledge or they're going to move the inside in that west bowl. So it was definitely a tricky call for this morning, just with how much size we're going to have left over. We're still seeing a couple pretty solid waves. They're spaced out like they were through the back half of the day yesterday, though. So really looking forward to seeing that tide come up a little bit over the next couple of hours. The swell is going to ease a little bit more. Hopefully they'll just focus it more, make it more just straightforward on the inner ledge for everybody.
Awesome, Schaller. Thanks for joining us for this call. We'll continue that conversation, but I got to say good morning to Strider Wazalewski out there. Erin Brooks just got a 5. What do you think about that was?
I think she just kind of, when she paddled by, she's like, I didn't even get barreled. That was a pretty great comment from her. So, she is expecting a lot out of herself. Watching the waves this morning, identifying those really tight inside nuggets that were coming through. All she's thinking about is just being deep in the tube, which, obviously she's really good at. I mean, watch this. She's going to pull the rail, pull right up under it, and, kind of stay right in the tube, just like she likes to do, but she's probably not even going to be happy with that because she wants to get really deep. You know what I mean?
It's a good call. Yeah, Strider, it's interesting, when you see someone that just has so many goals, like she's not satisfied with getting a 5 for that one.
No.
She might have been more happy if they gave her a 3. Here we go. We've got Isabella Nichols locking in and ending up just being out front, so she'll step off. Second wave ridden, not barreled yet. Erin Brooks is like a little sister to Isabella Nichols. They've got to spend a lot of time together throughout the Challenger Series. When Isabella would get sent to the CS, she'd often stay with Erin, surf together. They'd be in CS finals together. Amazing relationship. She had a great view of Erin Brooks getting the 10 at Snapper on the Challenger Series. Let's catch up with Jake Marshall and another guy from the same part of Southern California, Chris Cote.
Oh, thanks, team. Yep, Encinitas, Jake Marshall. Nothing wrong with waking up early and packing a few tubes before, 8 o'clock a.m.?
I know, right? It was definitely like yesterday I was getting all psyched to surf and then just unfortunately ran out of time before our heat. But I was kind of thinking it actually might be better because it's super clean and it's small, but at least there's a lot of opportunities to find some little barrels out there. But yeah, I haven't surfed this part of the reef in a while, so I was out there this morning just kind of bobbing around trying to pick my spots, and then I felt like I did a good job of navigating the lineup, so yeah, I was stoked.
Kind of a cool moment. I saw you guys hanging out right before the end of the day last night, you and your fellow competitor in that last heat, just having a discussion. What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, me and Joel, I think we were both just well, we might as well go get a couple waves and practice before tomorrow, because since we've been here, it's just been bombing, so you got to adjust. That's competing and competition. But yeah, Joel said, and it's been cool hanging with him this year. It's his first year and he's been ripping. And yeah, I don't know, we were just joking around, just oh, let's just throw the jersey on, just do it now, But yeah, it was fun. Just cool hanging with everyone and these moments at the end of the year where there's like maybe not like a ton of pressure. Everyone's just kind of like enjoying it, trying to find some barrels and have some fun and surf some good heats.
Yeah, and of course the Rookie of the Year conversation is now in full form. So looking out there today, yesterday, the couple days before, obviously experts only. Today is a day that I think a lot of normal surfers, like myself maybe, think about maybe I could go out there and make it. What are the chances that a mediocre to mid-level surfer could make one of these waves today?
Oh, 100%. I mean, today's the day. It's like so perfect, but honestly, like these days are sometimes like a little bit tricky because, oh, there's a set coming now. But you really got to technically like ride the barrel a lot more technical on days like today where it's small. And you got to kind of like manufacture the score a little bit. Like even if you get a good wave, you can't just like beeline it through. Whereas when it's big, you can kind of just point and shoot and get a bomb and not just make the takeoff and go straight and like end up getting a big score. And yeah, today you kind of got to be able to like maneuver through the barrel and really maximize those scores. And I feel like the best barrel riders, like they're able to kind of do both. So I'm just trying to work on that. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fun still, and I think everyone would have a good time out there today for sure.
Well, just as you said that, a set rolls in, and that's going to be a no for me on behalf of us mid-level surfers still bombing out there. Congratulations, Jake, moving through into the next round.
You got this, Cote. I believe in you, man. It's your day. Chris would go, for sure. Those two see each other all the time down at Seaside Reef and all their fun waves they have in Encinitas, California. Great job for Jake Marshall, just adapting. Yeah, totally different playing field than what we had yesterday. And Jake will move on to take on Cole Hauschman as we look back at Erin Brooks on her 5.83 flick.
Yeah, but probably still not stoked like what Strider said. I reckon she is chasing, she's hungry, right? I think, but she's putting together a smart heat. I think locking in these couple of fives early on, I mean, it kind of allows her a little bit of breathing room, right? She's out, she's got the lead, couple of fives locked in. Now she can start looking for that sort of wave that she really wants.
Erin Brooks, 10.83 total out front. Betty Lou needs a 9.63, and Isabella comboed for the win. So it is the young 18-year-old rookie that still is establishing herself, and it's scary that she's not satisfied because she's still going to really push the older surfers in this lineup. Betty Lou, just 20. You know, Isabella, 27. Still a Schaller Perry from Surfline, and it's been really cool to learn from you, Schaller, over the last few years on what makes Chopes tick. But we're going to bring up the maps because I love when you talk over them coming into, you know, day 2 of the waiting period.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, we'll run down. You know, the main takeaway is we had this massive purple blob there, just 1,000 miles off of Tahiti here. That swell is trending down through the day today. We do have a couple little reinforcements that'll join in later today into tomorrow, but the main thing we're watching is this storm passing by to the south of New Zealand. Have 25 to 30 foot seas verified in that system already. It's gonna push towards us over the next couple of days. Then we have another close by storm system that develops over the weekend. So that sets up some nice waves as we move in the middle part next week. So pretty straightforward on the winds today. We're gonna easterly trades tomorrow. Get an offshore land breeze in the morning, then a sea breeze in the afternoon, so onshore sea breeze. So looking at today, still up in that double or red range on the very best sets, but most of the waves coming through are below that. We're gonna see size gradually tick down through the day. Nice clean conditions early. Wind's gonna stay easterly, not be quite as strong as it was yesterday, but will come up as we move into the afternoon. Again, tomorrow, gonna just gradually trend down. Probably not too far off from this afternoon in the morning, but getting smaller as we move through the weekend into Monday. Monday's smallest day of the window, it looks like. And then Tuesday into Wednesday, we got a new round of southwest swell that's gonna fill in. Right now, it looks like that's gonna top out on Wednesday and then ease through Thursday.
Not bad. So Wednesday is kind of the day you were telling us about yesterday as well. How's that been tracking so far?
There's certainly some options on the table. Yeah, it continues to look like Wednesday is probably the strongest day left in the window right now. There is a little bit of uncertainty still with that nearby low that's going to move away from the North Island of New Zealand as that develops. That was the type of system that set up the waves through the middle part of this week. Doesn't look nearly as potent, but certainly something that we're keeping an eye on right now.
Schaller, you got a fan. Do you mind taking a question from one of our callers?
Let's go.
All right, Strider, what do you have?
Schaller, what's happening, my bro?
What's up, Strider?
How you doing?
Doing great.
All right, I got a question for you. You know, not sure about the theory, but is the deeper intervals, so let's just say like the 17, 18 second intervals, are those you know, obviously makes the wave hit the reef really hollow and you know, stands it up and just makes it look really gnarly. And then like the 15-16 second period, is there a difference in the speed of the swell? I feel like those bigger intervals seems like it moves faster, and that's why it stands up and hits the reef so hard, or is it just because it's a deeper ground swell?
So you're right on the money with the speed. So that period translates to the speed that the swell is moving through the water. You can actually multiply the period by 1.5, and then it gives you a speed in nautical miles an hour. So when you have that longer period, the energy is also extending deeper into the water column. So when you have like an 18, 19 second swell, front end of a really solid swell billing in here, it just gets thick, gnarly, doesn't really have as much of an entry. But then as you get into that 17, 16, 15 second range, you really get into the sweet spot where it allows an entry. It's still, I mean, this place is pretty insane when you talk about the bathymetry of it. So you have 15, 16 second interval. It's really kind of the sweet spot for just really nice. It's thick, but a little more approachable than the front end of these swells. Today, we're all the way down in that like 13, 14 second range, but there's still some size on it. So that's what's making for that difficulty in the wave deciding whether it wants to. There's a couple that are trying to move out a little bit and they kind of pancake. And then you have those ones that kind of move inside that have a little bit better shape.
All right, well, I thank you for that long-winded answer right there, so I can really break down and understand it even better. So it was really cool to understand that, because I was always wondering about the speed and how fast swells are moving and you know what the difference is and the effect on the bathymetry and the way they approach. So now I know exactly what it is. Thank you.
Great question, Strider. And that formula, I'd never heard of that before, Schaller. What was that? 1.5 times
the period.
The period gives you the nautical miles of how fast.
Yeah, it gives you the speed that the swell is moving.
Wow, that's amazing. Really cool. I'd never heard that before. So our period right now is 13 seconds?
Yeah, like 13, 14 seconds.
Times that by 1.5. I can't do that in my head, unfortunately. But that's great, man. We're going to use that. And it's really cool. When we're like at your hometown flick,
yeah.
You know, at Main Break, Ant-Man's one of those guys that tell us, because when you're on the cliff, everything looks in slow motion when it's big. Oh, wait, you've got your calculator out. So these waves today are moving at 19.5 nautical miles.
There we go.
Not bad.
In deep water.
In deep water.
Okay.
Fascinating. But
That's
yeah,
really
Ant-Man
cool.
was telling me, he's like, yeah, it looks slow motion, doesn't it, from the bluff? But it's actually moving so much quicker with that size. And, you know, Strider bringing up that point over the last few days, those haunted ones that come in, it even shortens the decision time if you're going to go or not. Comes out of deep water off that shelf, and you got to put your head down, turn the brain off sometimes, and absolutely pack it. Still enjoying our time with Schaller Perry. Erin Brooks out in front, 5.83 and a 5.0. For you, Schaller, is there like your favorite forecast you've ever been a part of, you know, in history of this event, or even just forecasting for Tahiti in your what's been a very long career?
I'd say coming down here and doing the forecast for the event is it. I think last year was really special to see, to work with the crew and really help make some decisions that put the women out in just some insane waves and allow them to push the bar, and that was something really cool to be a part of. Awesome to come. I mean, unfortunately, the tow swell was just before the window, but the swell this year, yesterday morning, was something pretty special.
When you are creating all this information and gathering it all to, you know, help Lily Pereira, Renato Hickel make those decisions, do you ever feel the weight of those calls, you know, shaping the career of people that are going for the Final Five?
Don't typically think about that as much, but definitely feel the weight of the call. Like, really want to, we're all surf fans at the end of the day, right? So you want to see things run in the best conditions. You want it to be captivating. You want to watch and enjoy it. So there's definitely that, trying to get the best waves on display.
Love it, Schaller. As we see the three surfers paddle over that one, Erin Brooks still holding priority as she's looking to increase her lead, wants to get rid of that 5 for her own personal goals of getting real deep in this wave here at Teahupo'o. Schaller, always appreciate your time joining us. Looking like we have some great things to look forward to in the waiting period for the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. We'll let Schaller go and prepare for the forecast for the next few days as we anticipate history Kaia, the youngest surfer ever in a CT event, is coming up next. The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Lakey Peterson, the longtime veteran from Santa Barbara, California, working with her coach, Leandro Dora. She's got the helmet, she's grabbing her jersey. She's coming up next against Molly Picklum. Molly, her good friend, old sparring partners, world #1. Lakey comes into this event #8, and they will be a part of history being written in that next heat with Kaia Galina coming out of the trials, just 12 years of age in the CT, as we focus in on your WSL fantasy teams, your power picks. Molly Picklum was the most popular pick. There's a lot of P's there. Coming into Teahupo'o, 31% of you went with Molly. I get it. That makes a lot of sense.
It does, but also Vahine, past event winner last year. Serious surf. Look at the forecast coming up. Forehand. Look at the previous event winners on the women's side. You got 7, I think, goofy foots versus 4 regular foot winners in the past. I don't know. I mean, Pickles is really good, don't get me wrong. But if you're going for the experience out here, knowing, you know, the best waves to choose, that surprises me.
No, I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
I understand.
With Vahine, with all she's accomplished out here, you think she might still get, you know, the most popular votes for your power picks. Your power picks on fantasy get double points. And you'd think someone who's kind of been there, done that, this is her local lineup, but there is this little surge of Molly Picklum that she's just been building all season, winning, finaling in J-Bay, still in yellow at the final event of the season. And young Kaia, 12 years of age. She's about to turn 13 on August 10th. And she's got all her little groms here supporting her in the channel. What a huge moment for her as her career is just beginning. Big part of the WSL Rising Tides program, and you kind of think she could just enjoy that for a few years, but now she's ready for the big stage.
This is so cool. This is epic. And it would be so cool for her to surf against, you know, the women that she's been looking up to for so many years now. You know, guaranteed, you know, she's been following them on socials for so long, seen them, tuning into all the WSL broadcasts all around the world, watching these women compete, and now she's getting the chance to do it with her idols. So it's just going to be history right now. It's going to be made. It's unbelievable. She's just still a little kid. You know, it's crazy, but she's absolutely so deserving of it, you know, winning the trials and, you know, packing tubes at Chopes at 12.
9:55 on the clock. Isabella Nichols wants to put her head down on this one. Ends up just running down the line, puts herself in a good spot. The lip is going to land on her head. Her third try there to get a make. Third wave incomplete. Still chasing a score to break the combination that her good friend Erin Brooks has on her out in front. Betty Lou will now have priority as she's chasing a 9.63 on one wave for the lead. And for that attempt for Isabella, going down in the barrel, it's a 1.5. So now combination is broken. And she can do it in one wave. It'd have to be a big 9.33. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I didn't mind this. I think Bella had the right idea, and Jake Marshall kind of spoke to it in his post-head interview with Cote, is that when it's smaller, I mean, that was just a difficult section. It just crumbled, and it didn't really let her out. But Jake was mentioning, you know, sometimes it can be harder when it's smaller like this. It's a bit more sectiony, and it actually requires more technical ability to try and thread these tubes. So I think she had the right idea. Unfortunately, that one just didn't really let her out.
Isabella Nichols had put in a lot of time at pipe and backdoor this year. Ended up with an equal fifth, but one wave at backdoor that meant a lot to her, which really set her off this season. And she's turned it in some of her best performances to date. You know, leading up to a big Bells Trophy, runner-up to Gabriela Bryan in El Salvador. So much consistency in the quarterfinals as well this season for Isabella.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch her this year, and you know, you just even reflect on the year previous. I think she made a post on socials and she was saying she hasn't been back here in a really long time, you know, and it feels good to be back, and it feels good to be back here in Tahiti. Just watching this year was really cool because you just mentioned those results, but I just think the way she's putting together a heat has really impressed me. I think she's cleaned up a lot of mistakes, like strategy-wise, and I watched, you know, that win at Bells, for me, her wave selection was crazy. It was just that she had this innate ability. She'd figured that you know, she'd figure out the bowl, she'd figured it out really well, and the board as well. I think she mentioned that too. The DHD she was on, you know, it was this, basically it was sort of being coined, you know, that second cash cow. Steph Gilmore had the original one, the one that made, you know, won all these events for her, and now Bella said she's got her own basically, and yeah, it was just so epic to watch her, you know, the evolution of the boards. I think they said, yeah, they'd worked on a few things there, and then just the wave selection, and she's like, I don't know, all of a sudden all these things are lining up and it's all working for me, and it feels really good.
Gosh, cash cow, one of the best names for a surfboard, where it's making you all kinds of money, $100,000 on the line for wins, and Steph was just cleaning up on that board. Yeah. Created a magic model, and the rest of the team benefits from it. Catching up with Matt Biolos this morning, making boards for Erin Brooks and several of the crew. Big congrats to Matt and his whole team once again for dominating the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. And it just shows how much dedication they have. You know, it's not, they don't just make a quiver and then sit and watch. It's moving down the line with them on tour and seeing what's changing, what they have to do to adjust. And Matt told me this morning that he's had to change Erin's boards. She's not getting taller, but she's growing because she's training and building power and adding lean muscle weight. So her boards have gone from 17.25 in width to 17.75, even 18 inches wide sometimes on her 6'2" that she got a couple of barrels on the other day. Thicker as well with V-decks and low rails. That V-deck is thick along the center for paddle and drive, and keeps the rails low to like permeate the face and really grip the wall. It really holds in and keeps it sensitive. So thinking about everything to help Erin succeed here as she rolls in. Great positioning, nice beautiful wave in the pocket. She'll get spit out, and her third make in this heat. And the Canadians taking total control, and it's a big one for the title race, Flick. She's number 9 in the world, but she's trying to set number 4 and 5 into the elimination round.
And she, oh, here we go, Betty Lou out the back.
Betty Lou now locks in, late takeoff, gets her rail, pulls under, it is still wide open. And unfortunately, Sakura ends up going down, but wow, what an effort on the takeoff. Another one growing off the reef.
Whoa, it's really cool to see those sets still coming through. There's that bit more power still in this ocean, which is nice to see. But yeah, back to your point, Joe, this is a crazy heat. 4 and 5 in the world, and essentially Erin still has that shot at, you know, knocking us maybe number 5, whoever ends up there, out of that position if she is to win the event. So just in terms of implications of what that means, it is really nuts. And at the moment, she's doing just that. That last wave, as we see Betty Lou just getting absolutely rinsed here at the moment. Tahitian Water Patrol on it.
Yeah, just had the wipeout, then took 2 waves on the head, got rid of the board. The board's going to the lagoon, so Water Patrol grabbing Betty Lou, and she's taking the deep breaths. Just saw a little smile cracking there as she'll go to a backup board and try again. Really great effort on a sizable wave. You can tell her intent in this heat flick. Wait for those outside sets and do your best to pack it as we look at it on the IC replay.
Oh, she did so well. I mean, she was so late, but she manages to get into it, which is amazing. She pulls that rail up under the lip, maybe just that little bit too late, but great positioning. If she makes that, she's got the highest wave score of the heat. And then this is Erin's last wave. I mean, she's gone from a one-arm drag to a double-arm drag, essentially toying with it. You see the double-arm drag right there just to really slow down. I feel like this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. I mean, but to go back to Betty Lou, if she had made that, I mean, she's going up into that excellent range.
Last score for Erin Brooks, a 6.5. I wonder if she's satisfied. I don't think so. As she's out in front, looking to try to send 4 and 5 into the elimination round. It's big because every surfer on tour is within the mathematical shot of making the final 5. Isabella Nichols grabs the rail, too far out in front as she steps off. Both Betty Lou and Isabella comboed for the win, so we might be seeing that unfold. And then if 4 and 5 go into that next round, who knows who they'll be up against. Just a chance to lose really early.
And then the door's kind of wide open, you know. I think if you're looking at it from Erin's perspective, it's the best possible outcome for her, right? To make that charge through. And then, I mean, then it makes that elimination round very interesting. There's a lot of implications there. It's sort of like, you know, for them to keep that dream alive, they've got to make it through. If Erin's already in the quarters, that's a finals day appearance already.
Last score for Isabella, 2.27, stays comboed. The attempt for Betty Lou, 2.10, as we check in with the Vista CT Shaper rankings. Lost dominating 3 consecutive seasons in this heat. Matt has Erin, and also Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, we signed in the offseason. Darren Hanley's got Isabella Nichols in this one. Sharp Eye number 3, Channel Islands number 4. Big congrats to JS Industries. Man, they put together an incredible team this year. And we kind of had a record-setting performance from Jordy Smith, giving points to several shapers this season. Even threw some points up for JS. Gave some points to Matt Biolis. Got some points for his dad, G-Force. And right now he's on a Paizel. You know, if he gets into the quarters, he could even break his own record of contributing to several of the best shapers in the world.
That is just such a cool story. I mean, we were speaking to it yesterday, but just, it's so cool that all the shapers are like, you know what, we respect you enough, this is cool. I think it's all fair, like, you know, you're such a good surfer, you've been around for so long, and I also think it speaks volumes to the kind of person Jordy is, the kind of student of the sport he is, but also just his upbringing as well. Obviously, his dad, a shaper, and growing up in that environment, just wanting to experiment and try new things.
Big heat for the title race. Erin Brooks in a position to set number 4 and 5 in the world into the elimination round. Here's world number 9, Erin Brooks, the rookie, pulling in deeper. She gets it. She continued just slowly building, putting herself deeper and deeper. That's that smart young mind, knowing that she could get more from the panel upstairs. Her last was a 6.5, and now that 5.83 is going to be gone.
Wow, yeah, she's just upping that ante every single time. I mean, there's only 40 seconds left, and I mean, this is what she's been managed to do on not a set wave, right? And she's already pulling great scores. Just got to think, you know, if she was to get on one of those set waves, just her ability. But yeah, she's been so impressive to watch. We'll see, there might be one more roll of the dice here.
And they all paddle over, so Erin Brooks waiting for the score. She doesn't even need it. In fact, she has sent number 4 and 5 in the world into the elimination round. Betty Lou with priority is just going to get a last wave, but she is comboed right now. And she'll take this one into the channel. And she'll be out there again later on today to try to keep her hopes alive to be in the Lexus WSL Finals. A big heat win, a crucial one in the world title race. We talked about it on Dawn Patrol. Who's just outside the cut? Caroline Marks, a gold medalist out here, a champ at Teahupo'o. Tyler Wright, the most experienced, well-decorated surfer on the championship tours, #7 in the world. That's exactly what they wanted to see unfold in the first heat of the opening round. Erin Brooks will take that one and move on to the quarterfinals. Up next, Molly Picklum, Lakey Peterson, and the youngest competitor in a CT event, creating history with Kaia Galina right after this.
Just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous heat, congratulations to Erin Brooks, advancing to quarterfinal. Isabella and Vahine will be in the elimination round. Voilà donc à l'instant début de cette série avec la surfeuse en jaune sur sa première vague. Molly Picklum, l'Australienne opposée à l'Américaine Lakey Peterson en bleu et la jeune Tahitienne Kaia Galina est en blanc. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Erin Brooks qui se qualifie directement pour les quarts de finale.
Great to be here in paradise. Heat #2 already off and running and off to a brilliant start. Molly Picklum, world #1. Loves chopes, loves Tahiti, loves getting barreled. She's taken on Lakey Peterson and the 12-year-old local Kaia Galina. She'll be turning 13 on August 10th. And she is just shining bright. She has been so busy the last few weeks with media interviews, but this just happened.
Holy moly, packing an absolute bomb straight out of the gates. Are you kidding me? That was so technically well done. Grabs that rail. This tube stays so open. Great wave selection. And this is going to be an excellent number, Joe.
Most picked as a power surfer on their fantasy teams, Molly Picklum. You guys saw this coming a mile away.
Holy! Wow, that was incredible.
There's somebody in that one. Potentially. Molly Picklum looks like she gets shut down, but already feeling it. What a start. 8.83 on her opening ride, and she's not even worried about hearing the number. Wow, she just took that one on the head. Even though the size decreased from yesterday, these things seriously pack a punch. Look how much time she spent underwater. Grabs her board, and she might have another one to deal with here. She'll get a couple strokes and then right back down to try to punch under the white water with a serious duck dive. Still able to hang on to her board, shaped by Darren Hanley, and now the water patrol will be by her side if she needs it. What a score, what a start. 8.83, few judges into the 9s there. They dropped the high and the low, and she's already taken control here and really acting like world #1 this morning.
Wow, that was incredible as we see Kaia.
On her opening ride, the 12-year-old local representing Teahupo'o will get scored on the CT scale, winning the trials a couple of weeks ago as we see her paddling into the channel. She is always so happy, always says hi to everybody. She's a little kid, really, just realizing her dream well before anyone thought it was going to happen. I think people close to her know what she's been putting in as far as time on this reef and all around this island. Her dad, Ryan's from the Big Island of Hawaii, and so she's got a lot of family over there in the Hawaiian Islands as well. She came over to Kauai last summer and did the Live Like Zion Gromfest event, and she was just so stoked to be there and this awesome contest. She already has that wonderful grommet spirit, and gosh, it's crazy to see her at the Grom event, and then a year later she's on the championship tour surfing against her heroes. Another surfer that could be comparable when you think of the fast run to the top is a weapon named Erin Brooks. Just won that last heat. She's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Erin, nicely done there. That first heat, just right in the books. A couple good barrels, but something tells me you wanted more.
Yeah, I definitely wanted more, especially seeing what Molly just did. It really fired me up, and I know I have a lot more in the tank to give, and it's so nice that we get to be out there. I really just wanted to get a set, but I kept going on the little ones and not getting too deep. But I'm happy that I won. I would take that any day.
Pretty radical storyline there. You may have just shook up the balance, taking 2 surfers out in that opening round, sending them to the ER, you to the quarterfinals. You're shaking up the top 5 already.
That's great. I mean, I know everyone wants to be in the top 5. It's what we strive for all year. Everyone wants to go to Fiji, and it's a bummer for those girls, but they have another chance, so they can definitely come back. And seeing Betty Lou charge, and Isabella, I know she can do it as well. They definitely can make their heats and come back.
Now, a lot of people are wondering, how did you get so comfortable in the barrel? And do you have any tips for normal surfers to learn how to ride the tube better, because you make it look so easy?
I've spent a lot of time practicing getting barreled, especially at sand bottom waves, so I didn't have to worry about the reef. Here, though, is a different story. Everyone's wearing helmets and impact vests, so it's a bit more scary if you had a bad wipeout, but just gotta pray to the Lord to keep you safe.
All right, thank you so much for the tips, and congratulations. Quarterfinalist, Erin Brooks.
Boom, right there, Chris. She was unstoppable in that last one. Left her competitors comboed, and her competitors are in the final 5, so big world title implications in the elimination round, which is set to be on later on today. And it'll come up quickly. Remember, post-cut, there's only 4 heats in the opening round for the women as we catch up with Molly Picklum. She's on fire.
Whew, this is 2 from 2 now. This is incredible. Her wave selection, I think, for me, is what's setting her apart. Obviously, the technical ability in the tube on the backhand. You know, obviously, we always have that conversation about backhand versus forehand, and it is that little bit more technical on your backside, and she is just absolutely nailing this. Just the perfect technique. Beautiful grab rail, you know, using that front arm to really wipe off that speed, maximize that time in the tube, and just nice and casual too. Not looking like she's holding on for dear life, she's just looking like she's playing with it. Molly Picklum is demonstrating why she is that fantasy surfer fantasy big power surfer.
Well done, Molly Picklum, wearing yellow for a good reason, having so much consistency. And I think it just kept the fire just burning because she hadn't won an event, even though she was just hanging out in that 3-spot, 2-spot, but it was just building, you know. Surfers at this level, they want to clean up events and have their name on the top of the podium, and she did that in Brazil, runner-up in J-Bay, and perfect timing this close to the finals. Last score in for Molly Picklum as they're rushing to get out the back here. Locks in at a 8.07.
Wow.
She has had an amazing 9 minutes. Already has an excellent heat, 16.9 total. Everybody's comboed.
Molly's also the kind of surfer that, you know, maybe she was being a bit more calculated over the last couple of days during that warm-up. You know, she is, you know, already locked for fighting for a world title. And I know the kind of person she is, that she would have been sort of just dying to get out there and give it a crack, but maybe being a bit more reserved, knowing just what's around the corner in less than a month's time, and maybe she's really going to put it all on the line there. But she just absolutely charges, and it's so cool to see just the evolution of her surfing and how good she's got at backhand tube riding.
It's impressive. Molly Picklum has been a world title threat the last few seasons. She's already got to feel the format of how fast the WSL Finals goes, you know, how quick it goes. She's had that experience at lower trestles. That's going to be to her benefit and her advantage, even though it's a venue change at Cloudbreak. I think the venue brings out more of her strengths at this end of the season for the Lexus WSL Finals. Obviously, she'll be able to show off that backhand tube technique if it's pumping, and she could adapt to big backhand turns, which she's really, really solid at. Let's break down the scenarios for the final 5. Molly Picklum will clinch the #1 seed if she gets to the final of this event. Gabby Bryan and Katie Simmers clinch their spots in the final 5. So we're working out 4 and 5 at the moment. And if you just saw that last heat, Nichols and Johnson both sent to the elimination rounds. Caroline Marks is the one right behind them, #6, and she will clinch if she wins the event, something that she's already done before.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the one name I'm looking at, which we're speaking about, is Erin Brooks, #9, mathematically in the hunt. And she's just knocked Isabella and Betty Lou into that elimination round. Just from what I saw, you could just see how hungry she is. Obviously, she's got big, names that she will potentially be matched up against, your Molly Picklum. I mean, look at the 2 scores she's just dropped here. But I just think Erin has a lot more left to give. We heard her say it. And she's also super hungry. You think about the next time she could potentially surf later on in this forecast, it's going to be looking a bit bigger. And we know Erin is not afraid. We know she had a crack that, a couple of days ago, the warm-up surf, how good she was looking. I can't stop thinking that Erin could be a good shot here.
Favorite to win?
Yeah, I'm just going to say it. I reckon Erin's my favorite to win.
There we go. Set it nice and early, well
just
before
put it out
the
there,
whole round's complete. I love that, Flick. I love that. Let's go. Here we go. We've got the queen of Teahupo'o grabbing the jersey. Coming up next, Vahine Fiero taking on Tyler Wright and Gabriela Bryan. Vahine surfed in her rookie season at the first half of this year. Ended up falling off tour. It stopped 7 at Margaret River, but learned a lot. Was in the Rookie of the Year race with Erin Brooks and Bella Kenworthy. And we know what she's been doing over here on her home break as we watch this one just drain through the inside shelf. All that air gets trapped inside the pit and just puffs out into the channel. You could watch that all day.
Wow, that was a very cylindrical wave, that one. Really good shape.
Molly Picklum, now that she has a 16.9 total, she has officially just turned in her best combined total of 2025. Just beat out her opening round at J Bay, which was 16.82 combined total. So Picklum hasn't even peaked yet, and we're in the final event of the regular season. Let's catch up with Chris Cote.
Oh, thanks, guys. Well, you know that when Miss Chopo paddles out, everybody shows up. She got the whole crew right here. What's going on? What's happening out in the lineup?
Yeah, nothing really for now, but it looks like a few sets are coming in now.
All right, some sets are coming in. Chopo Grom's on the scene. This is Kaylani's little sister, Lily, 6.5 years old. She'll be out there probably next year getting tubed. We know how it works around here in Tahiti. And look at this West Bowl coming through. Here we go. It's time to go wild. Let's go!
Yeah, Chris, everyone punching through that one. And you'd think for a second when Chris is hanging out with all these Groms, are we at like a junior event? Are we at a Grom comp somewhere? No, their friend just happens to be unbelievably talented. Kaia Galina, 12 years of age, creating history today, being the youngest to be in a championship tour event. And she's so cruisy and comfortable. Her dad, I saw him on the point. He's a really cool guy, Ryan. He was just like, hey, man, usually the trials happens and then the main event happens in a couple of days. But she won the trials over Island Vost a couple of weeks ago. So her phone's been ringing nonstop, and Ryan's like, hey, let's just enjoy it. You know, let's take these calls, have fun. He keeps reminding his daughter that she has absolutely nothing to lose, and she just has to go out there, enjoy what it feels like to have priority, and look to get nice and barreled out there. So they're keeping things calm. There's not an extensive heat strategy. It's really leaning into enjoying the moment.
100%. That's what you got to do. She's so young and she's got the whole world ahead of her if she wants to continue surfing, if she wants to be a free surfer, if she even wants to do contests. And I think, obviously she spends a lot of time out here, living right here, but I think it'd be just really nice to enjoy it with only 2 other people out. And I'm sure she gets moments like this throughout the year, but just with 2 of her idols at her favorite break in the world, I mean, does it get better than that?
No, it's a total dream come true, and it seems like, you know, when you're 12, 13, you start getting marked as like, okay, you'll be on tour soon. I guess when you compare, you know, those young records, you know, you go to Caroline Marks, you know, she had a wild card at 13 at lowers, and that was really fun to see that she was already ready for the big stage. And there's something about being here at Chopes, though. It's a different type of wave. It's the wave that puts fear into most professionals around the world, and to see Kaia at 12 already signing up for it, it's impressive.
It's cool, and you know, we just saw Vahine on screen. She's coming up in the next heat, and Vahine would be such an inspiration for Kaia. You know, Kalia's that next generation, and she's going to be watching Vahine, and what happens so quickly on waves like this when you get so much experience at a wave of consequence is I think that level just gets raised so quickly, right? I remember talking to Vahine when she first started surfing out here, and the first time she paddled out and surfed here in a contest, she didn't even really want to catch a wave. And then, you know, fast forward a couple of years later, she like won Barrel of the Year. And it's just crazy how quick that progression can happen. And I just know, you know, this is only the very beginning, you know, of Kaia. She started surfing here at 4 years old, and now she's 12 and she's surfing in her first CT. I have no doubt in my mind in a couple of years' time, you know, we're going to see her packing these crazy bombs and be like, wow, remember that time when she was surfing in the CT? She was only 12? Look at her now. It's
so
crazy.
Good. She's got priority now. They're punching through this set. Molly still with the huge lead, 16.9 total out front. No one in position for that one. Kaia starting to look. And she'll hold her position there. Let's do some surfboard talk with Strider.
Right on, bro. Getting out of the way of that set. Thing came pretty wide into the channel, so I had to readjust. Ooh, look at this one, maybe. Yeah, we were gonna get into a little surfboard talk right here for the Super Grom. She's out there on a 5.0. Mayhem, I can't believe it. It's like, these boards are tiny. You know, her backup's a 4.11. I'm just thinking about, well, Cruz, my kid, just got a 4.11. Like she's young, but established, and almost like a comfortable, you know, situation out here in a lineup that just, you know, we're all terrified of. But here she is sitting out there just, you know, feeling it, ready. Her dad's just giving her little signals about how far out to be, and I don't know, it's just it's a phenomenon to me. I think it's so cool, and just to see all the kids on the back of the boat over there supporting her, really, really, really cool. The vibe out here is insane, and my hat's off to her. She's out there charging.
Absolutely charging and feeling it. And Strider, she also got to feel what it was like to be against world #1 Molly Picklum. Just already turned in her best combined heat total of the season. You always have the best view in the house. 883, 807. How did they look for you?
I mean, just about probably the technique was so good. She was so perfectly positioned, you know, to slow herself down on that second one and then let the wave just come around her and then lean on the gas. Everything about it looked, you know, like she was in control, and that's just, you know, the comfort and the control is what I'm noticing, because, you know, a lot of surfers are hanging on for life. You know, there's a lot of like rigid grab rails and trying to stuff it in there in that first heat that we saw, but you know what? Molly had nothing but comfort and control, and when you have that, you can actually, you know, ride the wave and enjoy it, and that's what she's doing.
Thank you so much, Strider. Last couple of years for Molly Picklum, I think everyone put big expectations on herself to, you know, not just be in the final, maybe win the event. And she was finding herself sliding out, being so deep. She was going for 10s on every section. And since she had so much success at pipe, it just, you know, you kind of just were applying that to Tahiti. And her best wave, you know, that she had scored last season, a 5.33. She's eclipsed that and some, and just being really smart with wave selection, putting in even more time, and turning in a couple of big rides. There's Kaia on the pickup with the Water Patrol, and they'll get her over to the channel. That 5.0 Mayhem still attached to her leg there. Kaia with the 1.03 start, getting that first wave before, and then just getting caught inside there. And when you grow up here at Teahupo'o, you know everybody. The Water Patrol is like family. Everyone's looking out for you. And she's grabbing her board and paddling back out. So you get really used to being on a ski or a boat. She's getting a round of applause from everybody in the channel right now.
That's really cool.
We talk about this being a huge moment, but she's been, you know, track for a while. Speaking of tracks, Tracks Magazine did an interview with her when she was 10. It was like this was already, you know, supposed to happen, and caught up with the Grom and just talked about her influences, what she wants to do. She kept focusing on just getting barreled, and, you know, there were some style comparisons to the greats like Lisa Anderson, Steph Gilmore when she surfs in. And she still has 15 minutes to enjoy this one.
I think in that interview she was saying pretty clear she wanted to be world champion, right? So that's pretty cool for a 12-year-old to already know what they want to do. And she's like, yeah, I want to be pretty young. I want to be a young world champion. I'm thinking 14 or 15.
Amazing. And when you know, when you grab the water patrol ski, you're going to lose priority there. So Kalia is learning at the CT level. As you see her priority change when she had first choice, now she's down to the bottom. And now we're halfway through heat number 2. If you're just joining us, number 4 and 5 in the world, Betty Lou and Isabella, are in the elimination round because Erin Brooks got really barreled in that last heat. She got a 5, a better 5, a 6-5, just kept increasing her total out front. So Erin's in the quarters, and world number 1 is just dedicated to being that yellow jersey, wanted to clinch that one. We caught up with Molly leading into this event.
Honestly, the moment you land, you feel it. It's just like all the locals, everyone's just got that mana, they call it, just like island vibes, cruising, but all of it really feels like anticipation for what that wave can provide. And it's funny, like our preparation for this event has just been watching all the mad dogs go crazy out there. Big wave crew flying in, the Hawaiians, the local boys just going crazy, some of the girls going nuts. At this stage, I just feel so inspired and like ready to do my little piece of this puzzle on this wave when we get the Rashi on.
Molly Picklum always has that bright light to her. She's always so excited about learning everything about not just how she can be a better competitor, but she likes to tap into the local culture, the mana that you hear around here, that power that you feel in the ocean connected to the mountains. She's all about it. Class act, representing herself so well around the world, learning a lot. And Kalia has a dig here. That one's going to roll underneath her, and that opens wide on the inside shelf.
Oh, I mean, she was looking at it. Good way, like, good idea to pick that one, because if she could have squeezed into that, that had nice shape on it. Couple more paddles, she would have been into that one.
"13 minutes to go for Kalia to enjoy this opportunity. Enjoyed that trials win. And when you have Ilan Vost in there, that's a huge one there. Obviously, the Vost family are unbelievably talented. They've been all over the last few days of those big toe sets together. Some of the most talented siblings on the planet live right here at Teahupo'o. This was that paddle that she made, Flick.
Yeah, so maybe just a few more paddles. I mean, she's so little still as well, and that's what, I mean, she's just so young. But that was a really good wave, so she's obviously knowing exactly what wave she wants out there. She spent so much time. So she's got the right idea. Just a couple more paddles and she would have been into that one.
Last heat was definitely a lopsided win for Erin Brooks. This one's feeling the same for Molly Picklum, but still 12 minutes to go in the second heat of the opening round. We'll be right back. The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vahine, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus, experience amazing. Pretty exciting when a young surfer accomplishes a huge goal at 12. Looking at the vision from the trials champ, Kaia Galina. We'll be watching this for a long time. Look at her read. Look at that style.
It's so good. I mean, look how pristine that ocean is right there. She's got such a good read for being so young. And, I mean, she's absolutely threading these tubes, surfing beyond her years. I'd say probably, you know, as far as I've seen, really the best backside tube riding is for a 12-year-old girl in the world. I have not seen better. Like, that was absolutely insane.
100%. There she goes here. Live action. Kaia grabs the rail, showing off that technique.
Look at that stall.
Burns enough speed to pull into the pocket and lays down a classy little backhand cutty, and she will step off. Well, red wave for Kaia. Channel's right behind her there. There's her dad, Ryan, on the bodyboard, giving her a lot of positive affirmations. Kaia is feeling good right now, competing against Lakey and Molly. If she doesn't get the win here, because Molly's still way out in front, she'll get another chance in the elimination round.
That was so cool. The way she wiped that speed off then, oh, that's just so great. Like, that technique, I mean, I have not seen that from many 12-year-old girls ever really around the world. Like, that was so cool to witness.
What a magical lifestyle that she has. Dad from the Big Island, her mom's Tahitian, and we see now the wave that Lakey just picked up.
Yeah, so Lakey just opting to go for turns here. She jumps out of that one, and this is the wave I've been wanting to rewatch. It's just so sick. I mean, look at that stall to maximize the tube time. It's actually nuts. She's a tiny girl, right? And like, for her to be able to drag that whole side of the body into the wave face, I mean, that technique, it takes some people years to sort of figure out. She's 12 years old and she has got this absolutely dialed. I mean, if this is how good she is now at 12 years old, it's just that what I was saying before. We're going to come back in another couple of years' time, and I mean, she'll probably be towing sets by that point. She'll be on a couple of tow bombs.
100%.
She'll be 14, 16. She'll be like, give me that rope. I want to have a crack at that.
Gosh, her nickname is Miss Teahupo'o for a reason. That is her Instagram handle. That's run by her parents. As we look at Molly Picklum, using her priority on this one, just feeling it out. And she will just step off. Her best combined heat total all season that she got in the first 9 minutes of this matchup. That opening ride, 8.83, her best number, right when the horn went off, when we were at commercial break, just establishing herself so early in this one. And I mentioned before, she hasn't had the results before in Tahiti, where you'd expect her to maybe already have a couple of finals behind her, but she has had like lifetime type waves, you know, where she's been out here on big sessions and has said a couple of times she got the wave of her life, you know, so she's had a lot of experience on those really big scary days and has ended up on top of some crazy rides.
Well, you know, even just reflect on her career, and a lot of Molly's crazy moments come from those more consequential stops on tour. You know, I think the 10 she had at Sunset for that big one crazy hack. It was, you know, the wave she had at Backdoor, the heats she had with Betty Lou at Backdoor and Pipe, and I think she's just building a career on just that true grit, that, you know, surf that she performs so well in, which is just big, powerful waves.
Historical moment for Kaia being in this event, being 12, youngest ever, but it was also the first ever women's trials for the event here at Chopes. This is what young Kaia had to say.
Well, for the first year, they just started running a women's trials, which I've been waiting for, because before it didn't exist, and I always thought, oh, it's not fair. The guys get to get a trials and a chance, and for the first year it happens, and I got some nice waves, and I won it. it's mixed of like a lot of emotions. It's like a little stressful, a little scary, excited, you're happy, and then it's kind of, yeah, it's a mix of everything, and then the feeling is just, I love it out there. It's such a beautiful wave and a beautiful place. And I just love it.
Wow. She is wonderful. Kaia Galina has a bright future ahead of her, and she said she was waiting for the trial. She's 12, so she wanted to be in there 11 or 10. Gosh, she's more than ready. Here she goes. That little lump in the face keeps her from catching that one, but she did improve to a 2.4. She's in second at the moment, still comboed for the win, but ahead of Lakey Peterson. Lakey's got priority, and now we're down to 4:35 to go.
Yeah, even that wave she just had a look at, it had good shape. I mean, we saw it run off. It had that nice cylindrical barrel. It stayed open. I mean, she obviously has the right idea. She knows what she wants. So, it's so cool. She's just got the whole world ahead of her, right? I just can't wait to see the evolution of her surfing in the next few years. It's going to be so good to watch.
Yeah, such a great lifestyle to grow up in, you know, just being in the ocean all day, you know, living in the water here in Tahiti, and when she goes to Hawaii as well, it's all about just getting the best waves she can, and just growing up with those two beautiful locations that she gets to call home. But spends all of her time here, and then visited her dad's family over on the Big Island and the outer islands as well. As we look at the recap, backhand tube clinic from Molly Picklum's been the story of heat number 2.
Oh, she looks so cool, calm, and collected. Just, we know she puts on a clinic on her backhand. I mean, even last year before the event, she was surfing so good. She'd had a couple of free surfs in the lead up in the event, but obviously didn't get the result. But she's starting off on the right foot here. I mean, she is absolutely nailing this. Her waves, everything from her wave selection to the technical ability to how easy and calm she looks on the wave. And then we had this one from Kaia, which I absolutely love. Just the 2.4, but just demonstrating surfing beyond her years, that technique, how good she is in the barrel. I mean, there's not many, I mean, you probably see Molly do it on her backhand, that sort of stall. But I mean, Molly's so many years her senior. Like, Kalia's only 12 years old. Yeah, it's just I'm so impressed.
So now we're just thinking about the title race. Molly Picklum is looking to enter, or she will enter her third WSL Finals format. This will be the first that she'll have at Cloud Break. She's been a part of 2 previous and has been in title match number 1 twice, where she's lost twice. First to Katie Simmers in 2023, then last year to Tatiana Weston Webb. So back-to-back years, finishing 5th in the world. But she's felt it. She's felt the energy of that. And by the ways things are looking, she's not going to have to deal with title match 1. You know, and now with the incentive, with that new rule that recently changed, where if you're in the yellow, you start off with priority, and also you can win that first heat of the title match and be world champ. It won't go to best of 3 unless your challenger wins the first. So for Molly, the importance of her being in yellow, the advantage that she'll have, even though she has experience at the finals format, it'll feel completely different. Yeah, and she'll come into that one with a ton more confidence to maybe achieve her first world title.
Yeah, that, and I like your point too, Joe, before about, I think, you know, Cloud Break suits her surfing. I think it suits her surfing more than what Lois does. Just with the kind of person she is, you know, we're seeing it demonstrated right here. She's the technique of barrel riding, she's got it on lock. I think she's got a lot of power in her surfing. You think back to all those major moments we've seen from her career on the tour so far. It's, you know, it's your pipeline, it's your sunset, it's those big hacks on the Margaret River right. I think she lends herself, and she matches power with power. So Cloud Break, I think, looks good on Molly Picklum.
Certainly does. Minute 10 on the clock. You can check out the boats in the channel. Simon Thornton there, long-time hard-charging bodyboarder here at Teahupo'o. Often gets called up by the world's best for insights on this shelf and this crazy slab. No matter what the sides, he knows this wave inside and out. Helps people find out places to stay as well. He's been here for a long, long time, getting incredibly barreled. Down to 44 seconds on the clock. Lakey Peterson with priority. She's looking to maybe just get a wave into the channel, but she will be using it as prep for the elimination round. We'll also see the 12-year-old Phenom trials winner, Kaia Galina, reseeded into the elimination round as well. Maybe one more chance to feel this wave. This set is starting to break, and it lands right on top of Kaia. Water Patrol are watching her closely and standing by. See her pop up there. She started to move her position to the inside shelf. And Kaia officially gave us a bit of history today. 12 years of age. Showing off some backhand tube technique and showing us that she knows how to deal with all the power here at Chopes, her home break. He pops up there. There's the Water Patrol on the grab, and Kaia will prepare for the elimination round with Lakey Peterson. Finishes up in second in that heat. And Molly Picklum, huge performance, her best of the season with that 16.9 total. World number 1 goes straight into the quarterfinals. Coming up next, Gabriela Bryan, Tyler Wright, and Vahine Fiero. Be right back.
Voilà donc à l'instant début de la troisième série du round d'ouverture des femmes avec la Gabriela Bryan en rouge opposée à Tyler Wright, l'Australienne, et bien sûr en blanc la Tahitienne Vahine Fiero. Série de 35 minutes. Et dans la série qui vient de se terminer, c'est Molly Picklum, la numéro 1 mondiale, qui se qualifie. La première vague pour Gabriela.
When I wake up, check the wave. If it's firing, I go surf. If it's not firing, my dad and my 2 uncles, back in the day, they were with their friend from Teahupo'o. They're one of the first to surf there. It's all family, you know, it's a family affair. My uncle Poto taught us or saved us. My cousin Neno taught me. My cousin Keanu Phil. My brother drive the boat. Surfing keeps us connected. And everybody come from overseas. We welcome them like family too, and it's good to share the knowledge, to share the beauty of the barrels of Teahupo'o. We wake up in the morning and we thank the universe for this life we're living, you know. We are lucky and we are grateful.
What an experience for the 12-year-old Kaia Galina, little Miss Teahupo'o, with her dad there, Big Island Ryan. We'll see her later on into competition. Just surfed her first championship tour heat, setting a record. That's a record set. Kaipa Guerrero stays Galbraith. We're in the women's opening round. Wow, Molly Picklum. 16.9 heat total just on the opener. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's impressive for everyone, and I think no one would be more gobsmacked than Kaia. And she got the front row seat to that, and that's something that she'll remember forever. I know she probably would have liked to get a few more opportunities, but you know, getting to be on the field with the world #1, and she puts on one of the best performances she ever has out here. That's you know, it's pretty special for everyone involved.
Look at this as far as a stacked heat, Stace. We have a defending champ, Vahine Fiero. We have 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright. And we have a woman who's won not just one, not just two, but 3 championship tour events this year. I'm talking about Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, it's absolutely stacked. And if you look at the ratings there, there's a bit of a mixed bag. Obviously, the wild card Vahine, but then Tyler at number 7, a really, really important heat for her. And yeah, not only does she have the 2 world titles, she's got multiple victories at heavy water waves around the world. Pipe Masters come to mind. And she's you know, well across it, and she's comes from an area of the world where waves like this exist. You've just got to surf them in thick wetsuits. So yeah, for her to be doing this in essentially a pretty thin, what looks like more just a protective wetsuit is yeah, dream run for Tyler.
And opportunity for Tyler, right, if she's able to advance straight into the quarterfinals. When we look at the rankings, Tyler number 7, right? Number 4 and 5 are going to find themselves, Isabella Nichols and Sakura Johnson are going to find themselves in that elimination round. So big opportunity for Tyler if she's able to be victorious in this opening round heat.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line as we see a lump approaching the lineup. Gabby Bryant, the deepest here. Wave not quite panning out like she would have hoped, so she lets it go. But yeah, interesting mix of positioning here.
Let's take a look at the start of the heat. This was the first wave. This is a 4-point ride for Gabby.
Nice drop. She did really well there to make that drop. Just navigate her line through the tube. Oh, live action, Kipes.
Extended time under the curtain for the queen of Teahupo'o. That's Vahine Fiero, our defending champ, 25 years old, rookie on the championship tour. Didn't get past that mid-season cut, but with the draw expansion for the women in 2026, we're going to see the Tahitian as a full-time member in 2026. Look at this opening ride.
Oh, this was just her quiet place at the moment. She has been working harder than anyone. Every time I look out, you know, around the you know, the point here, she's getting lots of media attention, lots of extracurricular activities, so I think she'd be just stoked to surf a heat at Chopes with no one out and get some fun tubes, and this is a great way to start for Vahine. This is just this is what she lives for.
Yeah, board looking good, and see this in slow motion of Vahine Fiero riding a 5'11", happy traveler, 18 1/4, 2 5/6, 26.1 liters, and notable that she's riding it as a quad today, tracking that line.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, awesome intel.
And just, you know, the quad versus tri-fin situation, I opened that to you as well, Stace, out here in a barreling wave.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, front side, I totally understand. Backside, I think you want to, it's a little more of a, I think, a personal preference rather than just a straight up, that's going to be a better board. We saw Ethan yesterday riding a quad, and both of his boards were set up as quads.
Yeah.
You see, like, Kelly sometimes comes into the lineup, he might have one of everything. Tyler Wright, Kaipo.
Tyler, nice stall there. Gets into the pocket. Tyler kicks out, opened up with a 2.27, and that's going to be her second scoring ride.
But yeah, getting back to the quad versus thruster situation, just like quads can sometimes feel like a bit of a cheat code. You know, when the waves are, you know, this size and the speed and control that you can get out of them. You know, Kai Lenny had amazing intel yesterday about how he sets up his boards, and yeah, it's something that I think a lot of people, once they try quads in barreling waves like this, they don't go back.
Yeah, I think you know, Kai's the simplest statement that he put was, with a quad you always have 2 fins in the wall, so a lot more grip and a lot more security. Up above here, Tyler Wright on her last ride.
Yeah, Tyler looking comfortable out here. Didn't get super deep on that one, but she's definitely got the courage and the heart and the technique to pull off a huge score out here. You know, like what we just saw in Molly Picklum. I wouldn't be surprised if Tyler Wright pulled something like that off in this heat. She's definitely well versed and also too just loves it. Like, you know, some surfers get out there and they get their job done, but Tyler wants to be out there. She wants it. She wants to get a big wave and she wants to get a big score. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this heat plays out. But yeah, the fin setup situation, I find it fascinating, and I think too it's all about style on the board. Like you'll see a lot of the front side in a tube. I think of Jack Robinson, you know, when he's going right, or you know, Vahine Fiero here, you'll just look at their back foot. It isn't right back on the kick of their board. It's sort of just above the deck grip, and I think the quad just sort of offers that kind of feeling there, like extra control and extra kind of you know, forward momentum if you need it. I do like to hear Kai talking about quads like he does, though, with the fins being smaller at the front when the waves get bigger.
Yeah, that's kind of a gun setup, I feel.
Yeah, which is, it's sort of, I understand exactly what he's talking about. Obviously, you know, mere mortals, we won't experience what he's feeling, but typically quads are going to give you that speed, whereas when the waves are big, you don't need the speed. You're looking to harness it, whereas today, coming from deep, particularly Vahine out the front side, should be looking to gain speed and sort of drive through the West Bowl.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's...
with quads, it's I mean, I've worked 12 years in fins, and quads are a complex situation just because when you set up your fins as a thruster, it's pretty straightforward. The distance off the stringer as well as in between the fins are a big thing. And then when you look at front fins versus trailers on quads, your trailer fins can be a 50-50 foil, can be an 80-20 foil, or can be flat inside. So even those trailers make a huge difference on quads. So it's like, there's a lot more variables when guys are setting up quads until they find kind of the magic setup for them, but there's so many advantages to those boards, especially in straighter line situations.
Yeah.
Tyler Wright drawing a fairly straight line there, but gets gobbled up. She's got 2.27, a 2.67. Those are the scores that she's going to be keeping. Vahine Fiero with a 4.83, highest single wave score for that forehand barrel, and Gabriela Bryan back in the top of the priority, very patient with a 4-point ride.
Outside Kaipo.
And just a technique right here. You see kind of like a little pocket ride, but getting it done. Just looking so comfortable.
So comfortable, so relaxed. She's got such a gorgeous style. Doesn't look flustered at all, whether it's this size or 10 feet. She just looks so calm on the wave. I think, though, knowing her expertise out here, she would have been like to be a lot deeper on that wave. I think it did sort of present the opportunity, but she probably didn't want to give away the fact that she wanted the wave, you know, with Gabby with first priority, so she probably had to play it cool and swing kind of late. And yeah, the judges will be critical of that. Anytime you're kind of slowing down like that, they'd much prefer to see you coming from a lot deeper and sort of driving through that section rather than having to slow down. Nevertheless, she's 2 from 2 from the completions, and we've seen that pay off over the last couple of days with, well, yesterday with the heats. If you can get a couple of good, you know, medium or modest scores on the board and then build from there, yeah, certainly not a bad way to start your heat.
Well, as we see right now, Vahine Fiero just clocked in with a 3.17, so she does have the 2 highest scores so far in this matchup and has secured the lead. Gabriela Bryan, super patient. Wow. What about Molly Picklum? 16.9 heat total, dominating her way into the quarterfinals, Chris.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. She is a core lord. Molly Picklum, 2 8s in the first 10 minutes. Not a bad way to start your campaign here in Tahiti.
Yeah, that's what we dream of right there. I mean, the waves are so magical. Like, watching, it kind of seemed like there was a couple sick insiders. Erin was, like, scoring a couple, and now it's just, like, consistently kind of outside ledge. And, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the dreamy start. Especially, too, I didn't even get to start my watch because I was just like, oh, straight into one. And the girls were kind of, like, not looking at it because the heat kind of hadn't started yet. And I was just like, I've got to go. I've got to try.
Well, and you're also on the list to be our Mothi charge of the event with a huge heat total like that. Your best heat total of the entire season. What a time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the place to do it, right? It's like 0s or 10s, kind of. You're either making the barrel of your life or you nearly made it. But, yeah, it's sick, and I'm stoked if I take that out. There's some heavy hitters in there.
And some
Some
low-key history in that heat. You just went up against the youngest surfer to ever compete in a championship tour event. Were you guys talking out there? What was that like?
Yeah, for sure. Clear's such a charger. I mean, at 12, there was no way I was out Chopu. I was like barely taken off on my 1-foot local foamy shortboard. Yeah, and then Clear, I mean, she got such a bomb on the head too. I was just like, oh my gosh. But she was smart. She knows this reef. She was like moving in to try and catch her waves, and I think she got a fun little barrel, and then unfortunately she missed one and then turned around and got the bomb on the head. And Lakey and I actually stopped too. We were like, oh, do we wait with her or not? And she kind of stopped paddling and we kept paddling. But I mean, she's so brave, it's crazy.
All good times. Molly Picklum is on a roll into the quarterfinals. Good luck moving through.
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to everyone at home too. Thanks for watching, and it's pumping here. We're stoked.
Yeah, world number 1 continues to impress us. That's 16.9, her highest heat total of a year where she's been just a favorite in so many different events, wearing that yellow leader's jersey, wants to keep that number 1 seed when we look forward to the Lexus WSL Finals in Fiji. So on her way too with that quarterfinal finish. Gabby Bryan right here in the red jersey, number 2 on the rankings, would love to challenge Molly Picklum for that number 1 seed. She's got to get through this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know how important it is to go into Fiji number 1. It's Molly Picklum though. She is coming home with a wet sail, Kaipo. It's her momentum through the the back third of this year, and when it really matters, has been really impressive. She was super consistent through the start of the year, but couldn't get that breakthrough win until Sakurama. And since then, she's obviously finaled in J-Bay, and she's looking, she's the form surfer here so far. Yeah, let's take a look at our final 5 scenarios for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Picklum clinches number 1 seed by making the final in Tahiti. That's just 2 heats away from her right now. Bryan and Simmers clinch final 5 spots, have already clinched them. Nichols, Isabella, and Sakura are going to have to clinch in the finals, but they're both in that elimination round. And Caroline Marks, a former champ out here, clinches her spot by a win here. And for Caroline Marks, she's had a CT win out here. She's won a gold medal out here. That's definitely not outside of her wheelhouse, and there she is. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen her perform out here over the years, and yeah, look at this mega heat coming up next. What? It's going to be a crazy matchup. Caitlin, Caroline, and Luana Silva will hit the water in 20 minutes, and yeah, it's not too uncommon to see the athletes jump into the water that early in their ashes. If we were just at a an event on land, it probably wouldn't jump into their ashes until they're paddling out basically. But here, it's infectious. You want to be so close to the action, whether you're surfing a heat or not. As you see Tyler Wright having a good look here, Kaipo. Tyler with priority, strokes into this one, yanks off the bottom, hangs on there, and survives that drop. Looking to better, a 2.27 for Tyler Wright. I love the fade there. I thought she was going to get rewarded with that setup. It was a beautiful drop. Always hard when there's foam, pushing across the face at that speed. When you take a drop like that, it can wreak havoc with the underneath of your board and gripping in. She did really well there. I really thought she was going to get a bit more barreled than this one. She'll be looking to make an adjustment on her next ride after that for sure. Yeah. Note from Tyler's shaper, John Pizell. She's probably on a next step. The next step is the model right there, made as a step-up board, and probably in the 5'11" range there for the 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright. And John Pizell, pretty good at making boards for hollow barreling waves. Yeah, and powerful surfers too. I like, Tyler's looks so good on Pizell's boards, and she's had some amazing results. And then obviously when you come to locations like this, having confidence in your equipment is absolutely everything. And yeah, there's no doubt that she's feeling comfortable on his boards out here in particular. Yeah, such a craftsman, and as the waves get bigger, the requests for Pizell boards increase. I think a few of the men have benefited from John not being on the tour this year. Yeah, John's opened up the doors a little bit. The door will close, but right now Jordy Smith's on some Pizells. But I'll tell you right now, if John comes back on tour, knowing John Pizell and his loyalty to John Florence, I think the door for those custom boards for any of the other competitors will close. Yeah, there's no price. It's just a no thanks. I back it. I think it's a massive respect to those two. John Florence and John Pizell. Their relationship's amazing. And you look at someone like Tyler Wright. She's a massive benefactor of that. 100%. All of John's R&D that he does in Hawaii in the off season when no one's really there, and then the traveling pros like Tyler get to roll up and what's John been riding? What's he been liking? Right again, this time deep in the barrel, and that's more like it for Tyler Wright. There you go, 5.33 gives her the lead. I think she's going to take the lead. Yeah, for sure. There's a great wave, and again, just the control and the wanting to be in the gnarliest part of the reef. Sitting in and under third priority on that inside ledge. It's where we've seen some of the better waves today, and Tyler Wright's put herself right there. Gabby Bryan on the mayhem.
Tries to slow down, not going to be able to hit the brakes enough there. Vahine Fiero sitting out the back with priority, but Tyler Wright, what an effort. Vahine's going to soon hear the number. I feel that she's going to have to be aware of her use of priority. Let's take another look at this.
Yeah, it's just so impressive how low she stays. And just locked in. Beautiful, comes out with the spit there.
Oh, look at this angle, Stace.
Look at the reef. It's so shallow on the inside, but there's no time to worry about that. Tyler's just focusing on making the drop and getting herself well behind the curtain. You can see the eye line there. She's just worried about getting into the wave, and then once she's made the drop, it's focusing on down the line, and amazing stalling technique there. That is textbook. Over the foam ball. And thanks for coming. That should be feeling so stoked with that. And you know, it's not going to score you any points, but I always feel like as a surfer, when you kick out of the wave rather than fall off the back of it, it's just that nice little
kick out with control.
I'm in full control here. I got this.
Strider, what'd you see on the channel?
Wow, just you know, she was sitting inside, and the other surfers kind of looking at that wave, but not really feeling it. And as the wave passed the other surfers, it stood up, and she was just right there to catch it. She identified that it had a hook on it, and you know, was like really, really a perfect setup. And the way that she threaded the barrel, and then, you know, coming through it, she was all smiles. But she paddled by, and she was just saying how beautiful the wave was. And so, you know, she's just identified that little inside nugget there. That's, you know, it's there continuously throughout this heat. But the other surfers aren't really looking at it, so because I think there's been some sets out the back, and with that, they're kind of worried about it. But those inside runners are really good right now. So great read and call to pick up on that inside nugget.
Nothing wrong with third priority, eh, Strider?
Oh man, it just paid off for her because she was that far inside of everybody that she was, you know, away from the other surfers, and the wave, you know, hit the ledge right where she was, and it stood up, and she went, oh, I'm on this thing, and it was just a split-second decision, but a good one.
Yeah, we're watching the replay right here. Vahine a little bit too far out and over. Tyler right on the ledge there, drops in. Like Stace said, you could just see the reef just a couple of feet below her fins, and the 733 checks in for Tyler Wright as well as the lead.
Yeah, that's cheeky. That's, you know, doing that with third priority. The other two surfers sitting out the back, particularly Vahine, who knows this reef better than, you know, just about anyone, should be going, it's a little bit of a missed opportunity there. But you can see the distance. You know, there's only a couple of meters between each of the surfers, but you know, Tyler's experienced enough. She's been here a lot, and it's impressive to see it come together like that.
Well, we'll see if Vahine Fiero can use her priority and regain the lead over Tyler Wright. But right now, 733, Tyler Wright. '24 Teahupo'o, and the queen of chopes right here. Vahine Fiero came in as a wild card, walked away with a win.
What a story this was. Some amazing rides and just what a, you know, beautiful ambassador for the sport. Just absolutely love watching her surf, and she's just such a great person to have around these events. And like you said, she'll have a big off season, but then be back on the tour next year, Kipes.
Here she comes. Live action. Vahine looks for a runner, finds a runner, disappears under the curtain, comes out. Vahine Fiero, 5.18 is what she needs to take the lead off of this surfer. Tyler Wright looking for a backup. Tyler gets a funnel of her own. Nice exchange between those two surfers.
Exchange. Beautiful waves.
So we'll be waiting for those two scores and see how that eventuates as far as the standings. 5.18 at the moment was going to put Vahine in the lead, but that need is going to increase because that 2.67 in Tyler Wright's two-wave total is kicked. It's history. It's gone. She's going to better that with that last effort. So we'll see how the math pans out here. Under 10 minutes in this heat.
Yeah, that was amazing. Gloves are off now. That was a sick 1-2 combo for these two ladies. Perfect setup there for Vahine. She's just, yeah, like that, putting that board in the perfect position, not getting too far out in front of it. And then this wave here for Tyler, she really had to scratch into it, but it was well worth it. I wouldn't say as deep as the other wave, but a very good tube all the same. Giving Sammy Smith a big spray. Thanks for coming.
Our water photographer getting the first-hand view right there in the channel. So still waiting for the scores and see how that affects the standings. 6.83. Just clocked in for Vahine. Vahine takes the lead, but I feel it's going to be a temporary lead because a 4.33 will give it right back to Tyler Wright. And 9 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for a score for Tyler Wright. Gabby Bryan sitting out there patiently in the red jersey with priority. Strider, how was that exchange?
We loved it. You know, we expect it from Vahine, and I mean, to be honest, even the foam ball ride that she had, I was thinking, okay, you know, she knows exactly what she's doing here. And then to back the next wave up, right behind it for Tyler, you know, we know she wants it. We know she's, you know, got that gung-ho attitude to just go for it, but she's locking in right now and identifying the waves, and she's got her technique is so perfect at the moment. Like watching her slow it down, grab the rail, you know, thread the needle, really put herself behind. Oh my gosh, we got to go, I think.
All right, yeah, checking a big set coming through here. All
Swing
the
Strider, that's you.
Have to duck dive through there, and still, and the score did come through for Tyler Wright at a 5.43. So right in the lead. Vahine now needing just under a 6-point ride, needing a 5.94. And Gabriela Bryan kind of let this heat get away from her. She's got priority, but she wants to turn the heat in one wave. She needs an 8.76.
Yeah, just been a little bit out of rhythm with her priority when the waves have come in, and the other two serves taking advantage of that. And yeah, you see Tyler, she's not rushing back to just join the pack. She's still hanging on the inside shelf a little bit. It's paid off for her a lot in this heat already. So you know, she's just thinking to herself, you know, anything to better that 5. But at the same time too, it's so pretty and so beautiful out there right now. I think she'd just be anything that comes her way that looks like it's going to tube. I think getting a score is probably the last thing on her mind. I think she's just psyched to be getting barreled at the moment.
Well, third priority frees her up to be in kind of a separate part of the reef and frees her up to take any wave that comes through that both Vahine and Gabriela do not want. So Tyler Wright, number 23, 31 years old, 17 CT wins. Best result here in Tahiti after 3 goes of it. It was a semifinal finish back in 2023. Number 7 on the rankings. We talked about that at the start of this heat. And this is a big opportunity if she's able to hang on into this lead position and go straight into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and it's absolutely horrifying for everyone else in the draw if Vahine ends up in the elimination round.
Sets coming through here, and they're shaping up to be some decent sized waves. Stacey, you can see them moving a little bit more to the west here.
Absolutely. Look at this. It's some of the bigger waves we've seen in a little while. That last set caught everyone off guard, so they've moved out to it. Gabby Bryant with first priority. She's going to go, Kipes.
Gabby. And that one, although, you know what, I called that wrong. That thing was pretty south, actually. Just crumbly off the get-go. And this is not going well for Gabby Bryan.
Tyler right behind. This thing's going to have a lot of foam on the face.
No problem for Tyler with that pump right there, but it gets clamped on the finish, but going for it. And the glass job on the Pizelle hanging tough. Meanwhile, Gabby Bryan and the Isha Water Patrol scooping her up, and she's just going to have that. Hopefully she got rid of that board. We'll see. Yeah, had to.
Not by choice, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, just jet ski drill. Sometimes it's better to just take the leash off there and let those guys get your board for you. There was a time with Aritza Aranburu over in Pipeline, and my friend was the grabber from Hawaiian Water Patrol, Cliff Botello, and they were in a situation like that, and he was yelling at Aritz. He said, "Hemo your leash, hemo your leash," and Aritz, not understanding what he was saying because he was using Hawaiian slang to take off your leash. And Aritz did not take off his leash. The board was an anchor. It sucked up the face at Pipeline. The ski and the sled going backwards. Barely made it. Barely made it. It could have been a disastrous thing. So that's always one of the drills. And now Gabby Bryan getting some instruction from the channel. And leash change and board change. Or maybe just leash change.
Yeah, she might not have had that other board delivered back to her just yet. But like we saw with Kanoa yesterday, there's every chance you lose a board, they grab it, pick it up, and you jump back on it the next time round. But with only 4 minutes on the clock, she'll have to just finish out this heat, likely on that board. Getting some tips there from Tahuara Henry, who's a pretty good person to have in your corner over here.
Great surfer.
Great bodyboarder, great surfer. Yeah, knows the place as good as anyone. So it's an interesting one. We heard Connor O'Leary and Jake Marshall talking about it earlier, like always looking to go the second wave of the set if that's your strategy. But when those waves pop up, like that first wave of the set, then for Gabriela, like in that position, it's a hard wave to pass up. They do look very, very good.
And we don't have an ambient mic out there all the time, but I wonder if there's also the cheering and the screaming from the channel that kind of like can affect your judgment sometimes. Like if everyone's like yelling you in, you kind of just go.
Oh, and I also think too, there's just the peer pressure of like, what are people going to think of me if I don't go?
Right.
But like, no, I want to be on the second one. Like, that strategy doesn't really always come to mind. It's just like, see a big wave, I've got to go.
Yeah.
The pressure on these athletes at the moment, like with Erin surfing so well, Molly surfing so well, I could imagine Gabby's just sitting there going, I want to be in that conversation. Here's a big wave, I'm just going to go.
Yeah. Well, number 2 on the rankings, she wants to hang on to that, minimum, if not get into that pole position for the Lexus WSL Finals. Let's take a look at our rankings. Remember, 3 spots already taken. Molly Picklum, Gabriela Bryan, Katie Simmers already clinched their final 5 spots. Isabella Nichols and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the elimination round. Tyler Wright with opportunity number 7, winning in this heat.
Yeah, we're really going to see that movement from 4 down, basically all the way to 10 mathematically is possible. But as we can see, they're most likely Erin Brooks already moving up a spot, and with her talent and already past results, winning as a wild card in Fiji, it's she's definitely the one that everyone above her is looking behind, going, okay, it's definitely her event to shine here. And then another surfer who's very similar to the men's draw. The chasing pack is so talented. Tyler Wright is putting on a clinic right now, and even the wave that she didn't make before. Just like what Strider said, that attitude that she has and that matched with her ability is it's a scary draw to have at any point in the event, at any size. So yeah, a great performance from Tyler so far.
Fierro in the white jersey, again, just needs a 6-point ride basically, has priority, is on the move right now, paddling up the reef. Local knowledge could come into play here. Just takes a look at that one. That one just going to slip underneath her.
She only needs a modest score, 5.94. It's not a big ask.
Wow, this is when that local knowledge could come into play, but also just a little bit of a spiritual help too.
Yeah.
From her home break to send her a wave.
Hey, it's me, remember? I'm over here.
Yeah.
Send me one.
In Polynesia, we have the god of the ocean, Kanaloa. This is when you would just like try to summon some of that energy, some of that mana to hit here.
Does look like a little bit of movement out the back here, Kaipo. 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, so time.
It's hard to tell if these are the biggest waves of the day.
Really hard to tell.
Or if they're just regular sized waves.
We're just going to watch the Lexus buoy, I guess, is the indicator. And it looks like, you know, this next one, if this raises the buoy, it might be a go.
And this is where paying attention to the clock's really, really important. You know, we've spoken about the first wave of the set, you know, sometimes not being the best. Do you have the luxury of paddling over it? And with 15 seconds remaining, you almost do. Like the swell interval's right around that number, but you've obviously got to get to your feet. So it's going to be really, really close. Maybe not enough time.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right after. Let's see if this would have been the score.
Oh, for sure.
Comes in, comes out, and that would have. Oh,
that's a perso.
Oh,
wow.
Just seconds away from turning the heat. A second away from turning the heat. Hey.
Expert leave on that first wave.
Yeah.
Expert heat strategy. Unfortunately, you know, the clock beat her by a second. That's just unfortunate.
That was wild. She's still got a smile on her efforts. We're going to see her in the elimination round along with Gabriela Bryan. I want to see this again. Here's the IC replay.
Wow. Beautiful wave. Amazing style. And that's a wall hanger. Thanks for coming. Beautifully surfed wave, and unfortunately we won't see a score on paper, but go on, Kaipo, throw one.
Yeah. Back with more action. Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks, Luana Silva. Opening round, when do we return?
And for the previous aid, congratulations to Wright advancing to quarterfinals. Vahine and Gabriela will be in the elimination round. Voilà dans la série qui vient de se terminer. Wright se qualifie pour les quarts de finale. Vahine et Gabriela passeront par les tours d'élimination. Malheureusement, la dernière vague de Vahine a été prise après le coup de trompe. Donc elle ne sera pas comptabilisée.
All right, here we are in Tahiti at the Lexus Tahiti Pro. It's the day before the event. We have rising tides going on, but people are calling it the swell of the year. It's massive. So we're gonna take the girls out for an up close and personal kind of experience of Tahiti, seeing that wave break up and close. Kind of a view they're never gonna get anywhere else. So really excited. Hello.
Massive. There's still a lot of tow waves coming in. It's really fun and exhilarating to watch.
We're not even in the water and we can feel adrenaline through our veins already. I don't know what it's like to be out there. I don't want to know. stick out.
I love the Rising Tides. It's just like a fun thing to do while the contest is here.
Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Hey, get hyped. Katie Simmers up and makes it. There you go. Katie Simmers out with Caroline Marks, Luana Silva here at the end of the road. Stace Galbraith is frothing. Luana Silva is pulling up and pulling over. I'm Kaipa Guerrero talking you through this heat with extra hype. HYPE.
Sick start. Wow. She did so well, Caitlin, to push through that curtain at the end of that ride there. Such a hard thing to do.
Katie Simmers out there, the 19-year-old. She was a runner-up out here in 2023 to Caroline Marks, who took the win that year, who's in the blue jersey here, and Luana Silva, the 21-year-old, who's had her best year on the championship tour out there with them as well, and a world junior champ in the way of Luana Silva. This is a great heat. Luana readjusting her helmet after maybe a trip over the falls.
Yeah, she just pulled through the back of that first wave, but then I think got the next couple on the head just for fun. Here's Caitlin's wave from the channel. Beautiful style. Heaps of courage to send herself over the ledge on that one, and yeah, did super well to punch through there. Love this angle from behind Kaipo.
Oh my, look at that. Just no hesitation. Super high line, and is able to maintain just breaking through as that wave gets pretty almondy at the end, but goes for the completion. This is a pretty technical barrel ride.
Oh, this is an awesome stall off the takeoff, just straight into it, sliding down the face, you know, like frictionless. Board's just hanging on, then grips in right at the bottom. And Marksy coming from deep on this one, unfortunately unable to get a wave that did its thing properly.
Yeah, as far as, you know, accolades here in Tahiti, you got to give it to Caroline Marks, who's a former champ out here 2023. She also won Olympic gold at this same break. But this is a stacked heat. Anytime you have, you know, 2 world champs in the heat at the same time, and a junior world champ, you basically have 3 world champs in this heat.
So much silverware.
All over the place.
All over the place. Yeah, Luana's had a great year. She won that event up in the Philippines to start the year off in January. And then I think either that night or the next day, she got the call up, hey,
Steph's not going.
Steph's out, you're in.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's, I reckon, have to be one of the best weeks of her life. That's, yeah, pretty cool way to start year, particularly for her thinking, okay, I'm going to be doing the Challenger Series and sort of getting ready for those events, to then going, no, you're on the, in the big leagues again. And, you know, it blew a lot of our minds, actually, as it does sort of year after year with the women. The average age is just so young.
Yeah, just 21. She made the tour when she was 16 years old, and qualified in the Challenger Series there. I think she turned 17 by the time she was actually on the tour. And then, you know, this year on the tour, making 2 finals. Oh, Katie Simmers back at it. Simmers drops down to the bottom, has to come around the corner here, and that one's a little bit wide on the reef, so she just kicks out.
Yeah, they're tempting as this wave out the back. Kaipo looks like it's got a bit better of a draw, but Caroline electing to let it go.
Was that a pal or was that a peak?
Ooh, that's a good question. I wasn't really thinking about that.
Caroline's got first priority.
It's right on the borderline. Depends how friendly Ratso's feeling today. I think she should be okay. It was probably just enough of a look, but not quite, you know.
Yeah.
A kick is always kind of a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see any kicking.
But Stace says Ratso, he's talking about Ian Ratso Buchanan, former World Masters champ, and also he's our singular priority judge. The way it works on the reef tower is we got 5 judges, and we have a single judge, and all they do is just watch. It looks like a peak, huh?
Just looking.
And all we do, all that one judge does is look at position, look at paddling, and designate priority. That's his full-time job.
And rehearse Iggy Pop songs.
Lux Interior. Just choose your lead singer, if you would.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
From like late 80s, early 90s.
Not all the rock stars are the surfers. There's a few rock stars behind the scenes here as well.
Yeah.
You're one of them.
Thanks, bro.
But yeah, it's a really good start to the heat. I mean, pretty tough going. Caitlin, 5.67 for that wave. I liked it a little better than that. It's just probably the exit is where the judges are kind of crueling her.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's it's a funny thing. It's kind of easier to come out of just an open barrel, but technically harder to push through a curtain. But it's not as critical because the wave isn't as sort of thick and square. So that's where the judges are kind of keeping that score a bit more modest.
Yeah, here we go. Some waves drawing off the top of the reef. You can see them, and Caroline is interested there. This is definitely a paddle here for Caroline Marks, and that is an easy decision for the priority judge.
So, yeah, just an error there for Marks. She just didn't paddle hard enough. She obviously identified the wave and just going to pay the price for it now. Caitlin, sick late drop, but unfortunately the wave just didn't play ball. Hopefully she got deep enough there when she fell off just to come out the back and not get sucked over, because it looks like there's a few waves in this set.
Yeah, and you know what we were watching the other day? It's not that next wave that she's going to have so she's going to probably get under this one, but it's the surge of water after this white water that's really going to take her further in on the reef, even towards Lagoon. So that's going to take her in, and then she's going to get pushed again by this next one and lose just a lot of space. So we'll see when Tahitian Water Patrol on the Red Bull ski decides to come grab her. This one's going to push her even further.
Got to watch the knuckles at this point, because it's, at this size, it gets so dry in there. We saw this morning, Island Vast, was in that far and ended up having to just walk across the reef.
Look at these guys. How on it are they?
Machines.
Absolute machine. And the choice to put the board underneath her keeps the board with her instead of, breaking the leash or doing any kind of board damage or just halting their forward progression. So make it out to the channel. Hey, Tyler Wright. Wow. What a performance. Tyler's into the quarterfinals. Tyler's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Tyler, what a great way to start your campaign here in Tahiti. Going up against one of the best to ever do it out here in your opening round heat. How did it feel to get that first win?
Oh, that's huge. Vahine is, I know sort of what she looks for. She's goofy footer, and I understand their reads, and so there's part of me that knew I needed to make a point of difference. And I think on the 7, it's waves that I haven't seen her look at before. She's all over the sets, the ones that I'm but there's the ones that there was just one that they didn't look at, and I kind of capitalized this just from what I understand out here, and that was really nice. I was super kind of stoked to be able to get that read. Yeah.
And tell me about the waves that you rode out here. I mean, I've seen you surf in all types of conditions, from utterly terrifying to pretty perfect like we see today, but always a test of all your skills, right?
Yeah, I feel like I had a lot of variety on those waves. There was a lot of different looks. But to be honest, that's I think my 3rd wave since I've been here. 3rd time I've stood up since J-Bay. Because there's nothing quite like it here. It was 15 foot 2 days ago, and I'm not, maybe when I was younger, but not now. So, it's just a wide range of skills, and something you could see that I took a lot of waves at the start of that heat, just finding what the vibe was, how the board felt, and things like that, and then sort of surfing my way into the event just because I haven't had any waves. Yeah.
More waves, the better. Now, I hate to bring these 2 F words up. Final 5. Are you thinking about that at all? That heat could have had big implications there.
Nah, look, honestly, I got to a point where I'm just enjoying it. I've had a fantastic year. I've been injured a little bit over the last few events, and so to be pain-free and sort of surfing again, it's so nice. I had Dog and Connor in the lineup, and yeah, that was just a purely joyful heat for me. It's I don't get to do this stuff much anymore, and so I like seeing the parts of me that kind of locks in and gets a bit more fiery again on this sort of stuff. And so it's been a few years. But I've had a fabulous year, and I'm really enjoying myself, and so I think that's the main thing that matters. The final 5, honestly, it is what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is, and when Tyler Wright is locked in, that is what it's about to be. Moving on to the quarterfinals, Tyler Wright.
Well, there you go. Tyler just enjoying her time. It's pretty lighthearted on the whole take on everything.
She managed the goofy foot, natural foot, strategy there absolutely perfectly. It's almost like she grew up with one of the best goofy footers to ever exist.
Yeah. and former winner out here.
He knows this place pretty well. And
Owen Wright, so gnarly.
He's so gnarly. And that they all are. Mike, Tyler, Owen, the whole fam. Obviously, we've seen him on the world stage. And, yeah, it's yeah, like Tyler said, she might have towed one in her youth, and I have no doubt that she would have. Like, she's absolutely got it all.
Yeah, Owen's win out here against Gabe Medina. I called it Poetic Retribution because it was a copy of the previous year's final. And Gabe stole that from off of Owen, and Owen came back the next year and got his own title.
Yeah. You don't get to see that happen too often, do you?
WSL Finals Fiji. Scenarios, Molly Picklum, #1 seed and looking good to keep that #1 seed. Needs to make the final here in Tahiti to make sure to do so. We already know we're going to see Gabriela Bryan there. We're going to see Katie Simmers with that brilliant backhand over in Cloudbreak as well. The last 2 spots, that's when the math comes into play. Nichols, Johnson in the elimination round. Following this round, Caroline Marks out in the water, wins this event, clinches her spot. Luana Silva here in real time. And Luana just with an up and out. And priority now sitting with Caroline. Marks out the back, Stace.
Yeah, Luana's had a couple of huge days on the back of the jet ski with the Chianca brothers, watching them tow in and sort of just be in the channel with Leandro, her coach, and taking it all in. But, you know, sort of can work one or two ways. You know, like Tyler said, that a lot of the surfers, and particularly a lot of the women, they haven't really had many waves under their belt. And yeah, watching like 15 to 20 footers roll through the points, like great to be a spectator, but competitively, it's not really giving you an edge. If anything, it's probably making you more frightened. But yeah, obviously today the conditions have calmed down a lot. But it's still, you know, as far as warm-ups and getting to know the place is concerned, this is, I think, you know, surfers like Tyler, that you mentioned, and Luana, they're learning this on the fly.
Yeah, and looking forward to, this is the last heat of the opening round. So the elimination round, heat #1, that's going to feature Gabriela Bryan coming up against the wild card, Kaia Galina. So that's going to be an interesting challenge right there for world #2, Gabriela Bryan.
Bit of jockeying out the back there. We saw, you know, another wave, another pretty good wave go unridden a few moments ago. So I think for, you know, for Marksy, obviously she'd be pretty keen to get one, you know, on the board now sooner rather than later. As the more the time passes after, you know, where she lost priority before, the more time passes that you don't ride a wave, that decision can just build up in your head. And yeah, we know she's got the skills to do it. Maybe she thought she was just a bit too far out on that earlier opportunity, so she'll look to adjust on the next one. But yeah, the you know, as a surfer, she knows, looking back on the back end of that wave, watching it spit out into the channel without her in it, I dare say that's still replaying in her mind right now.
Well, let's wind back the clock to 2023 for Caroline Marks. And when she took a win here, Caroline, all kinds of conditions, all kinds of sizes, a little bit smaller that year, but Caroline's still finding the barrel.
Yeah, exactly. It looks so comfortable in there. Great style. And certainly found her rhythm and had it all, a few tubes, few turns. Yeah, but today definitely bigger in size than what we're seeing here in this vision.
This was
different swell direction too.
Important event for Caroline in 2023. A victory here set her up for a world title later on in the season to finish off. She shared that final with Katie Simmers, who she's sharing this opening round heat with as well. And not right now, when we look at the scoreboard, this thing's wide open, Stace, because there's only one meaningful score on the scoreboard. That's that 5.67 for Katie Simmers.
Yeah, it is wide open on the scoreboard. I definitely agree, but psychologically, there's one surfer that's doing a great job right now, and the other two are still yet to really even make a mark on the heat. You know, Caitlin, to me, just looks like it's a matter of minutes before she's going to get a 9. She just looks so ready to turn on anything and attack. She's had a couple of cool late drops. The waves didn't pan out. She's had the one score. She's had a few falls. Whereas Luana and Caroline, they haven't really settled into the heat yet. So, and it's the main reason I make this point is it's a tricky place to have the best wave of the heat come through if you haven't already got one on the board. We saw that happen to Miguel Pupo yesterday. We saw that happen to Connor O'Leary. These giant, massive waves come to them, and they just don't have their feet in the wax yet, as we hope that Caroline gets her campaign underway here.
Marksy tube stance and so straight through that one. You see her set up off the bottom, mid-face there, get a couple of pumps before that, and then straight lines right through that barrel.
Perfect timing. Set that up amazingly.
So Caroline Marks, a 6.27 will give her the lead currently. And looking at the scale, I mean, that was a bigger wave.
Bigger wave, yeah, it was a really tall wave.
Well, here we get to see it again, Stace.
You get to see how critical this wave is. It sort of had a little chandelier that she had to get through. And she did really well to stay up high and drive over it. And yeah, exactly, just get herself in the heat. I think at this point, like Tyler said, it just becomes about surfing and wanting to ride and, you know, ride as many good waves as you can and get as barreled as possible, and the scores will just work themselves out. And I know that Caroline would have been kicking herself that she didn't quite get into that one before, but as we see this ride here, it's just beautiful positioning. This chandelier on that wave just adding a little more texture to the face. She did well to manage and get over that. And now she's into the swing of it. Whether it goes up or above the requirement or not, I don't think she'll be too concerned with that. There's still plenty of time left on the clock. It's more just, yeah, she's into this heat now, and she's stoked with that one for sure.
I like how she's kind of double pumped off the bottom and stood up straight, and that's almost like a stalling feature, just standing up straight, and then got back into kind of that really like more crouched tube stance. So those subtle body adjustments really equal success on that particular ride.
Well, you've always got to get the shot, right? Stand up, shoulders back, get the photo, then make the score for the make the wave for the points. She just did it all.
Throw a little Lopez in there, why not?
For sure.
Just some Lopez flavor. And she gets the score and more, 6.67. Caroline Marks takes the lead. Simmers drops down to second with priority. Can Katie come back? We'll see. But right now, it's Caroline Marks in the lead. Another look at the 6.67. Wondering what happened before the start of this event. The pre-event action was absolutely crazy out here. Paddle action, toe action. Oh no, Kaileni.
Oh wow, Griffin Colapinto absolutely going ham bone. We saw Jacob Turner, that opening wave in this sequence was unbelievable. And then the King doing his thing. Here's Crosby Colapinto. And then Matea Quilly. Absolutely. I think that wave's still spinning. Unbelievable.
Oh no.
And then plenty of this.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my. Yeah, and it wasn't all roses for Jacob Turner. He had some amazing stacks as well as some amazing makes. And then Matei there on another crazy one.
Jake Marshall got a roomy one, as did Baron Munoz. Stands up straight through this one. Just the action. Historic. with this swell. Biggest swell we've seen of the year so far here in Teahupo'o. Wow.
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 A couple of jaw reconstructions after those few days. Next level. And it was awesome to have Kaia Galina in the booth yesterday, kind of breaking that all down from his perspective.
Katie didn't need much to take the lead. This happened during the break.
Oh, what a cool stall.
So what we watched right there is a 2.17. That's enough to put Katie Simmers in the lead as we look again in slow motion, Stace.
Yeah, beautiful stalling technique, even to set this right up and just wash a bit of speed off with a little change of directions before she got into the pig dog. And, you know, it's all there apart from the fact the wave didn't quite barrel as much as what she would have liked, so she won't get a huge score for that one. But, yeah, like I said, I still just feel like it's a matter of time before she kind of locks into a crazy one. She kind of looks like she's got a bit of a psycho mode head on at the moment.
Well, she's got a 2.17 for that, and she took the lead. It's a deceiving lead, however, because Caroline Marks just needs a 1.17. Caroline's still with the highest single wave score of this heat, so I would still put the advantage to the 2023 world champ, Caroline Marks. And Caroline with second priority right behind Luana Silva, who has yet to really get this heat started with just a couple fractional scores in her scoreline.
Yeah, and although that last wave didn't really provide the tube that she was looking for, you still get to see like her amazing technique and something she's definitely been working on. You hear Erin Brooks talking about how she developed her style and was packing a lot of sand bottom closeouts. If we just pause it here, you can see the style on the board, and I think like the most impressive thing, I guess, the style-wise is like her backhand in relation to her back knee. You know, she doesn't look like she's hanging on for dear life, super relaxed, and then just to lean over and her ankle like on the board, you know, sits right you know, to the left side or her left of the stringer, and that just helps kind of lean her hip and arm over into the wave face. And you hear like John and Kelly talk a lot about, you know, pig dogging and what sort of thing they look for and how they manage the tube, and it's just you're squaring up your shoulders and having both your shoulders facing sort of outside of the tube. And although this wave didn't really tube at all, she still did an amazing job to slow down there. And if she puts that technique into, you know, a better quality wave, you know, that's where she's going to get the high score. It's just those subtle differences that the judges definitely pay attention to when they're breaking down tube riding.
Here goes Luana using priority here. Oh, and just gets caught up at the bottom, and probably the worst possible scenario for the young Brazilian there. And that was an absolute beating. She just comes up right here. She's probably going to cop another one on the head.
Love that. It's all progress. Oh. That was a mad beating. Oh, my God.
Just on the flats,
Too much time with the Chianca brothers.
Oh.
That was crazy.
Yeah,
one of the squarest wave of the heat, for sure.
Well, I mean, that's when you lean back on a vert ramp and go straight to the flat bottom. That's kind of, that's that feeling right there. Here we go.
Oh, she's well committed. Oh, she did everything so well. It's just one of those horrible feelings where your body goes and your board doesn't. And you just, as you're falling, wondering, why me? Why right now? It was all there. She did all the hard work.
And the tough part is for her, as we see her on that Red Bull jet ski with the Tahitian Water Patrol, is for me, I would imagine it's really hard to shake that off. You are in a heat, and you do have 7 minutes and 50 seconds to get back into it, but that's mentally, that's hard to shake it off. And she's taking the long way away. She's on the inside lagoon right here, and it's going to go out through the proper channel, Hawaii, on the way back out. So that's going to eat some time as well. Here we go, Caroline Marks.
Important ride here for Marksy.
Stalls, just a pocket ride. It only needs a 1.17. Likely she's going to get that, but she's not really going to break away on Katie Simmers, and she handed over priority to Katie.
Yeah, outside Simmers.
Simmers grabs the rail off the bottom, secures her stance, drags the body, a little bit better from Katie Simmers in that reply.
Yeah, it's, both of those waves, though, just a little feathery, not that super ledged out like what we saw for Luana. But I think we will see, we'll see the exchange flip back and forth there with some two pretty modest scores. But yeah, getting back to Luana, and how, she can wash this off. She's just got to paddle straight back in the lineup, straight to where she wants to be. And with any luck, a wave comes to her pretty quickly, and she doesn't get much time to think about it, and she just has to start, just start surfing again. Don't worry about the last one. Try and, correct your error on the very next opportunity.
Talking to Leandro Dora right there, getting fired up.
And I'd be clapping too, like that was an amazing effort. Identifying the waves out here is one thing. Swinging and going is obviously the next, and she did the two hardest parts perfect. Just got to the bottom of the wave and the wheels just fell off.
Look at kicking and paddling. Maybe that's a motivator. Maybe that's the opposite. Maybe she doesn't have to shake it off. Maybe she's just gone, you know what? That's it? That's all you got? I could come back right now from that. That's what you got. Let's go.
It's like, I didn't get so belted. Thought it was going to be way worse. Could have been one of those ones. You see Marksy here. Nice little fade. He obviously tried to wipe off a bit of speed there to maximise the time, but in the barrel didn't quite get as tube as what we would have hoped, and as she would have hoped as well. Caitlin, very similar story. Managed to get a little bit more time behind the curtain, the wave a little more critical, but still, very similar rides. And I think just by way of Caroline having the single highest score, obviously at the start, it's proving very valuable at the moment. She is in the lead after that exchange.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the score for Katie Simmers. Simmers, anything over 3.04 takes the lead off of Caroline Marks. We're still waiting for that wave score. Simmers looked like she was interested in another wave. Decides not to go. Luana Silva enters the lineup, and Caroline Marks in the blue jersey holds priority.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Copes. We did have that score for Katie, and I don't think it's going to be huge, but she doesn't need a massive score. It's only a 3.04.
Yep.
And just given the wave height, you'd think the judges are probably going to reward that enough to flip the heat back.
Yeah, well, the Caroline Marks wave was a 2.03, so if it's, I feel like it deserves a point higher, and if that is the decision by the 5 wise men up on the tower, then she will take the lead back. And so honestly, this should be an easy call for Caitlin Simmers to take the lead back. And it comes back as a 4. So there you go, Katie Simmers with the lead. She hears the news, and that motivates her into this one. Drops to the bottom, stalls in the barrel there, and that's much better. She's going to break away even further from Caroline Marks and Luana Silva.
That was sick. Yeah, that's second priority there too. Was just the hunger. You can tell just the way she's paddling at the moment. She looks fired up.
Well, now Caroline Marks needs to respond with not a big ask. This is a back and forth battle, just like the 2023 final between these two. Caroline Marks needs a 3-point ride. Caroline has 3 minutes 50 seconds and priority. Look at this for Katie Simmers.
Wow, just wiped off the perfect amount of speed off the bottom there, and then just really kept in the really tight ball, super small as she traveled through kind of the narrower part of that tube, and exited high enough to just stay away from the foam ball. Beautiful spit there, and the best feeling ride as well as probably the best score for her in this heat. Her first wave, the 5.67, had that huge kind of shutdown section at the end that she had to kind of punch through and manufacture, whereas that one, yeah, beautiful inside ledge wave, and read it perfectly.
And just managing her line through that barrel was really impressive. And just, you drew it on the telestrate, and we showed it in slow motion, where on the backhand is part surfing and part body surfing almost. Like her body part's almost as important as the board rails and fins when she's navigating through those barrels. And we've seen, like, last score for Katie Simmers coming through at a 7.17. So as we suspected, the breakaway score for Katie coming through and making it that much harder for Caroline Marks, now needing a 6.18 with priority, 2.5 minutes to go, as well as Miss Teahupo'o, Kaia Galina, the 12-year-old, prepping for her elimination round match up against Gabriela Bryan.
Oh, that was a gnarly one out the back, super foamy. Caitlin couldn't quite get over the ledge there. Probably not a bad miss. It would have been really, really hard to lock in after that late drop.
Well, 2-minute drill now for Caroline Marks. 6.18 is the mark that she needs to reach or better. Looks like there are some lines coming through here. A little bit of ruffle on the wind. Incoming tide throughout the afternoon. should be peaking soon. Let's see, it's 10:29 local time, and we have about a couple hours of tide filling in here, so we'll see how that affects the wave. I feel it's going to be good, actually, for the wave at this size. It's going to move everything a little further in on the reef and be more predictable and a little bit more ledgy. You know, you're not going to be so in between kind of ledges or in between two thoughts.
For sure, and we kind of, you know, tides are never really massive in this part of the world, but we do have a full moon at the moment, as we got to see this morning. Absolutely stunning.
Brilliant moon.
Brilliant. Explains all the strange animal behavior last night.
That's what I got. That's what was getting into me, too. That was the full moon. Now I have an explanation.
I wasn't talking about the cats and dogs, brother.
Yeah. 1 minute. 1 minute on the clock coming down here, and Caroline Marks needs to make some busy work. Looks like she may have some opportunity right here. Second wave of the set.
Yeah, we saw in that last heat the heartbreak for Vahine. She let that first one go, which was, you know, obviously the right decision. The score just wasn't there, but the way that did present itself and the score that would have been was a second too late.
Yeah, the way I look at it with 35 seconds, I look at that as 2 waves. So you're going to have 2 wave chances. That mid bump probably not going to count there as even an opportunity. It's either this one,
it's like,
or the next one.
It's probably 18 seconds to paddle over the wave if you want to let one go. Or give, you know, maybe it's 20 seconds.
I always just round it to 20.
I think Vahine was 14 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think it's there.
No. That was a really, really fun heat. Heaps of really cool rides and great back and forth battle there between Katie and Caroline.
2, 1.
There you go, Katie Simmers, 7.17, 5.67. Katie Simmers on to the quarterfinals. We're going to see Caroline Marks and Luana Silva in the next round, the elimination round. And speaking of elimination round, we got the first heat of the elimination round on the way. Right after this, it's going to be Gabriela Bryan up against Kaia Galina. This is Katie Simmers to the quarterfinals.
Congratulations to Kathleen Simmers advancing to quarterfinal. Caroline and Luana will be in the elimination round. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la première série du round d'élimination des filles avec Gabriela Bryan, la hawaïenne en rouge, opposée à la jeune tahitienne originaire de Teahupo'o, Kaia Galina en bleu. Je vous rappelle, série de 35 minutes. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Kathleen Simmers qui avance directement dans les quarts de finale. Caroline Marks et Luana Silva passeront par le tour d'élimination. For the next heat, please, can you go check in? Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and Luana Silva. Betty Lou and Luana, please, can you go check in? Thank you. For the 2 first ride of the red, first ride is a 0.5.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Hi everybody, hope you're having a great day. Pro surfing is styling today in great conditions here at Teahupo'o, also known as the end of the road. The road stops, you get out to sea and you see this natural slab that we've been enjoying for 25 years as a championship tour event. Gabriela Bryan and Kaia Galina feature in the first heat of the elimination round. We've got Kaia creating history as the youngest ever to be in a CT event, and we also have Gabby Bryan under pressure being world number 2 Dealing with the ER, Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier, one of the hardest charging humans I know, Flick. Elimination round, this is when things get intense.
Oh, things are definitely going to heat up in this round. I know, you know, obviously Gabby, she's already clinched that spot and she knows she's going to cloud break, but there's going to be that competitor inside her right now that isn't going to want to lose to the local wild card. But then on the other hand of that, Kaia is going to want, you know, we had shades in that opening round of Kaia. We saw that one moment on her backhand where she was able to tuck into the tube and really stall. And I think she probably was maybe a little bit frustrated with her performance too, because, you know, we got a little bit of a preview of what happened in the trials, and we saw her threading these beautiful tubes. So I think both women are going to want to clean up a few little mistakes from that opening round and get a second shot. And the conditions are beautiful right now. I mean, we've seen some great waves coming through.
Yeah, it's really settling in nicely, huh? It's pretty often you see that. The morning, it can be a little tricky, and then the sun comes out, and it looks really organized and really fun. It was a nice battle for Katie Simmers in the last one. She went straight to the quarterfinals. And now the elimination round set up, starting off with Gabby versus Kaia, then Betty Lou. We'll have Luana Silva, best of friends, growing up on Oahu together, but Betty Lou's trying to stay in contention for the Final 5. Isabella Nichols, same story there, as she's got a Final 5 spot. She's number 4 in the world, and she's got the Queen of Chops, Vahine Fiero, to deal with. And then Caroline Marks, number 6 in the world, will have her old sparring partner of Lakey Peterson in the last heat of the ER.
Wow, this is cool, right? I mean, we're starting to see so many implications on the line, and just these scenarios are going to play out right in front of our eyes. I think, you know, and then you even factor in that Erin Brooks, you know, the brightest dark horse there is in this draw, has already advanced through to the quarterfinals. I mean, she'll probably be watching pretty intently of what happens here in this elimination round with Betty Lou, with Isabella Nichols, with Caroline Marks, as we see Kaia just having a little look there. And that one just funneling off.
Nice conditions, just a little peeler, and Kaia on a 5-0. So always tough when you're small as a grommet. You remember that, Flick?
Oh.
You're just like trying to get into waves and just trying to get the paddle power. So Kalia's been learning a lot of just how crucial positioning is and where she needs to be. And as we've seen in her clips and in sessions out here over the last couple of years, she's not afraid to take off late. Getting this one started is Gabriela Bryan. Ends up just going to turns here. She'll get stuck off the top, but she kind of had one little fading cutback. Celebrating a stellar season, her best year to date, picking up 3 big wins in 2025.
Yeah, she's had an incredible year. I think, yeah, when I look back, really this has been her year that she's come into her own, right? And she's really made a mark on the tour. I mean, the year previous, she got a maiden event win at Margaret River, and then this year she's really just taken, you know, the bull by the horns and made a run for it. I think we'll just watch what happens here with this little set. But, you know, I was going through a little walk through the Chopu village the other day, and I bumped into Dog, and he goes, I just wanted to let you know, I'm actually no longer working with Gabby. And I just was kind of baffled. I was like, oh, really? That's kind of crazy. And he's like, oh, yeah, just wanted to let you guys know. And, you know, I just, of course, almost was just knocked me off my perch. I was like, oh, what? Like, this is kind of crazy news.
Big news, Flick. I mean, especially when you think about it being this late in the season and being very successful, getting a spot in the Final 5, 3 big wins, all that success. I mean, thinking about a late season move like this, it's like you're competing at Augusta and you get rid of your caddy on the back 9. And, you know, risky, yes, but maybe she's seeing a shorter line to the green.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, obviously surfers are always, you know, it comes to the end of the year and they're thinking about switching up coaches and, you know, changing up tact, but it's interesting considering the great year she's had.
Massive news, Flick. That's huge here, rumbling around the village of Chops. Let's catch up with a world champ. Katie Simmers is with Chris Cote.
Thanks, Joe. Congratulations, Katie, moving it through that opening round. And I saw you doing some hand gestures, and you and your coach were talking a little bit about that heat. You know, everyone always says, yeah, you can learn from losses, but learning from wins must be better. What were you guys breaking down after that heat?
Kind of just learning about this wave, and I think the best way to learn is in a heat because there's not all the dudes out kind of ruling it. And like, I mean, the dudes and the girls, we all like, everyone mixes together, and it's like, kind of hard to really see how a wave is when there's like a lot of people and then you're kind of catching different waves. So I think we were just talking about just which waves to try to like search for and which waves to wait for and which waves to hunt. We're just talking about waves, different waves.
So what wave in particular are you looking for out there on a day like today?
I think the mistake I had with my heat was I was kind of looking for maybe too big of waves, and the sets weren't too great in that heat. Or there was good sets, but I swear it was like on my way back out. Like the waves I was going on weren't that good, and I was kind of losing energy because I kept going on bad ones, and then so yeah, just trying to get like those little round insiders. And I feel like you can't even see, it's like a matter of 3 or 4 feet on whether you can see them or not. So just learning about that.
And I think an underrated element of surfing in a heat like that is fun, and it looked like you were having a lot of fun out there. Is fun a great equation to success?
Fun is the only reason why I'm here, so that's why I try to have it.
Well, you had it, and you're going to have more. Congratulations. Moving on into the quarterfinals. Katie Simmers is on a roll.
She certainly is, Chris. Katie Simmers, the youngest ever world champ, which kind of connects us to the theme of Kalia breaking a record for being 12 in a CT event. Katie broke Carissa Moore's record, who was also 18, but Simmers, being a younger 18 last year, was able to officially be the youngest ever. On the men's side, it's Kelly at 20. Katie at 18. We'll see what Kalia's up to. She's got 6 years till she's 18, as we got a great view of Gabby Bryan getting shacked.
Yeah, she did really well here. You can just see nice technique and pretty deep in the tube there. Nice little travel time, and that's going to feel good, especially after that first heat, just to lock away a wave, to get a make as well and a completion. It's going to feel good.
Yeah, for Gabby Bryan, it's like she's earned every bit of the statement of being the most powerful surfer on tour, you know, just going to El Salvador, her huge win at Jeffreys Bay, you know, where she can load up and just lay it down at Mainbreak Margaret River. She's gone back-to-back in the West, you know, made that a serious point, and now this is the next step, you know, improving in hollow waves, especially on her backhand, and you see those improvements in real time. Puts in so much effort to make sure she's got no weaknesses. And where the last couple of years she wasn't really getting to keep her result at Chopes, and that 5.5 is just showing the promise and that improvement the last couple seasons. Late takeoff again. How about Gabriela Bryan this time? She's out in front, and she will take the lip to the back.
Almost. Just looked like to me she just couldn't quite pull that rail up just to get up underneath that, but she definitely got the right idea. I think one of the cool things I heard, it was a piece at the beginning of the year, or maybe it was midway through the year, that WSL put together, and it was just Gabby and her thoughts on, you know, the Final 5 and world title being decided at Cloudbreak, and she was pretty open that she was really excited about it because it's something that really challenges her, and you were kind of touching on it before, but all her best results have come from, you know, where the best part of her surfing, which is power, and you know, that big forehand gouge that she has. And she was pretty open about being like, you know what, bring it on. I want it to be Cloudbreak because I want a wave that's going to challenge me. I know I need to work on those sort of skills. So I think it's pretty cool to see that even this evolution now from, you know, last year when we were here in Tahiti to now with Gabriela.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the evolution of that, you know, just really putting more time in the places that you need it. You know, she's got power on lock. She's improving even in that aspect as well. And she was able to spend a ton of time in Fiji last year, and she calls it her favorite place on earth. What happened on that one?
Yeah, she just needed to pull up a little bit higher. It looks like she went a little bit too low. Super hard because it was pretty late takeoff. She does well to get up underneath the lip, but it seems like she just needed to kind of wriggle that weight, shift that weight a little bit for the forward. She gets a little bit lipped in the head here. It's almost like she was trying to exit the tube a little bit too prematurely there. Just copping that one to the head.
And that does not feel good, even though it's a lot smaller than yesterday. That just packs a punch. So much power at Chopes, no matter what the size is, and it just gets so shallow on the inside shelf. Priority is with Kaia Galina, the 12-year-old wild card. Caroline Marks, just talking about young records, being the youngest to qualify for the tour at 15, but also had a wild card at lowers at 13. Kaia turns 13 on August 10th, so just a couple of days away. What a great birthday to remember, knowing that you were in the CT event and probably creating a record being in the Rising Tides the same year.
It's pretty cool, right? I think makes me think back to when Tyler Wright was 14. She got the wild card into the Beachley Classic there, and she actually ended up getting the win, which was incredible, right? So that's the record for the youngest to ever win a CT, is 14 years old. So, I mean, Kaia's still got another couple of years to get to that.
That was a good call. Yeah, still the youngest ever Tyler has. And then Malia Manuel, 14 to win the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing how quick that happens. Malia, one of the best in the world for a very long time, loved competing in real world-class waves as well. And that 14-year-old victory just changed everything in her career. And she had such a long, great career on the championship tour. You start trying to guess, okay, what's Kaia gonna do? You start anticipating, well, what is she supposed to accomplish? And you talk to her parents and they're like, oh, well, that's gonna be up to her. Yeah. And they're not even sure if she'll take a route with competitive surfing or just be a free surfer. And they're happy with her just staying happy and doing what she loves. And I really love that, you know, talking to Ryan, who's in the channel, he's just going, yeah, there's no pressure there. It's like, hey, well, let's get her in great waves, because that's what her whole family wants to do anyway. And as long as she's having fun, her career path is just going to really show up for herself. And she can make that choice. Here we go. Nice takeoff, quickly up to her feet. Looking to slam on the brakes now. She's out in front, loading up off the bottom, but she knows her home brakes so well, she'll kick out.
She's got such a good little style on the tube. It is crazy, just so beyond her years. I think back to your point too, Joe, it's so refreshing to hear parents that are just like, you know what, we're just going to let her chill and, you know, whatever she wants to do, because, you know, it can be pretty intense being a grommet these days. And I think that's the best thing you can do for your kid, is just let them have fun and choose their own path, you know, because there's so much time in the world to be serious and for competitions. Like, there really is. And I think that's so refreshing to hear. I just love that.
Even coming off the swell event, you know, with toe sets and stuff, her mom was like, hey, if it's that big, like, she'll just sit there and watch. She has nothing to prove out there. So, yeah, she's got great backing in her family.
So cool. Look at this style. Look at how... I mean, the positioning of her body right now, just how much of the side of the body she's using to really wipe off that speed. She's got the technique beyond her years. She's got it locked in. I mean, she's got, you know, she's also got years of growing to do too. I mean, she's so little. She's going to grow so much more into her own body, and her boards are going to be bigger, and you're going to have to, she's riding lost surfboards, so that, you know, they're going to have to be, Matt Biolis will be working with her with that. And she's just got, there's so much learning to be done and so much growth. And you know, even I mean, I remember being a grommet. You're 12 years old. You're trying to, even when I was 12, I think I was still getting pushed in by my dad. You know, it's crazy that she's out here. This is one of the waves where you really need as much paddle power as you can get for this entry, right? Because it's all about, the wave begins from positioning before you even take off. And I think obviously you want as much paddle power as you can get. And I mean, she's just going to keep growing and changing and getting more powerful. And in the next couple of years, before she's 14, I mean, who knows what she's going to be doing, Joe?
This whole lineup has completely changed, hasn't it? You know, led by their fearless leader, Vahine Fiero, and Ilan Vost, and they all look after the next generation. And it's not just Kaia in this generation. Her best friend, Taravani Thornton. We got Simon Thornton right there on the top of the boat. Taravani and Kaia are always in the car together looking for waves. I think more often it's a boat in Tahiti and surfing in all the fun events that they have out here. There's also programs now in Tahiti for these young women where they have a nice relationship with France, and so they can fly over and get into some training facilities for these promising young groms that have a great future in the sport.
Which is so good, right? Because I think one of the, I mean, growing up in Tahiti, one of the best places in the world, but when you think about it from a competitive aspect, you know, there is a couple of beach breaks around here, but they are very different to beach breaks around the world, where, you know, if you start thinking about wanting to take that path professionally, you know, and doing contests, generally they're held in beach breaks. So it's so cool that they have their program where they can go to France and they can start to get those reps in, you know, traditional beach break settings and really, you know, be a very well-rounded surfer.
17:25 on the clock. Priority with Gabriela Bryan. She looks like she is committed to this one. Surfer from Kauai grabs the rail, puts her head down, just misses the lip this time. And she will pencil drop there over a really shallow shelf. Wave before, she got clipped in the head and she just pulled in up and under. For 5.5 will still be her best number, but providing a better backup to it and ditching the 1.33.
Yeah, I think Gabby's technique was great. Her wave selection's also been good. I've noticed that, you know, I think it was Katie that was saying, you know, the bigger ones right now, they're not necessarily the best. You want those ones that are just shifting in on the reef and they're really hitting that inside ledge. You can see this one did it because, I mean, it's clear indicator to me, you're running out of room at the end there, right? Like, as the swell drops, we are seeing, and that tide fills in, we are seeing these waves move forward into that inside ledge. And
now hearing some hoots from the channel. Young Kaia coming out of a solid one. That's one of the biggest eruptions we've heard from her friends and family and all of her friends that she surfs with every single day. And look at her, she's fired up to get back out there.
This is cool. This is so cool. I mean, the exit on that one, you nailed it. It looked like one of the bigger ones of the heat. I can't wait to see what happened. But yeah, for her right now, it must be the best feeling ever to just have all her friends, her family, the whole community behind her in the channel. Let's see what happened. Biggest set wave, takes off. She's really stalling here. So sick to see that technique. I mean, she really got into this one nice and early, which is what we like to see. And just, I just love the stall. The way that she wipes off speed. I mean, I'm seeing Molly Picklum do it on the tour on the women's side, but I mean, really, I just keep saying it. Sound like a broken record, but it is beyond her years.
That technique is flawless, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
And I mean, just to go into that on a takeoff and you're just managing your speed, I mean, that is so insane. 2.4 for Kaia. Last of Gabby Bryan, 2.83. You know, she's hearing those scores from the tower being very comparable to a surfer that's #2 in the world right now.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see. I'm really stoked for her to get that little completion there. You know, we got that preview of what happened during the trials in her opening round heat, and what we saw was really cool. I mean, a little bit smaller that day, but just the way she was threading these tubes they were really long. They were little drainers on that inside ledge, hoping that she can try and pick one off that might give her a little bit more length of ride. But that last one, super impressive.
So much to look forward to with Kaia. Just being present, just her next wave here at Chopes in the ER here, looking to upset the world title race. Gabby Bryan, world #2, will already be at Cloud Break, but we've got to see where the yellow jersey ends up. Molly Picklum just put on her best performance of the season number-wise. She's already in the quarters, so she's in yellow, so now it's up to Gabby Bryan to answer back and get to the quarterfinals as well, which, by the way, is on today. So this day is going to continue with more action. We'll set up some semifinals. They're on hold. We'll see how far we go with the women's event here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Gabby Bryan out front. We'll be right back for more after this. Always such a magical experience to be here on the island of Tahiti as we enjoy this view from the Tahiti flight camp. You can see this big playing field and what the surfers get to see when they're looking back towards the judging tower. The tower there, right set up on the reef. Water patrol standing by right where those boats are. It's a severe drop-off, deep water channel there. That was created from all the fresh water from the rain in those valleys you see in the distance. It carved that out and created one of the great wonders of our surfing world. Into our 25th edition of the championship tour level. The women getting called up to get back in the jersey here a few years back, and we've just been changing the game ever since. Led by maybe one of my favorite heats of all time with Tatiana Weston-Webb and Vahine Fiero going back-to-back. Tati got a 10. She called it a career-defining moment. Vahine needed an 8 at the end. She got it. It was such a great battle of two of the best barrel riders on the planet, and more history to come, as we see now with Kaia and Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, I just that heat, you just touched on it. It's my favorite heat of all time that I've ever witnessed. I think men or women, it really meant so much for women surfing. The fact that they were given the opportunity to really, raise the bar and step up to the plate and show the world what they're capable of. There was a couple of moments like that last year. We had Pipeline, then we had Tahiti, and I think just them going back to back, and the reference was, I think I called to Blue Crush, was crazy for Tatiana Weston-Webb. It was almost like it was just so weird and so uncanny, the similarities of Tati's wave to Anne Marie in Blue Crush, and it was like, and what it meant for the world of surfing, Joe. It was just so weird for me because I grew up watching Blue Crush, and then Tatiana Weston-Webb was literally doing it right in front of my eyes. Anyway, it will be burned into my brain forever, that vision, her coming out, claiming it, 10, Vahine answering back, and then eventually going on to win the contest. It was just so cool. It was so cool, Joey. I get goosebumps even just thinking about that.
Blue Crush, true story.
Yeah.
We saw it in real life.
We did.
9:30 on the clock here. Gabriela Bryan and Kaia Galina joining an uncrowded lineup. It's Kaia's home break. Her grandfather gave her the nickname Miss Teahupo'o. As she's running around Tear. It's easy to spot her. One of the rare kids with blonde hair running around the island getting barreled, and she loves her lifestyle here as a local at Chopes. As we check out the rankings here, Molly Picklum in the quarters. Gabby's in the water now, still trying to win this heat. Katie got a win into the quarters as well. The big story is number 4 and 5. Isabella Nichols and Betty Lou are in the elimination round, trying to hang on to their spots in the final 5.
Yeah, it's definitely nervous times for them. You want to be in control of that destiny. We were speaking about it yesterday with the men in that elimination round, with people like Kanoa and, with Ethan, advancing through, but you want to be in control. You don't want to, leave it to chance and watch this thing unfold, and whether or not you go out in the channel and you're watching, or if you get out of here quick smart because you can't bear to look at what might be happening. You just want to be in control of that. So it is a must sort of make situation, especially when you have women like Erin Brooks chasing down your tail, and with surfing like what we saw this morning, she was looking pretty deadly.
Erin Brooks, the reason why we have number 4 and 5 in the elimination round. So Betty Lou will deal with her best friend on tour, Luana Silva, coming up next. And then Isabella Nichols, easy call, toughest draw in the round, as she has Vahine Fiero, who has won this event as a wild card, big or small. She understands the reef, and really just ran out of time in the heat with Tyler, where she got what would have been the winning wave 1 second too late.
For sure. It would have been one of the waves of the morning. That thing was absolutely beautiful, and yeah, it's an incredibly tough draw for Isabella. I think she's obviously going to try and rise to that occasion, but statistically on paper and just with the experience you're going with Vahine. But, currently, Isabella came into this, number 4? Betty Lou's number 5th. Maybe you got a few more points ahead of Betty Lou, but I don't know, I just wouldn't be feeling that safe. It just feels scary because you've also got Caroline Marks sitting there as well, which could potentially throw a spanner in the works too.
Still unpacking that news you dropped on me at the start of this heat, running into Richard Dog Marsh. So Dog and Gabby no longer working together super late in the season. And you're starting to think about a lot of changes. You know, that's been a huge theme of her success, was the dog pound, you know, with Leo Fioravanti, Connor O'Leary, Ryan Callanan, and basically being assistant coaches in the crew as well. So that'll be an interesting story to follow, you know, for the rest of this event, and then most importantly, in the world title event at the Lexus WSL Finals.
It'll be also interesting to know who she'll be working with there, if anyone at all, because I mean, it just is a very interesting decision at this time of the year. So, and then even just, here we go, Kaia.
Rolling into this one, Kaia Galina throwing down a nice little backhand snap. Out in front, little carve back into the pocket again. So a nice little two-turn combo to try to ditch the one. Support crew on the edge of their seat in the channel. More important to have a ski or a boat if you grow up here. It's pretty common for us to wake up on the point, look out on dark, and see kids with their backpacks on in a little boat, just puttering down around to the end of the road. It's what a classic way to get ready for school in the morning. I think it's about to start. I think next week school's in session for all the young kids here that are in elementary school.
Pretty cool. They're probably getting their boat license before they're getting their car license around here.
Definitely way more important. You're getting good waves, you know, all these waves, you know, around Chokes, because there's a few others. I mean, they're out to sea. So yeah, you are dreaming of getting your first boat, your first ski when you're probably like 6 years old.
Yeah, totally. Otherwise, it's a long paddle. Or kayak.
5:10 on the clock here. The plan, I think, for Kaia, she wants to do some QSs and just get the reps up to learn heat strategy, not just on this wave, but all the great venues around here. And just fun to be a part of the wild card story for the women. It's been about Vahine taking it home for the locals. Callie Voss making the final with Miguel Pupo in the past. He was on fire and unstoppable in yesterday's competition. Mihimana also getting through and creating a big upset, taking out Kanoa Igarashi, who's since dropped to number 4 in the world. I'll keep you posted on those final 5 scenarios. Men are off for the day. Women's quarterfinals called on. And so far, so good for Gabby Bryan. Still keeping her 5.5 as her best. Kaia, without priority, needs a 5.93. So still doable. It's going to be coming down to the right wave at the right time where she can really show off that backhand tube technique.
Yeah, I think she's just looking for, I mean, she knows the wave she's looking for. Even in the opening round heat, we saw her paddle for a couple. Unfortunately, she missed them. We got to follow that wave, and the wave shape was amazing. It was very cylindrical. It stayed open the whole way. She knows what she wants, and if she could just stroke into one of those, similar to what she did in the trials, get that length of ride, then she's going to be on her way.
Wave on the way here. Priority is with world number 2. They both will let this one go. Great read from both surfers. Gabriela Bryan looking for her 4th CT win of 2025. She's got 4 total. Building her legacy at Main Break Margaret River, going back to back, which is such a tough thing to do. A year goes by, but you still prove that you are the best in the West. First time she won it, it was really to keep her spot on tour. She was actually dealing with a hurt shoulder. She got run over in a free surf session at Sunset Beach the start of last season. She actually thought she wasn't going to make the cut, so that she already had kind of loose plans for her shoulder recovery, and then she wins Margaret River with one arm. And then said, well, I got to focus on this now. And then she had a nice off season, dealt with her shoulder. I think pushed herself beyond in training and to deal with that extra strength. The volume went up on her boards, and she is looking at this wave. Gabriela Bryan gets right up into the tube stance, looking to burn off some speed, and she will just be a little bit out in front. Ran out of room on the inside shelf. Her 7th wave ridden. Now with 2:15 to go. Her low score before that, a 2.83. Not really feeling a change in the score line. Galina still might just be chasing that 5.93.
Yeah, I'd say so for sure. I mean, right now she's got 2 minutes on the clock. She's got priority, so hoping for one more swell sort of set to roll through the lineup. I mean, she's totally capable of this. I mean, it would have to be the highest wave of the heat, so you've got to compare it to the 5.5 that Gabby dropped earlier. So she is chasing that best wave of the heat right now, almost a 6. Here we go.
Channel starting to liven up because they see an opportunity for the 12-year-old local, Kaia Galina, starting to paddle for maybe her last wave in the event, and she ends up being a little out of position of what she would have liked, so she will see if there's something else for her out the back. Minute 25 to go.
Wow, that channel was just erupting just then. If we can hear it through our headsets right now, it must be loud.
All eyes on Kaia, and she took a look, but Gabby was still paddling back out. She's asking for a time call. Kaia is able to hang on to priority. And the channel's just staring at the horizon. Simon Thornton trying to guide her. Such a great view. You often see guys like Raimana up there, a lot of locals. If they're in someone's corner, they just have that upstairs view.
It's such an epic place to watch from up there. It really is. If you get an opportunity to come to the end of the road and you get to be here during the contest, that is the place you want to be. You want to be in the channel. It is absolutely crazy. All the screaming, the emotions, and yeah, it's just, it's absolutely amazing. And it's so close. I think that's what you forget. And when I went out there yesterday, I was reminded just how close all the boats, all the flotilla, the jet skis, the operation, how it all works. It's so crazy.
What a great moment. And now everybody knows who Kaia Galina is, a 12-year-old about to turn 13 on August 10th, creating a new record in pro surfing, being the youngest ever to be in a CT jersey. As that was a special show. Gabby Bryan gets the win. World number 2 will be reseeded into the quarterfinals as she's still fighting for yellow. Up next, a big heat for Betty Lou. She takes on her best friend, Luana Silva, right after this.
Voilà donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Gabriela Bryan qui se qualifie pour les quarts de finale. Et malheureusement, élimination de Kaia Galina. Et à l'instant, début de la série qui oppose Sakura Johnson, la Hawaïenne rouge, à Luana Silva, la brésilienne en bleu. Deuxième série de ronde d'élimination pour les filles.
As part of our global WSL One Ocean initiative, we are partnering with Tahiti ET Surf Club in consultation with the community of Teahupo'o, Kairapu West, and the Paitai Paiuta environmental team here at Mahora Beach, combating coastal erosion by restoring a natural vegetative barrier through the replanting of native species, particularly Naupata and the riri plants. This coast has experienced severe erosion from the large swells and the rising sea levels over the years, and today we will continue to combat the erosion. Thanks for everybody participating, all the locals, everyone from WSL. As we look at elimination round, heat number 2 starting. A big one for Betty Lou. Ending up into this heat because of an on-fire Erin Brooks in the opening round. Betty Lou, number 5 in the world, and she is hoping that she can hang on to that spot to be a cloud break. And her best friend she grew up with on Oahu is her competitor today, Luana Silva, the number 10 seed in the event.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup. These girls, obviously, these women growing up together, they've spent so much time together at all the surf since probably they were Kalia's age, you know, since they were 12 years old. And this is a really big heat for Betty Lou right now. It's major. I think if she loses now, she's in a must-win situation. I feel like, yes, she's kind of safe, but not when you see the form of people underneath you. You see the form of Caroline, you see the form of Erin Brooks, you know, and just knowing what they're capable out here of, you know, on their forehand. I would not be feeling comfortable with, you know, just hanging on to that number 5 as we see Lulu.
Lulu locking in, and she is out in front, so she'll step off quickly, knowing that she wants to look for a good barrel in this matchup. Betty Lou with priority, stepped on away, 0.17, so still open, but priority established. But you think about how important it is to have a rival to grow up with, to push you. You know, they look at each other and they're actually going, hey, I don't know if I'd be this good if it wasn't for you pushing me for all those junior titles growing up. You know, you think, you know, Parko Mick, you think even, you know, Griffin, Jake Marshall. Those guys were wild in their amateur career. They didn't even see any other competitor except for themselves, you know, and they both look at each other on tour today and go, yeah, thanks. That was great, you know. And I mean, for you, Flick, does that resonate coming up where you're like, oh, thank goodness I've got some talent around me that's going to push me and not make things too easy.
No, big time. Even when I was a Grom to the Macaulay sisters like Bronte, and then even to now with Laura, who I surf with all the time. We're still competitive. We love each other, but we're competitive.
All right, and you wouldn't want to do it without them.
No
you know?
way.
Like maybe one day, you know, Laura gets to the wave of the day. Maybe you're doing it next time. And it's those healthy rivalries that you need, and I think Lulu and Betty Lou are so aware of that. You know, so much love between them, and you know, Lulu knows what's on the line for Betty Lou today, but she's got her own goals as well, and we've seen her best stuff this season on tour.
Yeah, she's impressed me, Lulu. I think Bells was a special one for sure, coming up in the final. First time she cracked it past the quarterfinals there, and met Isabella Nichols in the final on the bowl, and it was just really cool to see. Even the post-heat interview after cracking that quarters, just how emotional she got and how much it meant to her, and it's awesome. I think to do it at the bowl too was rad to see, because I feel like it's a way that really suits her surfing. You know, she's got these beautiful drawn out calves and so many similarities to sort of the bowl at Sunset, and it was just rad to see that was kind of the first stop that she made her maiden final.
In high performance wave, I love the combo of turns that Lulu does, the big open face swoop into a big lip line hack. It's really quick in transition and so smooth. Betty Lou has some serious strengths and has even, you know, accomplished a lot of great things at Pipeline. In that super heat with Molly Picklum when it was absolutely pumping, had some 8s in that one, then was runner-up to Molly at Sunset to follow, and then she had to deal with a track record that wasn't in her favor against Molly. And we're seeing this like lopsided rivalry where Molly just kept on winning, and then all of a sudden that was shattered this year. You know, Betty Lou accomplishing more than even 2 wins this year, which is huge, but also figuring out how to beat people that have had her number in the past.
It's crazy. I think this year's been it's been an amazing one for Betty Lou, but at the same time she's had a lot of heartbreak as well, because you think about it, she's had 2 wins. Molly's only had, I mean, it just goes to show how much it rewards consistency, right? I mean, the point system, because Molly's had the 1 win in Brazil and she's wearing the yellow jersey, as opposed to Betty Lou, who's had the 2 wins. I mean, Trestles, Gold Coast, but, you know, she's just had not quite the results she's wanted at all the other event tour stops. And yeah, it's crazy to watch. But this year, I feel, to get 2 wins on tour, I mean, the only other one to do that's Gabby, right? So more than that. So it's been really impressive to watch.
Let's catch up with 2 of my favorite grommets. Chris Cotes with Kaia Galina.
Yeah, thanks, team. So, no big deal. Just making history. Youngest surfer to ever compete in a championship tour event. Tell me about this week. This must have been a wild ride for you.
Yeah, I was super excited coming up to the contest. I couldn't wait. I was hoping for it to be like a little bit smaller, but yeah, I was just really happy to make this contest.
Well, you absolutely charged out there. How cool is it to see a bunch of your friends in the channel and hearing everybody out here cheering you on?
Yeah, thanks everybody for all the support. I could hear them from the lineup. Every time a wave would come in, it's like, go! And I'm really happy for that.
Well, congratulations on winning the trials out here. That is a huge accomplishment. I know you have a huge future ahead of you. So to all your new fans out there watching, what's next for you, Miss Chopo?
Yes, thank you. I don't know, I guess I'm just gonna try to do the trials next year too, and hopefully maybe come back, but I'm just gonna try, and then we'll see. Hopefully I could qualify like in a few years though.
No doubt. Well, we also want to say a big happy birthday, 2 days away from becoming a teenager. What are your birthday plans?
We're not sure yet, actually. We'll just see, maybe just like go to the restaurant with like some friends and my family and stuff. But we'll see, yeah.
Well, I bet some birthday barrels in your future. Congratulations on all your success and happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Chris. Wow, a young superstar. Kaia Galina, officially the youngest ever to be in a CT at 12, a couple of days away from her 13th birthday. And talking to her dad, Ryan, he is just so proud. And that was the game plan. Have a blast, have some fun. And she got to really feel that support. You know, that was definitely a big takeaway for her in that chat with Chris. You know, like hearing her friends and family scream for her like that, that's a moment she'll never forget.
No way, it's so cool. As we look to what happened during that interview, Betty Lou just grabs a rail on a bigger set wave, tries to set the line, but this was a sick wave, but you could just see there was the rib in the face there that she hit, the fins disengaged. She looks like she might look like a little bit gassed there, maybe a little bit of pain, because she went down pretty hard just then. It was a pretty radical wipeout.
Also could have been the frustration too,
yeah.
You know, of seeing what she could have done on that wave to potentially make it. It's interesting how different a heat feels, you know, after a long season accomplishing so much and then knowing that your spot in the world title race could be on the line. As you see, some of the best in the biz, the Water Patrol doing the big lap around the lagoon. So if they pick up a surfer and they're really on the inside shelf, they'll pass the judges tower and do the whole whip around. You can see Betty Lou in the distance coming in hot. So it's about 90 seconds. They know the reef so well. It's really hard to navigate if you've never been over it before, but there's a couple little cracks in the reef that they follow, and they know how fast they need to go there, and then they just gun it around the corner, and we'll put Betty Lou back in position. You'll see that drop off right there on your screen. Meanwhile, Lulu with the lineup to herself had the 0.5, and she'll have priority. And now Sakura will try again. Let's now catch up with world number 2, Gabriela Bryan with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Gabby, first of all, as a surf fan, I just want to say thank you for the year of entertainment you've put together. What a run it's been, and here at the last stop of the regular season, your winning ways continue. Give me a quick take on your year so far.
Yeah, it's been an incredible year. When I look back on it, 3 CT wins is like mind-blowing. I can't even believe it. And then here in Tahiti, it's probably my most uncomfortable event for sure. I'm not super confident on my backhand, but I'm like so ready to put in the work, and I'm even already looking forward to coming back in the off season and getting better out here. So yeah, each heat I get out there and constantly learning, and it's been an incredible year.
I think a lot of us has so much respect, obviously, for how good you are at surfing, but also your mind. I mean, coming to this event, final 5 thoughts. You've got thoughts of a huge swell in the forecast. How do you like just get everything settled and just paddle out there and do your job?
I think that here, I mean, already clinching my spot in final 5 took off so much pressure, so it was almost like just go out there, do my best, and I could get the wave of my life. So that's kind of just been my mindset. And yeah, hopefully, I think the quarters are on, so I'm not up pretty soon, and yeah, I'm going to keep giving it a good crack.
Well, it's going to be a big day of surfing for Gabriela Bryan. Good luck moving into the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Gabby Bryan moving on to the quarters. Still world number 2, still trying to get the yellow jersey off of Molly Picklum. With the new rule change really favoring a regular season performance where the yellow jersey at the Lexus WSL Finals would just have to win that first title match heat and they could be the world champ instead of always going to best out of 3. Every match on the day will also have the high seed starting off the heat with priority. And we'll see if Betty Lou's going to be there. Still world number 5. Did the lap around the lagoon and is under priority of Luana Silva. Isabella Nichols will be on the hot seat next against Vahine Fiero, and kind of thinking about the intensity of what's on the line here. If Betty Lou does lose this heat, then Caroline Marks, who's coming up later on, if she makes the quarter, she would then pass Betty Lou into that final 5. That's how close it is coming into the last stop of the regular season.
Wow, wow. And that's pretty incredible because, oh, it just looks like maybe we might have a paddle here.
Having a look here, it's up to Lulu if she wants it. She will commit. Representing Brazil, raised on the north shore of Oahu. She's out in front. She might go for one big snap and she loses it. So takes that wave, gets an incomplete score. Priority back to Betty Lou. Kind of go to that decision time when you realize that you're not getting barreled and when you're going to have to settle for turns, but it's a short space where you are running out of time, basically because you're running out of water. It's almost going to dry reef. And right there, you know, what would feel like a routine backhand snap for Luana Silva, there's a little bit more involved there.
Oh, definitely. There's so much more consequence. You can just see how shallow this is, but they've just got to back over into that lagoon area. But it's super shallow over the reef, and you're basically going up for a turn, and on your way back down, the bottom's dropping out before you even know it, and you're kind of almost about to face plant into virtually only a few inches of water. So you can see here she sets up for this top turn, and the bottom just drops out, the nose picks in, and just face planting into that reef there.
Well, we always got to figure out how close they are to that shallow reef and what makes this wave really scary. More on that. Let's check in with Strider.
Wow, yeah, just sitting here in the channel, look at the shallowness of the reef, and you know, I'm pretty safe over here. We got a big deep drop off on the corner, but where they're taking off on that inside ledge over there, it is probably 2 feet deep. I mean, it's so shallow, and then they're cat and mousing with the sets. Like they don't go on a wave, or they do and they don't make it. They turn around, they got that big set on the head like we just saw. I mean, that was a lot of water coming down on Lulu's head right there, and it was just like it was just all over the reef. You can just see how shallow it is in there. And when you take that wave out here, like say, and instance, this way is grinding on the reef, and you can see that blue line through it. That's because it's so shallow that it lights up off the bottom through the wave, and you can actually see the reef as you're taking off. It's so intimidating, it's crazy. I just like wanted to touch on that. Like back there on that ledge, there's, you know, they call it a ledge for a reason because it gets really shallow really quick. And that's what makes the wave just barrel out and just spin down the reef like that. And it's so easy, if you don't make it, to bounce on the reef, to touch it. And it's literally, when it happens, you almost don't feel it. And then the next thing you know, you're bleeding all over the place. So it's just, it's like, I guess it, you know, it's really hard to explain, but it's like, you know, you take a hit and you're so full of adrenaline that you don't feel it. And then all of a sudden you look and you just got this like white mark on you. And the next thing you know, it just, blood's rushing out of it. So it's really, really dangerous over there on that inside corner.
So true. What's called a ledge out there, but that's why we call you a ledge, Strider. I mean, your worst wipeout you've ever had in your life was out here. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. It was really bad, and I was, you know, those little white marks I was telling you about, I had them all over my whole body, including some private parts. And it was like, the front, the back, I was bleeding everywhere, and you know, they lined me up, and I barfed everywhere from the shock to my system. So this place is dear to my heart, but it also brings up some emotional memories of almost kicking the bucket. So I was underwater for a really long time, and this place will hand you the worst beating of your life, but the best memory and elation of when you make one of these waves. So I've had them both. You got to pay to play here at Teahupo'o, though.
100%. Thank you, Oz. As we see 17:55 on the clock, Betty Lou with priority. Still wants to get another chance to pull up and under. She's now identifying this one, and she will change her mind Lulu is still paddling over the wall. And Betty Lou should be able to hang on to priority. She's double checking on the tower there. Still no sign of a change as she's trying to control the next set. Betty Lou learning a lot from Ross Williams in her career, and then Ross made the decision to be home with his family this season, so she called up Tommy Whitaker, and that's been a great match for her. So kind of balanced all of her learnings from Ross, got a nice Australian coach, Tommy Witz, with all his expertise, and picked up her first 2 wins of her career.
I know, it's kind of working pretty nicely. I mean, I think that's the cool thing. You know, you spend so many years on tour, and some people do lock in with that one coach the whole time, but others, you know, you might do 2 years here and then think, oh, maybe I could learn something new from someone else. And I think that's the beauty of it, because, you know, so many of these coaches offer so many different coaching sort of techniques and strategies and approaches, and, you know, you start to amalgamate all of those and all your learnings, and you only become a better surfer. And this year we've seen that from Betty Lou. I mean, the performance she put together on the Gold Coast was incredible. She was looking so, you know, fast. Her precision was amazing. And then to back it up with another win is pretty incredible.
Luana Silva changing her position there under the priority of Betty Lou. Betty Lou turned around in time to hang on to first priority in a big heat for the world title race. She finished off in the quarterfinals at J-Bay, left a little unsatisfied, but she knows how to win these days. Already identified what she could have done to make it towards the pointy end of that event. But had a good time there, often traveling with her mom, Shinobu. Betty Lou wants this one. She's already committed, a couple of good paddles in, looking for her first completion of the heat. She's gone behind the curtain, comes out quickly. And her best score so far of the elimination round, heat number 2. And Betty Lou will now be in first.
Yeah, that was really well done. It was a smaller, more inside wave, but that one just really hit that ledge nicely. Stayed super open. It was nice and round, and it's good. I mean, we're you know, approaching this we're over the halfway point in this heat, and it's going to feel nice for her to lock in this score. So smaller wave, but beautiful technique. Just rode it so perfectly, and she'll kick out there. But she's I mean, right now you kind of want to be locking a score in. I mean, you've only got a couple of, you know, 0.5s, and I mean, this is going to be the most significant score of the heat so far. You want to start breaking away, because the longer that clock ticks down, the more it can be just like one wave can change it. And, you know, with this dying swell, it is quite inconsistent. You might only get one more set and one more roll of the dice.
A lot of events, you talk to your coach before, and then you get the debrief after. This is one of those rare ones where you're paddling past your coach, who's your caddy in the channel. You could hear Tommy Whitaker barking out some important words to Betty Lou on her lap back out to position. Tommy, longtime professional on the championship tour, was so consistent. He was one of those patient competitors that would sit out the back, wait for 2 good waves, and often make heats. But when he started really getting into coaching, he worked with a legend named Sebastian Zietz, who has a completely different personality when it comes to catching waves. Seabass was like a seagull. You know, he can't sit still. And Tommy wasn't going, hey, I'm going to force you to surf like me in heats. I want to bring out your strengths.
Yeah.
And I think Tommy Witz kind of laid down that foundation of coaching and realized he would look at the surfer he's working with, you know, bring out their best. Like in Betty Lou, he always says, I want to help Katie Simmers be more Katie. You know, just bring out your strengths that got you there and make you better. Luana Silva will take this wave, holds onto the rail, has some speed, too much for the barrel. Decides not to commit to a turn there, and kicks out of her 3rd wave ridden. Her boyfriend, Joao Chianca, has been one of the hardest charging surfers we've seen out here in the last few days or so. Was doing the splits at the bottom of 10-foot bombs yesterday, and still got through his heat into the round of 16. There's Joao now on the ski.
Yeah, those brothers, Joao, Lucas, oh my gosh. Those last couple of days before the event started, they were going crazy. I mean, what we saw Chumbo do, a couple of those toe waves, he's just full cowboy behavior though. Wow, just so hungry, so ready, and just never gonna not have a crack at a wave that is almost looking impossible. I think, you know, we've got that highlights package that we've been playing throughout the event so far, and, you know, there's a bunch of waves there, and it was incredible to watch. Just, I mean, and you can see Zhao has the same mentality, but just taking that on tour. And yesterday he went down hard a couple of times. I just closed my eyes like, okay, so you're going to be all right here? Like, it was full on.
12:22 on the clock. Elimination round still led by Betty Lou as she just got a 5.83. World number 5 under pressure in the elimination round. Be right back.
That wave is so powerful, so much energy. We call it the mana. There's so much mana there. Teahupo'o is the training grounds. This is our gym, you know, and this is the best place you can get ready to surf a wave like Teahupo'o. A lot of swimming, a lot of apnea training. Really help us to be in our bubble and to don't think about the session, just think about our body. We are more focused and we are more motivated to go big and to push our limits. That wave is so powerful and so magic. There's literally two mountains, the real mountain and the mountain of water, you know. And when you get cut by a big set and you see nothing, just you and those two mountains. It's the best feeling in the world, you know.
Here we go, Betty Lou, Luana Silva still have some time on the clock. We've got Betty Lou pulling up and under. She's deep on this one. It spits, and she comes out right after it. Well done, Betty Lou. Great read, great positioning. And judges put that in the components of the criteria. If you're coming out, especially after the spit, they know you're nice and deep, coming out with style, and she's gonna love to see that big smile from her coach, Tommy Witz. He liked that one too. Let's have another look.
Yeah, this was epic. Just perfect technique. And to your point, Joe, coming out after that bit of spit there, just the little climb, it's so good. I love it. And I love this view, this drone angle. It's so good because you can just see how shallow all the reef underneath. Just to speak to Strider's point before, but look how far forward she is on the board. You can see that back foot's fully shifted just to really create that momentum going forward to push her through that tube. Fully covered, and yeah, great technique. So she's starting to make a runaway with this one, and comes out nice and easy. So, I mean, this is a great score for her, and she's going to be feeling good with her confidence. You know, I feel like she's also been someone that, you know, on her. I mean, we've seen her at Pipe. You know, last year with Molly, they had that heat together, and they were both really pushing the limits on their backhand, and but Chopes is a different kind of wave. It's more slabby. It's more difficult to read. It's more perfect, but in some ways your reaction time has to be quicker. I think Pipe is a bit more difficult, but this, I think, you know, it's a different sort of ball game, and she's figuring that out, and it's awesome to see. So 7.33 for the last wave.
Look at that, 7.33. Betty Lou has a 5.83, and Lulu comboed in a very important heat. You can see that solid one. Seeing that there's still plenty of energy out there. Caught them both by surprise. That one puffs through the channel. Another opportunity behind it. Lulu with priority, and they're both a little bit too far inside again.
Oh.
And that was the challenge yesterday afternoon, and also throughout a couple of the morning heats, knowing where to sit. You know, sometimes those bigger sets will certainly take you by surprise. Let's catch up with the Waz.
Oh yeah, I just want to get back into the conversation about Betty and that, you know, the high score she just got and how technical it was. I mean, she took off and her feet were really close together, almost sidestep, like side by side, and holding the rail and looking out and rode right over the foam ball. But she didn't get too aggressive with, you know, going forward or backward on it, and it really just held the line really nice. And she was completely disappeared from where we were looking in at it. And there was a lot of foam around her, but then, you know, for her to come out and the look on her face and the comfort that she had that kind of feeling that I got from Molly this morning, where she was dominating and having that strength and that confidence to actually ride the wave and look comfortable. So there's definitely a difference in the approach there from her and Lulu. Like, she looks way more comfortable out here and confident, which is really noticeable. It's beautiful.
Thanks so much, Waz. Yeah, breaking down what it takes to jump over the ledge. You know, Glenn Micro Hall, who's on tour for a long time, famous coach, one of the best ever for what he accomplished, recently was comparing it to being a kid, and the older kids invite you to jump off a big rock cliff where you go up to it and you know you want to do it. And you know you're ready, and then sometimes your body just freezes and it won't let you jump, you know, and you're just trying to go, why won't I jump?
Your mind wants to, your body won't.
Your friends are down there telling you to jump. Well, Kalia knows what it's like. That's what you do after you surf a CT heat, right? Chuck your friends off the sled.
Have a wrestling match.
Hey, and they're both going down. I think Kalia deserves it. But hey, it's a grommet whirl. See, king of the mountain, queen of the sled, classic. But yeah, just the element of getting over that mental block that you have. You know, some people, you know, talk about switching the brain off so you could just react and trust yourself, you know, and it's like once you do jump off the rock cliff, you finally do it, you feel this adrenaline and you feel like you belong, and then you want to do it again, you know, and it's I like that comparison to, like, you know, pushing yourself in bigger waves.
Yeah, I think there's so much to be said around that topic, right? I mean, when you talk about fear and you talk about pushing yourself over the ledge, you can talk about a number of different things. I think you can talk about, you know, you reflect on all the best moments in your life. It's probably come when you've pushed yourself outside that comfort zone. You can also start to break it down and be like, you know, there's a lot of head noise that comes with surfing big waves, and sometimes it's there more than others. And I think, you know, it's all the what ifs, and it's what if this happens, what if that happens. And I think sometimes you can start to just simplify it and be like, well, if that did happen, all the safety's there in the world, the protocols are here, I'm planned, I'm prepared. I think, and that's how you can sort of start to minimize those sort of things. As we see, Luana
grabs around the takeoff and just a little out in front. She'll step off again, her 5th try there. We know she has Joao in her corner, but also Leandro Dora this year. They have a great relationship. He's got a great relationship with her whole family. Her mom also here in Tahiti to give her even more support, and what might be her final event, maybe her final few minutes of what's been a very successful 2025.
Yeah, this has been the best year for her so far on tour, and it's been really cool to see. You know, it was cool to see her make the cut and how emotional she got around that. And then, yeah, the Bells Beach, you know, back home in Brazil, the 2nd place there. So that's 2 podium finishes, and hopefully she just takes this confidence from this year and keeps that going into the following season. I mean, it's going to be a long off season too, so she's going to have plenty of time to work on stuff if she wants to. And yeah, we won't be seeing her till when? April, potentially.
Goodness, yeah. It's a wild off season, especially with everything shifting next year. If you missed that message, next year everything starts at Bells, but not till April, and all roads will lead to Pipeline next year. The cut's gone. There'll just be a little mini postseason with Abu Dhabi and Portugal, and then the entire tour will rejoin next December at the Pipe Masters. really exciting times in pro surfing.
So cool. It feels very back to the core. I love it. I absolutely love it. And I think, you know, we're potentially going to see that world title go down at Pipe.
Big one coming up next for the title race. The queen of Chobes, Vahine Fiero, coming up next as a wild card. She had her rookie year this year.
Fire up.
Already getting the fire started in the channel. Working closely with Jeremy Flores through the Olympic Games as well. And Isabella Nichols will be out there, world number 4, trying to keep that spot alive in the final 5. Definitely the hardest draw on paper, with Vahine being on her home break.
Yeah, this is going to be super tough for Bella. I know that, you know, she's going. I think she probably won't be thinking about Vahine so much. It's more about her own progression out there and her own wave selection, because I mean, there's going to be a lot of screams, a lot of chanting, a lot of, you know, support for Vahine in the channel, and obviously, you know, the stats that, you know, it's all there on paper. But I think for Bella, this is going to be more of a personal growth thing, and seeing how much she can push herself and how much learning she can get done out here, because it's not often that you get to surf out here with only one other person. So I think you just want to be making the most of that and learning as much as possible.
90 seconds left in this one, and with Lulu needing 2 new waves, it's looking like Betty Lou is going to survive and get to the quarters and maybe get another chance to get some practice in. With this little lump moving off the reef, they'll hold their position there. So Betty Lou will be reseated in the quarters. And remember that scenario we were talking about with Caroline Marks getting to the quarterfinals? Then the pressure will be on Isabella. Now, knowing Marks is coming up at the end of the round against Lakey Peterson and is a past champ and a gold medalist out here. It's just making this morning really intense.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad that I'm not the person experiencing that anxiety right now. It's just, it's really tough, like, to try and minimize that head noise right now and just go out there and surf, you know. And Isabella's paddling out there right now.
As we see Shinobu looking on, proud of Betty Lou, her daughter there. Shinobu from Japan moved to Hawaii at 18. She said she didn't speak any English and just fell in love with the Hawaiian Islands. She also is backing her son all the time, who's a great baseball player over at Wailua High School. Great pitcher as well. 20 seconds, and big congrats to Luana Silva for having a very successful season, making 2 CT finals this year. And this will be her last wave in the CT jersey of 2025. A nice little launch into the channel. Now her goal is going to be easy. 2 finals this year. Now she's going to win in 2026.
Yeah, for sure. I see it coming. There's plenty of waves on tour that suit her surfing. She's got a big off season. And yeah, she can also go enjoy the time, boyfriend, family, go have some fun.
We will see Betty Lou surfing again today. Quarterfinals are on as she survives a scary round. Up next, Isabella Nichols and Vahine Fiero. I'll be right back.
Blue from Tahiti, Vahine Fiero. Just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Betty Lou, advancing to quarterfinal. Voilà donc fin de la série numéro 2 qui a vu la victoire de Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson qui se qualifie pour les quarts de finale. Élimination de Luana Silva. Et à l'instant, début de la 3e série du round d'élimination pour les femmes, avec en rouge l'Australienne Isabella Nichols, opposée à la Polynésienne Vahine Fiero en bleu. Série de 35 minutes pour une place en quart de finale. And I just want to remind the surfer that if you're sitting out of position and you miss good quality wave, there will be no restart. Je rappelle pour les surfeurs, si vous êtes hors de position au line-up et que vous ratez des vagues de qualité, il n'y aura pas de restart.
The beautiful island of Tahiti, a wonderful place, and a celebration in the channel for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, inching ever so closer to clinching a spot in the WSL Final 5. That's what it is. It's a sprint right now for that Lexus WSL Final 5 over in Fiji, Kaipo Stace Galbraith. We're in the women's elimination round, so this is high stakes in this round.
Yeah, that was a huge heat there for Betty Lou, and a great performance. Obviously, getting a heat win's one thing out here, but when you perform like that, you should be feeling great about the rest of the day.
Yeah, another surfer that's really in the hot seat right now. In this elimination round, she's above that Final 5 cut line for the moment, but she can't let up any ground, is Isabella Nichols, number 4 coming into Tahiti, but she's up against probably the biggest challenge that there is in the field. Our defending champ and just local, the queen of Teahupo'o. I'm talking about Vahine Fiero. Fierro scratches into this one. Looks down the line, ducks under into the barrel, travels through second section, and that's what exactly the Tahitian representing France does. Just like that, quick start and a lot of pressure applied to Isabella Nichols right from the get-go.
Oh, I mean, tactically, Isabella's so smart, and she's such a good surfer, and is very, very clever, and she was doing her best to sort of control the start of the heat there by having the inside, but Vahine just too good out here. You know, managed to create just that little bit of space, moved over to the west bowl and chipped into that one beautifully. A little bit feathery at the start. She had to sort of negotiate kind of a crumbling lip, but did so well to get around that, and then she come through to the meaty part of this section, and it just opened up beautifully for her. And yeah, we're so used to seeing her glide through those tubes. She makes it look easy, but it's certainly not. And that's the redemption for the narrow loss that she suffered in her early round heat. She had a beautiful wave. If you just tuned in, she was paddling in with about, you know, a couple of seconds left on the clock, and unfortunately did not get up in time, but it probably would have been about an 8.85, which would have done the job easy. So for her to get this wave right here, this early in the heat, she would be over the moon.
The CI Happy Traveler traveling through that barrel for Vahine Fiero, and she's coming on with a really strong start. Vahine, her opening ride, an 8.17 and that's the way to start off this heat. Strider in the channel, what did you think?
It was amazing. I just was, you know, the wave arrived, and the reality of the way that wave came through, and Isabella Nichols was right there. Everybody, they're both right in position, but when the wave came through, you were like, oh, is that really going to be a good one? And Vahine knew it right away. But even as she was taking off, Jeremy was thinking, you better go. He was screaming to go down the line, and she stalled. And she knew the wave was going to back off into the corner. That was pure local knowledge and understanding of this reef and time spent. Beautiful display of knowledge and time spent. It was really fun to watch. Technical, on the ledge, beautiful style, perfectly executed. Starts out with an excellent score. It's going to be tough to overcome her right now.
Stace, check out this replay.
Oh, she's just the definition of floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee, just smiling assassin. Look at her through this wave. As Strider mentioned, and we've mentioned it a million times, it never gets old. Such a beautiful style on the wave in such a critical wave. Obviously, the swell's dropped a bit today, but even at this size, it's still a, you know, it's still a wave that can throw you around if you get out of place with it. But Vahine's obviously so tuned in right now.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't start a heat in a better way than Vahine Fiero with that 8.17. More sets coming through here as we track our Tahitian flight cam from up above. And as we wait for the next exchange, let's talk to quarterfinalists Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with Chris Cote.
Yeah, that's right, Kaipo. Thanks. Yeah, quarterfinalists. It's got to feel good, and what a way to do it. It's going to be a big day of surfing for you. Already 2 heats in the book. Talk us through that last one. What was going on in your mind before you paddled out?
Yeah, that heat was just a bummer to go up against Luana, but yeah, just kind of still finding that confidence, and that heat definitely helped me a ton. And yeah, identifying the reef a bit more and knowing what waves I want to pick off. So I feel like we're doing good.
Yeah, always a little bittersweet going up against one of your best friends, but I know how bad you want it because I'm looking at your feet. We're not going to show them on camera because it looks like a tiger's been chewing on them. You let some skin on this reef, but you're still going.
Yeah, my first heat, I sliced up my feet a little bit. It's like cheese grated it. Definitely some stingers, but that's, you got to play to, you know, that's the that's the price to play. So yeah, just super stoked, just taking my chances. And
now every heat is really high stakes at this level, big ramifications going into the final 5. I got to ask you, is that in the back of your mind right now?
Definitely, I've definitely thought about it a bunch. It's been a big goal of mine. But yeah, honestly, just out here, really just enjoying this place, and just be super present, because this is, this could be my last event, and I just want to, be here and just try my best to get into the final 5, and hopefully I can accomplish that goal.
Well, so far so good for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Congratulations, moving on into the next round.
Thank you guys.
Oh, wow. During that interview, talk about an answer back. Isabella Nichols, it looked like there was an extreme advantage to Vahine Fiero. Then this happened.
What a wave as we catch up with it here. Beautiful drop in, and just threw her offline a little bit there, but it almost helped by keeping her kind of behind the curtain for a little bit longer. And heaps of courage to go on this wave, and did such a good job not to get bucked off her board there.
I'm thinking this gets her right back in the game, Stace.
This is an amazing drop. Oh. And look at that wide open pit. So sick.
Just fireworks at the end of the road right now for the first 2 rides from these charging women. Look at this in the slow-mo. Like you said, bucked her off a little bit, but set her up for that.
Yeah, she did so well not to come off her board there. But, in saying that, it worked to her advantage. It was sort of, it reminds me of Geordie Smith's 9.5 yesterday, where he came off the bottom and kind of was just sort of out of time with his pump, and it sort of threw him off balance. But Vahine live action here.
Yeah, that one clamped on Fierro, so now priority to Isabella Nichols as we await her score.
But yeah, getting back to it, like that little kind of, it's a bobble, but it's not like I wouldn't say it's a mistake. It's just a bit of timing. You're just a little bit out of rhythm with it as you're coming off the bottom, but it actually set her up to be kind of in a better spot by the time she came out of it. The judges are going to have a really difficult time breaking that one down, though. I think they will have a lot of discussion around Vahine's 817, 2 different styles of waves and 2 different styles of surfing. And so they're going to have do they like the longer, more running kind of Vahine pumping and coming from behind the section? Or are they going to appreciate Isabella Nichols, who perhaps wasn't as deep, but was a far more critical wave and a lot rounder?
Well, let's contrast and take a look at these side by side, Stace.
Yeah, so Isabella's takeoff's obviously a lot more critical, and the wave is a lot squarer, as Vahine's had to slow down, which typically the judges don't love that, but then they do love it when you're pumping and driving through the barrel and spending a lot of time in the tube. So Vahine here, as you can see, the side-by-side replay clearly shows that Vahine is in the tube for a lot longer, but Isabella's wave was a lot more critical. And as the score comes in there, Kipes, to 7.9, you can see that kind of, minor disagreement, I guess you could say, between the 3 scores. Like, it's overs and unders.
When we look at the spread, we have 2 judges that were up that thought it was better than Vahine, and then 3 judges that were down below that 8.17 mark. So pretty close call.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of exactly what I expected, and that's the that's the hard part about the sport. It's just obviously goofy versus regular is one thing, but then the style of the waves that they rode was completely different. And they both deserve to be around excellent scores, and they are right there. And at the moment, it's just a slight advantage to the local Vahine.
Let's get Strider in on this conversation.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I think, to be honest, Isabella has just surprised us all. And I think that little bit of a late drop and almost mistake coming into it helped her out as that thing wrapped around, and the wave did some amazing work around her where it just hit the bowl perfectly and blew up over her, and she was just standing there like no hands, and she was like coming out of the barrel, looked at me, and she had this like surprised look on her face. So I think she actually surprised herself, which will give her a sense of confidence moving forward, like, oh, wait a minute, I can do this. I haven't seen her, do that here while we've been surfing in Tahiti, so that was a really heavy wave, and that would give her a sense of confidence too as well moving forward. So once you get one of those aces in your back pocket, you're like, well, there's another one coming maybe, and that feels good, the momentum and that drive that you feel. Obviously Vahine has got those, she knows the aces are in the deck, and she knows she can pull them out, and as this heat goes on, she's going to get one. But the fact that Isabella knows it now too, it's going to make it a heat.
What about the head noise, Strider, that I might actually get you to take us through this one if they go. But yeah, the head noise that Isabella would have had letting like Vahine go that wave from the start that she couldn't quite get to, but then to turn it around with that wave.
Yeah, you know, I like we were just talking about, that sense of confidence is turned, and understanding that, you know, she surprised herself, but then it puts her into kind of a go mode and a feeling, and I think she would have got rid of all that noise around, you know, the final 5 and everything in it, because now the adrenaline rushing off of a wave like that would give you that moment of presence and in the moment and being somewhere where you needed to be. Besides all that other stuff going on, the first wave of the heat, the final 5, everything, you know, scrapping around underneath you, all the other surfers. Now she's back. You could see it in her face when she came out. You could see it in Jay Bottle's face when he was pumping her up as she went by. So I love that little turnaround and the energy shift, and now we got a heat on our hands.
Well, important heat for Isabella Nichols as we take a look at our Lexus WSL Final 5's scenarios for these surfers. Remember, number 4, Isabella Nichols. We're going to get to those scenarios after we check out Vahine Fiero under priority up the reef, and that one's going to run away just way too far up the reef there for Vahine Fiero, so she'll still be searching for that backup for that 8.17.
Yeah, I know that wave won't obviously be a big score. She didn't come out of it, but just the way that she pumps and drives her board through the tube is like, you know, it's no one else is doing that as well as her. I know, you know, she's obviously going to get probably cleaned up here, but I think that the positioning on the reef was all right. That wave just ended up probably being a bit smaller than what she would have hoped, and couldn't quite fit her body through it. But, you know, she's not letting the wave just go over her and, you know, do its thing like Strider mentioned. With some of the waves, you just kind of have to stand there. Vahine's looking for those waves that are super technical and long and like running down the reef, and, you know, she's driving off the front foot rather than just kind of standing in that one position. And so you see a board lift up there, and she's not jumping off her board because she knows she's not going to make it. She's committing to trying to make it right to the very end, which is, you know, that's why you end up in situations like this.
We got Tahitian Water Patrol in the water right now with Vahine Fiero. Looks like she may be waving her off. That's a grabber that has come off of the ski. So we're going to check this situation right now. And now the Red Bull jet ski comes in with yet another grabber to put her on the sled and usher her in. They're going to take her into the lagoon and then back all the way around the channel, double checking on her as we hit the shallows here.
Outside,
Isabella Nichols
Kaipo
pulls in, and way too deep on that one too. And that one just absolutely clamped. Bella, though, is going to, you know, cop another beating with this next wave coming through, just coming out of water right now. And this one's going to push her in, and more work for the Tahitian Water Patrol right here. She's going to bail the board, and that's going to push her way further in. She'll get dragged through there, and another Red Bull jet ski likely on the way here. Could be maybe getting to the channel.
Maybe done a Cowley, just ripped the leash there. I mean, he didn't even start with one, but not a bad call, because you even seen from like the wave that she had to get under, you know, she's 6 feet away from making it.
Yeah.
You know, she's almost in the channel, but it's just so turbulent, you know. And we're likely thinking here the board's not damaged at all. It's just well, for the time being, see what this wave does to it. But the you know, the bummer is here, if she has just taken off her leash, it's saved her some time, and you know, you hope, you know, all your boards are going to be really similar, but you do have your favorites.
Well, there's the drill right there with Jay Bottle Thompson, who's in Isabella's corner, getting her the backup leash, so they're not going to lose a lot of time. And now it's going to be a paddle versus jet ski for priority. Tahitian Water Patrol, you can see that's the proper channel there. Hawaii on the way out, going to have to go around that flotilla and to the drop-off point. Meanwhile, Isabella Nichols sprint paddling to the takeoff zone. We're going to see who gets priority, Stace.
Yeah, love these little machine versus man battles. Machine versus woman on this occasion, you know, similar to Margaret River. And, you know, some people like to paddle out the right and the ski goes around the left. And I think on this occasion, Isabella looks like she'll get the jump here. But, yeah, it's good to see, you know, the whole team at work there, Vahine and all the athletes in amazing hands.
Yeah, all the systems are in play to ensure safety for all of our surfers. And Isabella should be getting priority. Yes, she does. So Isabella Nichols, you know, back kind of with heat control with that priority, because, you know, that 7.9, a promising number, just needs a 1.78 to take the lead off of Vahine Fiero. Vahine Fiero still without a backup score, and Isabella Nichols again in a super important heat, especially when she just watched Betty Lou's Sakura Johnson advance into the quarterfinals in the previous heat. Taking a look at our Lexus WSL Finals Fiji Final 5 scenarios. Look at the hunt. There's only 2 spots left. Picklum's in there, Bryan's in there, Simmer's in there, and it's really Isabella Nichols, Sakura Johnson, Caroline Marks really in the battle right now for, you know, those final 2 spots, as well as Tyler Wright. And Erin Brooks has a mathematical chance.
This next 50 minutes is the most important 50 minutes of the season. We've got Isabella Nichols in this heat and Caroline Marks in the next heat. Once that time's gone by, we're going to know that page is going to change so much about who needs what and where it's all at.
And Tyler Wright and Erin Brooks already in the quarterfinals.
They're already through. So, and it's you know, that's what I mean with Caroline and Isabella in this elimination round. It has put a little bit extra pressure on their shoulders. They know for sure they need to get out of this round, otherwise it's you know, it's for Caroline it would be over because she's already in 6. She wouldn't be even in the 5, whereas Isabella might stay there for one more round, but with that many surfers in the quarters and chasing them, and the surfers that are chasing them, it's dangerous times.
There's Caroline Marks picking up her jersey, and we will see Caroline Marks in Heat 4 of this elimination round, coming up against Lakey Peterson.
Spent a lot of time together. They know each other's game plans probably just as good as their own. At one point in time, they're both traveling with Snips a lot. They would have been doing heat drills and surfing real heats against each other and everything in between. So hopefully there's not a lot of strategy and it's just a straight surf off. We've seen a lot of waves in this heat already. A couple of makes, a couple of falls. It's good signs for the afternoon.
Well, you heard Sakura Johnson in that last interview, you know, having to pay to play, and both Vahine Fiero and Isabella Nichols have paid, you know, taking multiple waves on the head, but also have paid off with some big scores. 8.17 for Vahine, 7.9 for Isabella. Isabella sitting wider, but does have priority on Vahine Fiero. We'll see what's Vahine's strategy as far as, you know, maybe drawing Isabella further up the reef, maybe baiting her into, you know, not so good a wave, or just get a deeper one and surf under priority.
Yeah, I think, you know, the coolest thing I think that Vahine probably has up her sleeve is her ability to be really, really clever and put on a really good poker face, because they're both sitting real close to each other right now, and if one of those waves comes like it did before, that's sort of a bit harder to identify. Vahine's got to be really smart, which she is, to sort of not get too excited and paddle too early and just leave it to the last minute so that Isabella doesn't really pick up on that, because there are those waves out there today for sure that only people like Vahine and Cowley are going to be able to identify that are still in this draw.
Yeah, I mean, at this size, I feel that there is a goofy foot advantage out here at Teahupo'o. You know, maybe when it's bigger, it kind of evens the playing field between the surfers on their backhand and front facing. Well, here we go. Isabella Nichols just takes off, gets hung up.
It's still
as that wave just
out there.
Well, yeah, that one stays. It just, so much water drew up the face right there. It just stopped any of her paddling down the face, and she had no choice but other than to bail.
Yep, had to get out of there. She looks at the channel. I wonder if she'll go and jump back on that other board. I think she might.
Yeah, she's good call.
Confidence is everything out here, and, you know, obviously your equipment is it all starts there. You have to feel comfortable on your equipment, and I have no doubt in her mind that she's happy with that board. But when you make your decision and you start your heat on the board, if you know it's still intact and it's a 30-second changeover, we saw that yesterday with Kanoa, you're going to go back to the board that you started on if it's in one piece, which I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, there was a reason you chose that board initially.
Yep.
So that was kind of just a placeholder right there. The board change between J. Bottle Thompson and Isabella Nichols, and she'll be back on her OG DHD, the one that she started with. What happened here?
Yeah, I think just probably didn't pick up the wave early enough is probably all that happened. You know, they both were kind of sitting there looking at it. And I think in that situation, with the shape of that wave, it needed to be head down and kicking as hard as you can as early as possible. And, you know, we've seen a lot of this so far this event.
Vahine, live action coming out of that replay in a funnel and gets caught up. Looks like she was on her way out. The foam ball got underneath that Channel Island surfboard, just lifted it up. We had a lot of talk about tail lift and how that really affects your projection down the line in the tube. That tail got lifted and she went down, so she's still gonna be searching for a backup.
Yeah, well, and it's funny, like at this point, she's still going for the, like, trying to win the heat on the next wave, which is absolutely the right thing to do, particularly with her talent, you know. So she's still really searching for a, you know, excellent score, maybe something even better than her 817 if the wave provides. But yeah, I think that unfortunately on that occasion, just getting clipped on the way through. Live action, Kipes.
Nichols has to pull up and under and goes down yet again. And that one looked brutal. Head first, that wave really shifted down to the west. And Vahine Fiero now in the channel, may be able to regain heat control with the lead. No, not with this flight cam view shows that Isabella Nichols did a good job just getting out of there. It looked like one of those brutal wipeouts, but it looks like she popped up right out the back. She's going to get priority.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That would have bit of a head slap at that one.
Vahine first.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what actually happened here because she looked well and truly like she was coming through this one.
Yeah, you see that? The foam ball got underneath the board and lifted it, and there's really nothing you can do there.
Oh, and it was just a matter of inches too, like deciding when to pump. She was just half a second off, and nice attempt there from Isabella, but unfortunately goes over the handlebars. And again, like, obviously she didn't make it, but a great wave selection. That was an amazing wave, and same for the one before. She's obviously got the ticker to swing and go on these waves. It's just a matter of pulling it together and executing now.
Yeah, working in Isabella's advantage is priority. Who's going to earn a spot in the quarterfinals? It's been a duel between Vahine Fiero and Isabella Nichols. We're back for the conclusion after this.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus. Experience amazing.
Back at Teahupo'o, and the queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fiero, fades into this one, gets a quick cover. She's already in the lead in this heat, is looking for a backup, and I feel right now, Jeremy Flores applauding, and I'm applauding Vahine Fiero that she's playing the game now. She was going for it, like go really deep, you know, trying to like just get another excellent score. but her mission was just to get a backup, and she did just that, Stace.
Yeah, absolutely. But perfect time on the clock to do that. Awesome airdrop there. There's a lot of board control that she's showing in these rides of hers today. Even in the falls that she's had, she still looks like she's well in control of her equipment, and it's working and connected perfectly to what she wants to do.
Now, because the barrel wasn't ultra deep, it did hinder the score, but she did get a 3.33. So that really is a good indicator for her, because it does, you know, kind of secure her lead a little bit, put a little bit more pressure on Isabella Nichols with 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Isabella does need, you know, under a 4-point ride, 3.61. So we really have a neck-and-neck race right now.
Totally. And now Vahine, though, obviously the advantage of just putting that score up is now she can go back to kind of plan A, which is like another excellent ride. You know, like you said, Kybes really well managed. She's, you know, now it's back to Isabella. Isabella can't just find like a shouldery one and hope to just get a small score and take the lead. She's going to actually have to find a meaningful ride.
I like also the psychological game of never let Bella get the lead. Never let Bella hear from the on-site announcer that she has the lead. Always have Isabella looking for a score over and over again, because I think sports psychology-wise, you know, that chips away. And it can make you anxious, or it can make you defeated, or at the same time.
And it can just kind of compound if you're already, you know, already kind of sliding in your mind, like had a few stacks and now you're behind, and oh, I should have gone that one. Like it just adds to the pile of noise. So yeah, it's a great play there by Vahine.
Vahine from paddle, maybe just trying to bait Isabella into that one. Speaking of Vahine, let's hear from Vahine Fiero on what makes Teahupo'o so special.
Teahupo'o is very special because you can get the best wave of your life, or you can get the worst wipeout of your life. But when you do get the best wave, it's like you're paddling into this huge wall that's coming straight at you, and then it's like crystal clear, all the reef underneath, and you're like paddling into the reef almost. You take off, and then you pump, and then you just get like into this huge tunnel. And all you can see is like the people in the channel like cheering. You can see the mountains in the back. You can hear the sounds of like the wave breaking on the reef. So it's very, all the senses turn on, like whether it's the view, the sounds, the feeling, like it just makes you feel something that you would never feel in a normal day. So yeah, it gives me goosebumps talking about it. So.
Wow, what an excellent description.
Oh, that was
Talk
amazing.
about painting a picture.
Yeah. And yeah, credit to her. It's a part of the job, those media obligations. I'm not joking. We're walking past. We were going to breakfast, going to lunch, going to dinner, and I swear she was still standing in that same spot from sun up till sundown, doing every bit of local media, international media, obviously working with the tour, and it's just, I guess, all part of it, right? It's, you know, she's the local here, and that's why she's got, you know, such an amazing track record. But then there's also that like obligation that has, you know, it's the opposite of actually the performance part of it. It's the job side of it. And just, you know, for her to be that engaged and that, you know, promoting the place so well and herself, it's yeah, she's truly a great ambassador for the sport.
And what a great representative of Tahiti. I mean, last year when she won, it was like, she won individually, but the island of Tahiti won. The whole island won.
Totally.
You know, you could feel it with the crowd.
Oh, great drop.
Oh, no. So that was a great drop. Wasn't able to kind of kick off the speed, so doubted if that's going to be the 3.61 that Isabella needs. And now Vahine Fiero with heat control in under 5 minutes.
Last of red, 0.57.
Wow.
Yeah, that was definitely a win for Tahiti, and a win for the Goofies, and a win for surfing. Like that wild card story, I think everyone can get behind that.
Yeah. Well, we saw that happen a couple times last year on the women's tour. We saw it happen with Vahine here, and then we saw it happen at the final regular season event over there in Fiji with Erin
Goofs
Brooks.
are taking over, Kaipo.
Here we go. Oh,
wow.
funneled and spit out. That's what we were looking for. That is the game right there. All the things that she described of what a barrel out here feels like, she just showed it to us. She was looking at those boats in the channel. She felt the noise inside there, the spit at your back, the whole thing looking down at the reef. Incredible.
I got crazy chicken skin.
As
that
you
was
should.
exactly what
Exactly
what she just described. And, you know, obviously Isabella went the wave just before I wouldn't necessarily say it was a mistake. The wave that she looked to paddle into looked like it was standing up on the reef. It did have a nice big drop on it, but unfortunately, like, to get into a wave like that, you do have to be a little deeper on that wave. You know, I don't think Isabella could let that wave go, but it did put Vahine in the position for this one, Kaipo.
Oh.
And just amazing. Look at the spit. That's the hardest wave we've seen spit in a long time. And yeah, nearly blew the wax off her board. That was crazy.
Just the funnel, the tunnel, the spit, the drop, the water angle. Oh, man.
Wow.
So that will definitely do better than the 3.33. Oh, look at from up above, even more beautiful.
Wow. Perfect rocker there, boys. Well done. This board just glued to the wave. Look at that. Not an inch of that rail was exposed.
Well, they call it at Channel Islands the happy traveler for a reason, because
big time.
You travel with it, but also, you know, because it's kind of a step up, but you travel through the tube just like that.
And just such, you know, like beautiful hand placement through the tube, like arms down nice and low, staying nice and tight. And yeah, just absolutely, you know, stunning tube right there from Vahine.
Isabella trying to answer back. Drops into this one, drags the body. Oh, and gets lipped on the back of the neck. Comes up. And she's probably going to make it to the channel right here.
Yeah, she's been pretty good with that. Most of the time she's popped up, she's been able to kind of get straight to the channel in this heat. Hasn't had to go around the long way once.
Yeah, it's just time for her to take a breather. And she's also going to hear some tough news for her and some really good news for Vahine Fiero. Vahine on that last wave comes out with an excellent 8.5, 8.7 the high, 7.8 the low, average it out, remaining 8.5s, and 2 excellent wave scores for Vahine Fiero, 16.67 two-wave total, and that makes Jeremy Flores, her coach, really happy. He's saying hold. All you have to do is hold for 50 seconds, you're on to the quarterfinals.
Yep, exactly. And that's where, you know, having someone like Jezza in your corner can just center you. Even though Jeremy, by his own description, is a pretty emotional bloke, he surfs with a lot of emotion.
You
but
think?
I think, yeah. Well, when he puts his coach hat on, I think, you know, we've seen the work that he's done with Cowley, with Vahine, and I think that he definitely instills a lot of confidence and a lot of belief into these young surfers, and we'll see Vahine here just likely on a victory lap.
Yeah, takes the opportunity away from Isabella Nichols right there, because that was a pretty decent wave.
I mean, that will upset Jeremy. Because Isabella really wasn't in position for that wave, like, you know, to be perfectly honest. I think she should get away with it, but Chopes is a place you definitely do not want to leave anyone out the back if you can avoid it. Someone like Isabella has the courage to go. The wave does the work for you sometimes, but not on this occasion.
Jeremy Flores, as well as Vahine Fiero with the download after. Maybe we can hear. All right, well, excellent surfing, excellent scores for Vahine Fiero, 16.67. She is the danger surfer here in Tahiti. She's on to the quarterfinal. Then we're on to heat number 4. Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson coming up. Vahine Fiero spit out of the barrel.
Caroline Marks doesn't overthink it. She just wins. Easy as breathing. Her backhand? Lethal. Sharper than a razor, smoother than jazz. Her backhand is the cheat code. Some say her backhand's electric, surgical, effortless. She makes winning look casual. Rip, smile, repeat.
I really want to win. I'm not okay with losing.
Other surfers strategize. Caroline just paddles out, surfs, then cruises back in like, that felt good. She doesn't force it. She flows. And somehow, the ocean listens. A symphony of power and precision. Loud where it needs to be, soft where it matters. No wasted movement, no second guesses, just pure lead-footed dominance.
Caroline Marks, for me, is the best backhand surfer on the Women's Championship Tour.
She's got the power, she's got the style, everything just looks so good.
Some call it technique, some call it instinct. Caroline just calls it surfing.
My favorite necklace ever, gold medal.
Caroline Marks with an outstanding backhand that won her a world title in 2023. But right now we have to focus on forehand barrel riding for Caroline Marks in this elimination round up against Lakey Peterson. The 2023 Tahiti champ wants to get that vibe back here at the end of the road, and it all begins in this elimination round. Kaia with Stace Galbraith talking you through the action here as we zoom down past the flotilla into women's elimination round, heat number 4, the last spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs.
Yeah, it's an important heat for Caroline and Lakey. Mathematically, everyone in contention to make that final 5, but Marksy obviously currently rated 6th. So, you know, she's the most likely one from the outside looking in to shake it up, but she's got to get through Lakey here, which is going to be no small task. We saw fireworks in that last heat, heaps of good waves.
Yeah, it was a show by Vahine Fiero in the last heat, and a really, really great wave for Isabella Nichols. Here we go. And Caroline Marks with the paddle there. And since it's open priority, there's no priority to be lost. So that's no problem. Just took a look at that one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Lakey, she didn't hold Lakey off. So like you said, it's still just play on.
Start with the 35-minute clock down to 30 minutes now. And these two, both Lakey and Caroline, you know, Caroline with 7 years on the championship tour, Lakey with 13 years in the championship. In that time, these surfers had met up 4 times, and it's even. Head-to-head matchups. Caroline beat Lakey in 23 in Rio and 19 in 2019 in Portugal. Lakey took a win over Caroline 2023 at J Bay and 2024 in Portugal. Both were the quarterfinals for Lakey Peterson to overcome Caroline Marks, but pretty evenly matched when we look at the numbers, Stace.
It's remarkable they've only matched up 4 times in 7 years that Caroline's been on the tour. That surprises me, and it doesn't surprise me to see how even it is. They're both really well versed, both left and right. They've both got heaps of strengths they can play to. Yeah, Caroline has a couple of the bigger numbers there, but it's very, very evenly matched.
And this is going to be, like the last heat, a contrast of the goofy foot tube rider versus the backhand tube rider. Caroline Marks a little bit deeper on her toes so she can pump through this funnel, but that tube just clumps, closes out, and hands priority over to Lakey Peterson at the beginning of their matchup. Let's hear from the queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fiero. She's in the quarterfinals, Chris.
Yeah, thank you guys. Vahine, everybody in the world knows how good you ride the tube out here. I want to talk about your toughness. You just showed us right there after a couple wild wipeouts. You came up smiling and went right back out to the takeoff zone. How did you do that?
Okay, wait, I just need to put my hat on. Sorry, Roxy. Can I grab my hat?
Nah, it's sweet. You look so good. Well, you got the sticker on your board.
Sponsorship obligations here.
There you go.
Now let's talk toughness, all right? How do you take slams like that and just get right back out there and then get perfect waves right after?
I think I needed that. I needed to feel a little bit of adrenaline. Like I was trying to be a little bit deeper, so I was a little bit, I could have made those waves, but I was trying to take different lines, and I was taking risk in my heats, which is what I always, aim for. So yeah, I didn't make those 2 or 3 waves in a row, and kind of got hammered. Like I went around once and hit my knee once, but then at the end, like I got that good wave, and like I said, like taking risk. I was trying to try to do an air drop. I don't know if it looked like it, but I was like, that's what the judges want, and it's actually the best feeling to take risk in the heat. So yeah, that's kind of my goal.
Well, we could see your desire to win out here. You requalified for next year, so the pressure's off there. Everything focused in on winning this event?
I know, it's fun. It's such a blessing. I don't know if I would ever have that in my career again, where I don't need to do the challenger and I'm still qualified for next year on tour. And this year has been the best year of my life, like just learning with all the best in the world. Like that's where I want to be, like that energy, that level that just like makes you feel butterflies in your stomach, but at the same time, like, it's going, and yeah, it's fun, it's nice. I have a good team here, and it's just always a blessing to compete at home.
Well, I know you have one of the strongest teams behind you in the world of surfing. Tell us about your pit crew, who's supporting you here, and what are they telling you before these big heats?
Yeah, so my 2 main guys here are Jeremy Flores and then Kaoli Vast. And Kaoli was like yelling at me. He's like, Vahine, the heat before you were a second away from getting, this time it's 3 minutes away. So yeah, it's fun. There's like, we fight between each other, but it's like a good energy, and it just pushes you to, we're competing, against each other too, Kaoli and I. Like it's funny, like when one wins one thing, the other one wants to win the other. So yeah, it's just so fun to have a crew like that. Yeah.
Well, the Queen of Teahupo'o is still in the draw, so watch out, world. Big things coming from Vahine Fiero.
Yeah, that's right. And people in her corner, talk about accolades here. We have Jeremy Flores, who was a winner here in Tahiti in 2015. We got Kaoli Vast, who won a gold medal here just last year. So she's got some of the best in that pit crew and in that coaching crew. Lakey Peterson with priority and with a paddle, and she's going to lose that priority to Caroline Marks. So speaking of Caroline Marks, if Caroline is able to, we'll get into that more of that scenarios after we watch Lakey Peterson take this wave into the channel. So with Caroline Marks, if she makes it into the quarterfinals, she will leap ahead of Isabella Nichols, who's now eliminated from competition. So the plot thickens as we talk about our race to the WSL Final 5. Mind you, the math, we still have Tyler Wright in the quarterfinals and Erin Brooks in the quarterfinals. So it's still up in the air, but it's kind of bad news for Isabella Nichols if Caroline Marks does make it out of this heat into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and just looking at the numbers there, we knew that Erin would need to do a lot, but just seeing with this sort of the way it's playing out now, yeah, it's kind of looking like a win at this point. She's already in the quarters, which is nearly 5,000 points. So where she's at right there, she can only add about another 5,000. So that's going to be super tight. I think 5,200 she can add to that. So
we'll look at the numbers in a little bit, Stace. We're just going to focus right here on Caroline Marks as she takes off on that wave, and Marksy hands the priority straight back to Lakey Peterson. So a couple of misfires for both of our surfers, still feeling the line out in this opening third of their 35-minute heat. Here's our numbers right here, Stace.
Yeah, sorry, jumped the gun there, but yeah, so look at the numbers on the screen. It's really tight between Caroline and Isabella, and obviously Tyler and Erin. Just a little bit more work to do, but it's for me, I always think about the quarterfinals being a massive result, which it is, but post-cut, the quarterfinals is one heat win away. Oh. And so this is the heat for Caroline. If she makes this heat, she's in the quarterfinals. And that's, now Isabella's still out there, probably still in a rashy from the heat before, watching this all unfold. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very busy afternoon here at the end of the road.
Yeah, Isabella would need Caroline to lose in this heat, and then both Erin Brooks and Tyler Wright to lose in the quarterfinals, really, to give herself a chance.
Yeah, yeah. You see a couple of small scores there for the surfers in this heat.
Yeah, just in judging, we call that offers. Anything under a one point ride, just put it down as an over.
Over.
At least we'd call that in the U.S. I don't know if there's an Australian term.
Yeah. Over. I think
Is it international?
Yeah, I think it's international.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I understood what you were saying.
Thanks. Strider, what do you got?
I got some frustration. Come on! No, I'm just watching the positioning right now where, like, say, Vahine was surfing in that last heat against Isabella Nichols. It's just another 50 yards up the reef, right? So they're threading through those barrels, and they've been out of position this whole heat, and I've been watching waves just blow out the end, just breathing all over us down here. So a little frustration because I know the talent's in the water, but I just don't think that they've surfed it that much at this size maybe, so they're kind of finding themselves over by that other lineup, which was when it was bigger, and that's where they've been kind of practicing at, and maybe that's why they're sitting there. But yeah, there's some really beautiful deep ledge waves on the inside ledge that are just grinding through. There goes one right now. I'm watching this wave just funnel down the reef, so they just need to be over just a bit, and they can be sliding into some really nice waves. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Oh, maybe Caroline looking like she's gonna get it. Yes, pull it up. She's under the hood, gets a quick little head dip, and she's out. There we go. That'll feel better, but we know she's got more behind her. We got Lakey guys looking at it.
And Lakey Peterson decides to hold on to priority. That make for Caroline Marks is going to be a start to kind of building her presence in this heat. It's going to be the first meaningful number, just making sure she gets the make. Third wave of the set, Lakey Peterson takes off on this one, a bit in front of the barrel on that. So Lakey trying to kick out early and maybe beat Caroline Marks out back to the peak to reestablish priority, which she will do.
Yeah, like Strider said with the positioning there, it's a nice completion there for Caroline, but certainly not going to be a huge number. She looked nice and casual coming off the bottom, set the wave up nicely, but yeah, just the wave probably didn't barrel as hard and wasn't as critical as what she would have liked. And yeah, Strider making the point, maybe the positioning.
Kaoli Vas congratulating Vahine Fiero. Island, his sister, right behind him on the jet ski. The conversation and some moral support. Team France working together.
Yeah, between these two, there's no trophies left. Vahine's had an event win out here. Kaoli, obviously, Olympic gold. And then what they're doing in the free surfs, particularly Kaoli, is on another planet. There's a good looking wave going on ridden there. That's just going to add to Strider's excitement, if that's possible.
We're all getting excited here. Caroline Marks saw that paddle and did establish priority right now. So a bit of a heat control to Caroline Marks, 3.67 for that made wave and priority right here at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah, that wave is, definitely came out of the west, and everyone in this heat was just a little far out of place. I think they probably listened to Strider and ended up 20 metres too far out of position. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. There's still a bit of everything out there, and that's what that's what makes this wave a little trickier at this size. It's sort of not as much as just sit out the back and wait for the biggest wave you can see. You've got to be a little bit more sort of tactical as to where you sit with and without priority. We saw Tyler Wright earlier this morning with third priority pick up some great waves, and yeah, just being a little more tactful with her positioning, not just paddling straight back to the top of the point every single time.
Spin around here, taking a look at this one. Just a couple of strokes, decides not to go. Lakey Peterson.
And it's still, there's still some great quality waves out there. I think just those size of those waves that Lakey's been looking for at the moment probably aren't going to offer her those huge barrels. She'll definitely need to link up with the West Bowl if she's sort of chipping into waves of that height at the top of the reef.
Yeah, and that's, you know, and I feel that's not just only a priority positioning play right here, Stace. I feel that's also kind of the difference between goofy foot and regular foot.
Yeah.
As far as positioning on the reef.
For sure. Caroline's got that, obviously, that advantage of just being able to sit a little deeper.
Just drops in, fades that one, and again kicks out. So multiple tries for both surfers to find, you know, a quality wave, but just another switch of priority between the two.
Yeah, just a little impatient there from Caroline. That wave, even from the top, just didn't look like it had that energy in it. And you know, there's still some really quality waves out there. So I think it's a matter of just sitting for them and waiting to come to you. I don't think you could manufacture a score out here today, as we see Gabriela Bryan getting ready for her next matchup, which will be in the next heat.
Yeah, it'll be another duel between Goofies and regular foots in the quarterfinal number 1. Gabriela Bryan coming up against Erin Brooks, who's been looking in form here at the end of the road. There's Erin with her preparation. She'll be in the blue jersey.
I don't know if Erin's got the calculator out, or maybe her dad or Snake, but it's out of contention that she can make the final 5 after these recent results, which is going to do one of 2 things, probably just one of 1 things actually, which is dangerous for Gabby.
Yeah,
I think it's going to have
lose.
Erin pretty fired up. I think she's purely focusing now on the individual event win, and it's a awesome trophy to have in the cabinet. And I think that you know, with absolutely nothing on the line other than the individual event win, I think Erin is going to be unstoppable. So that next matchup's going to be definitely one to watch.
I like also that Erin had, you know, the assistance of Tereva David on the ski right there. So that's, I mean, the ultimate in local knowledge right there.
Yeah, big time. And you'll see that a lot with a lot of surfers around the world. They'll have their coach they work with all year, and have like a really close, you know, personal and relationship with, and work on all kinds of different stuff, you know, from equipment to where to stay and how to travel and training partners and all that stuff. But then if you go to a location like this, Hawaii is another place, you see more support get brought in for those like specialist spots. Bells Beach is another spot like that as well, where kind of looks easy on TV, but the lineups can be pretty tricky.
Yeah.
And yeah, we see that with a few surfers. Gabby Bryant checking it out with Tahura Henry there. He was towing his mates into some massive bombs a couple of days ago. And he's had some amazing performances out here himself. He knows the place very well. You can see his pad in the background down there.
Yeah, and another point is that when you enlist, there's so much logistics involved in this place. Not only do you get good, you know, kind of wave knowledge and coaching, but you also have everything that goes around it. You know, the jet skis, the boats, the docking, you know, just...
You might ding a board, just having that person on the ground. Like
all of that stuff, right? Here we go. Marks pulls up, pulls in, pulls out, 3.7. She already has a 3.67. She's going to ditch that fractional score and further distance herself from Lakey Peterson, sitting with priority out the back. More waves coming through, but Caroline Marks surfing a conservative but smart heat, I feel, at this point.
Yeah, she's just chipping away. And, you know, keep adding to her total. Lakey hasn't been able to connect with a good wave yet in this heat so far, so Marksy just inching further and further ahead.
And that's sometimes a good strategy, just to continue to put pressure. Look at this wave.
Yeah, well, it adds up. Nice little vision there from Caroline. Not super deep. I think it'll probably rival the 367 or somewhere thereabouts, but with, you know, Lakey in the position. Oh, my God, look at that. That's amazing.
That angle looks great.
That angle's so cool. She gives the whole context of the lineup, and, you know, kind of gives you a bit of a view of, you know, what the surfers are looking at when they're looking out of the tube. And a nice score there, a bit higher than I expected, a 5-point ride. So, yeah, she's well and truly in control of this heat so far, Kipes.
Yep, 8.67 heat total for Caroline Marks after we do this study in slow motion of that 5-point ride. Lakey Peterson looks interested in this wave, paddles, but puts the brakes on, wants to hold on to priority. And Lakey really, you know, is scouring this reef, but I field, she's maybe a little lost at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of feel like she's looking to link up like those smaller ones that link up with the West Bowl, but then it's kind of been taking her out of position for some of the bigger waves that stand up on the outside, like what Strider was talking about. So, you know, it's understandable, but it's just a game of inches here, because if you see a wave that you like, you can't really paddle out to it and swing.
Yeah,
you know, that's the top echelon of doing that. Guys like MAO and that on the big days, but when it's at this size, you really need to be like picking up the wave early and gliding into it.
Well, right now, it's all Caroline Marks. Can Lakey Peterson fight back and earn her way into the quarterfinals? The conclusion of Elimination Round Heat 4 after this. Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC Women's Elimination Round, and some big sets are coming through here at Teahupo'o. Rolls through there. Caroline Marks out there in the red jersey with the lead over Lakey Peterson for the last spot in the women's quarterfinals. Caroline calling for a time check. I'll tell her she's got 10.5 minutes. She's got the lead. Lakey Peterson with priority, needing an 8-point ride if she wants to turn this heat in a single wave. Kuiper Girl with Stace Galbraith on the call. And Caroline Marks has paced her way into this heat. Lakey Peterson, Stace, yet to make a mark.
Yeah, she hasn't really been able to identify the wave that she wants to ride just yet. She's had a couple of in and outs. And, you know, with the clock where it is, it's time for her to kind of get in that rhythm and get in that sort of, even if it's a fall, but it's a tube attempt, just to try and get a couple more reps on the board. We've seen, you know, the different parts of the reef kind of activate today, so she can sort of surf her way into a bit of a manufactured rhythm out here for sure. I don't think having priority is the be-all and end-all right now with this amount of time on the clock. I almost feel like at certain points in heat, second priority can be a bit of a blessing. You know, it gives you that sort of freedom to kind of look around a little bit. Sometimes that priority marker can weigh a bit heavy on your head, like you need to sit there and wait for the biggest wave of the day to come through. You know, as opposed to Caroline, who's kind of been chipping away on some nice sized waves and some nice tubes. But as you can see by the scoreline, it's sort of not like the heat before where we were seeing excellent rides get traded off. So yeah, you've only got to, you know, as we spoke about yesterday, you've just got to beat the one person you're surfing against. You don't have to beat everyone in the draw.
A seasoned competitor like Lakey Peterson has to know the fact that her odds of getting an 8-point ride are pretty tough. And so she has in her head to know that she has to, like, it's better for her to try to chip away at this in 2 scores, you know, in 2 4.5s, than to think that, because there may not be a wave quality of an 8-point ride that comes through in this last 9 minutes.
And I think too, like overall, it's this heat she obviously wants to win. As she takes a look at this wave.
Well, here she goes. So speaking of chipping away at, she needs a completion here. She needs to get under the lip, and there she does it. Travels through. Now she's right back in the heat. There you go. So mission accomplished. Just as we were talking about strategy, Lakey Peterson employed that. She's going to chip away. She's going to get a mid-range score, and now her needs are going to be much lower.
Yep.
Not an excellent wave, and she's right back in this.
She's got to go and do that again, straight away.
Yeah.
You know, take your time going back out, maybe pick one up on the west bowl on the way through, and put that pressure back on Caroline as we see a nice-looking wave rifle through the inside there. But I think, yeah, what I was going to allude to is like, yeah, this event's important. It's the last event of the year. She's obviously looking for a big individual result. However, you know, with her unlikely to make the final 5, I think we cleared that up earlier, it's like these events aren't going anywhere on the tour. And Lakey Peterson's, in her mind, she wants to win a world title. Next year is going back to the full season with extra points for Pipeline at the end.
Yeah.
And this place has similar energy, similar feelings, similar everything about Pipe. And so it's like, you've got to be good here. And she knows that. And waves like this starting to, you know, execute and get some good scores in her heat, it's all part of the longer game. So, yeah, whether or not she gets in and out of this heat, you know, next year's the year she wants to put a full year together. And you have to be consistent on the women's tour. You can't be getting 5ths and 3rds. You need to be making finals everywhere to win a title. And she knows that. So, yeah, it's like she's got, you know, she's had 35 minutes out here with one other surfer. So just all that learning that she's going to take out of that is super important, whether she wins or loses.
She's truly in it. She just got the highest single wave score of this heat, a 6-point ride. And taking a look at our judges' spread on this, it's pretty unanimous by all the judges that 6-point ride is earned. 4 judges going 6, 1 6.5, high and low thrown out. For those of you watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, those streams will stop at the end of the elimination round. A new live stream will start at the quarterfinals and beyond. For all of you in Brazil, the coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the US, the coverage will continue on WorldSurfLeague.com and the WSL app. So reload after this, the end of this heat, and enjoy the women's quarterfinals with us.
Oh, I'm feeling for Isabella Nichols right now. This is
just watching this,
super important, obviously, this next 6 minutes. And there's obviously more heats to come that are going to, you know, have a big impact on her final finishing in the year. Tyler Wright, mathematically, the only surfer that can pass her, but Tyler's looking really, really good this morning. But it's still all up in the air at this point.
Yep. So to revisit that conversation, Stace, and clarify, Caroline Marks wins this heat, which she's leading in. She bumps Isabella Nichols out of that 5th place and above that line for a final 5 and a chance for a world title. It's all coming down to these last 5 minutes and 15 seconds for Caroline Marks and for Isabella Nichols.
And it's just, there's just so much to it. Like, even if Tyler wins her next heat, that she still won't have enough. A semi will not be enough. She's already in the quarters. She'll only add 1,300 or around about that point to her total there, which wouldn't be enough to surpass the 48,500 that Isabella's on. So, you know, it's going to be a long couple of days for Isabella, and there's, you know, the 5 minutes in this heat also going to be super, super important. She's either going to know right now or she's going to have to sleep on it, which is just, that's just torture.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Depends if you want the torture or you just want kind of the quick news right now.
Well, I guess you would take the torture for the chance of a maybe
something happening,
maybe getting a bit of luck there. And she's had a great season. It's not like, you know, it's not like she doesn't deserve to be there, but just coming down to this event, she wasn't able to kind of get higher up there in the ratings. So it's crazy. And then I think, you know, for Caroline, she knows exactly what's at stake. And with priority here, 4 minutes on the clock, Lakey only needs a 2.67, which is I'm going to call it a really frustrating score. It's Chopu's not a wave that you want to be chasing a 2.67 at. It's just going to play with your mind.
Yep. And in other update news, we're going to start the quarterfinals off with Gabriela Bryan versus Erin Brooks. Erin Brooks has been in fire form here. If Gabriela Bryan does not make it out of that quarterfinal, then Molly Picklum will be going into the WSL Finals as the #1 seed.
That's
so
huge.
All the news keeps on getting delivered to us.
Yeah.
More news. Molly Picklum quarterfinal #3 is coming up against Vahine Fiero.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Look out.
That is unfair, if I do say so myself, but that is somewhat just how
that could be easily
how the cookie crumbles. The two greatest surfers of the day so far. There's been some great performances from Sakura and Caitlin Simmers come to mind.
And Erin Brooks, but really...
And obviously Erin, but
the
those
numbers
two,
go to Molly Picklum and Vahine Fiero.
Yeah. Wow, that's a treat for us. Take that.
Yeah. Clear your next few hours wherever you are, because you're going to want to stick around for this. Look at this situation in the water. 3 minutes remaining, and a tiny need for Lakey Peterson to change this entire narrative that we're talking about as far as clinching final 5 spots and where the rankings lay.
And Lakey's so dangerous in this type of situations. I've seen her do it a million times, you know, at you know, waves around the world. But like I said earlier, yeah, it's Chopes is one of the spots where you'd almost be rather chasing like a 5, because you know you're going to have to actually find a wave that's looking like a tube. Trying to get a 2 out here, like I don't think she can revert to turns, which might be going through her head. You know, like, oh, if I just belt one backhand Rio, like, are the judges going to turn it?
Well, that'll put the judges to a test as well.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the waves are still too good a quality to kind of like revert back to that at the moment.
Yeah, because the priority should be still for the barrel rides here at this venue.
Yeah. Particularly with where the judges are pushing and the surfers are pushing the women's sport. I don't think they would sort of say like, oh, hey, if you want to get yourself out of trouble, just go and hit the lip a few times. I think it would be, you know, not the message they really want to send to the whole tour. I think they would be more likely to give a 2.67 to see you pack a bomb but not make it.
Right.
I think that's probably where they would, you know, we've seen it earlier. I think, you know, Al Cleland yesterday got a 2.5, didn't make the wave, but, you know, got a crazy long pit. So that's probably where Lakey's options are. Either just get a genuine barrel for a 5 or a 6, or hope a dark one comes through and you just pack it.
And Stace, another update for fans watching on YouTube or Facebook Live. Those streams will end at the end of the elimination round. A new live stream will start at the beginning of the quarterfinals and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, continued coverage exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and the WSL app. So that's the news. Please stick with us. We told you we got some exciting quarterfinals coming up for the women, setting up the semifinals. We still are on standby for the semifinals as well. So
wow, big day on the cards as we see some waves approaching here, Kaipo. Small requirement. Caroline Marks, though, you know, we're talking up Lakey's prowess. Caroline knows how to close out a heat as she takes off here, Kaipo.
Defensive move right there by Caroline Marks, so she's not going to improve upon her scoreline. She takes some time off the clock and an opportunity away from Lakey Peterson. 2.67 is what Lakey needs. Kind of in front of the barrel, little bit lip on the head right there. Gets the turn in. Stace, you judge sometimes.
Oh, don't do it to me. I'm staying away from this one.
Stace.
We're going to leave that. It's well outside my lane. No, I mean, it's going to be interesting to dissect the replay.
Radical.
Yeah, that was a radical finish. You know, you put yourself in Caroline's shoes, what do? You don't really know what the judges are thinking. You kind of think, okay, I've got to hold her off anything. Yeah. You're probably thinking if you're Caroline, Lakey's got a great backhand. It's one of her strengths. She probably could have turned her way to a score, you know.
Here we go.
This is it. Great drop. Tries the pig dog. She's trying her absolute hardest to slow down. She kind of gets a little bit of a lip to the head and a nice carve. Look, I think it would be generous if they gave the score. Look at the height of this,
so
3.67.
This is a 3.67. So now when you put that comparison, much smaller wave, probably not as impactful.
They both got about the same amount of cover. You know, Caroline didn't really get tubed on that 3.67, but it was a much bigger wave, more critical takeoff. Like, we're really breaking down the tiny little things here, because that's what the judges are going to do.
And you know, Lakey doesn't need a 3.67.
No.
She needs a 2.67.
Yeah.
Leandro Dora congratulating her on a great effort. And look at least she went down swinging. You know, if she does go down.
Yeah.
She fought until the very last second.
Absolutely.
One judge goes under. So waiting for 2 judges go under.
You're going to need to see 3 threes here, otherwise it's not going to be enough.
There you go. Comes in under at a 2.5, needed 2.67. Lakey Peterson out of competition. Caroline Marks into the quarterfinals, and Caroline Marks bumps Isabella Nichols out of that final 5 conversation. It all comes down here.
Intense.
It's a sprint for the final 5 here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Quarterfinals coming up.
Voilà donc à l'instant victoire de Caroline Marx qui élimine l'équipe Peterson et se qualifie pour les quarts de finale. Quarts de finale qui ont commencé à l'instant avec la Hawaïenne